Welcome to my Notion masterclass for businesses. If we haven't met before, hi, my name's Sam. I'm a certified Notion consultant, and over the past 4 years, I've helped over 3,000 businesses using Notion through my consultancy and my templates. And over that time, I've shared everything that I know about using Notion for businesses here on this YouTube channel. So today I've gone back through the archives and compiled together all of my best videos into this 5-hour masterclass so that you can finally adopt Notion for you and your team. This masterclass is broken down into 3 parts. Part 1 is my beginner Notion course, so you can begin to feel confident using the software. In part 2, I'll break down what an ideal Notion setup looks like for businesses. And finally, in part 3, I'll show you how to build out some of the main pages within that setup step by step. There will be timestamps in the description, so feel free to skip around or go through the entire masterclass, 1 module per day, so that you don't miss anything important. And as a quick bonus tip, you can put this video on double speed to save some time. So with that out of the way, let's dive in. In this video, I'll be giving you a full Notion tutorial aimed specifically at agencies. I'll go step by step from beginner to intermediate to expert so that you can learn Notion without sacrificing your sanity. In this tutorial, we'll cover account setup, pages, blocks, and the text editor, databases and linked views of databases, relations and roll-ups, and some advanced Notion features like formulas and Notion automations. I'll be using lots of examples along the way so you can learn Notion in the same context that you'll be using it for your agency. Without further ado, let's dive in. So let's start with setting up our Notion account, and you can actually use the link in the description to find where I'm going to be showing you next. So over on that link at notion.so's homepage, we can see Notion here, and I'm going to jump over to their pricing to explain what plans they have. Now, currently this is set to yearly, so I'm just going to toggle this over to monthly, and this is in pounds. You might have yours in dollars, but you can see we have 4 different options: free, plus, business, and enterprise. And I would recommend for most agency owners to go for the plus plan. Now, you're going to need the plus plan if you're thinking about inviting team members into your workspace anyway. But the other key thing is that with the free account, you only have a set number of blocks that you're allowed, and I'll explain what blocks are in a later bit of the video. But we want to make sure we have unlimited blocks. We don't want to get to a point where you're creating a number of pages and formatting, and then Notion tells you you've run out of blocks. So that's probably the most important thing. With the plus account, you also get a few added features. Most recently, Notion brought out charts that you get. You have automations in Notion that are really helpful for working with teams. And so you get everything you need in the plus account in terms of features required. For the business and enterprise, this is more targeted at enterprise level companies, so 100 people companies or more. And unless you're interested really in the security and privacy of your account, I really don't think either option is needed for agencies, which is typically smaller teams. So with that in mind, I'm going to go ahead into the plus account and say get started. So first of all, we want to just set up our account by using our email. I'm going to use another email here, but you would use your work email. And then Notion is going to send you a verification code over on your email, and you can enter that in and hit continue. Then you can set up your profile, add a photo, and set a password for your account. And you can also choose to opt out of Notion's marketing, which I'm going to do, and hit continue. So now Notion takes you through that onboarding sequence, and the only thing that I'm going to encourage you to do here at this point is to select the For My Team option. Probably was going to do that anyway, but I've gone through the onboarding experience before, and when I didn't do that, it didn't give me team spaces, which we definitely want as a team. So we're going to hit continue. Then they want you to tell you about yourself. I think this is more for their own research, so I'm going to just add in any option. This isn't going to affect your account in any way, so you don't need to worry. But feel free to take your time when you go through this, and then you can go ahead and hit continue. Now you're going to give your workspace a name. So this is going to be the thing that appears right at the top of your account, and it's what everyone's going to see. So you want to make this your company name. I often see my clients using their own name, and they don't quite realize that that's not their profile. It's actually the workspace name. So we're just going to use my company name here, Sam Bird Co. And you can also add your icon, and this can also be And you can also choose or add your icon, which could also be your business logo. And I'm going to go ahead and hit continue. So now Notion is asking you to invite some of your team members into the workspace. My recommendation is, if you haven't actually told your team about Notion, or you're just starting with Notion and you're seeing if it's right for you, I wouldn't add anyone into Notion for the time being. It's quite nice to have the freedom to actually play around with Notion yourself, build some sort of beta versions of your workspace before having anyone else come in and get confused by the information. Really, when we're introducing a new software to a team, we really want to consider change management and the change management process. And if you invite your team into Notion and they get used to Notion not being a source of truth and just being something like that's like a playground or something that isn't quite done, then they tend to not take Notion as seriously. Whereas if we're able to set up at least some workspaces for them to use, or some solutions for them to use, and begin actually training them on it and getting them to use it properly, it then sets the culture that Notion is the source of truth and the place to look to know when things are happening and tasks and all that sort of thing. So for the time being, I would skip adding someone to Notion for that reason. So we're now inside of Notion, and we can go through their onboarding process that they have here, just to orientate ourselves around the sidebar. So it says, welcome to your workspace, a virtual home to create, organize and share content. We then have how to get around your sidebar, jump to pages, keep track of work. We have every team, team spaces. It's showing us startups, pages to help us get started, templates. We've got the private area, which is telling us that we can create things in here, draft them in the private area, and then move them over to share them. And then I think that is everything. So that is a bit of an onboarding process that they've given us there. Now, what I want to show you in this account setup is the settings and members. So over here, we just want to come and do a few things. First of all, over on my account, just make sure that you have got your photo uploaded and your preferred name correctly, as this is what is going to appear when we tag people in database items like tasks or comments. So you want to make sure you have that set up ahead of time. And then in the settings, you can change your appearance here if you like. So for example, if we wanted this to appear in dark mode, but I prefer light mode. And then also you can decide what opens when you first start. So it could be your last visited page, it could be your home page. I'm going to leave it as it is. And also just make sure that the date and time is correct. So in the notifications, I do have some recommendations. First of all, if you're using Slack, I recommend you do connect it over here and add your account. And once you do that, Slack gives you a couple of options for how you want the notifications to appear. So one of the things you can actually do is have any of the activity in Notion be sent as a notification inside of Slack from your Notion sort of direct message connection. And you can either choose this to be for all activity or only for when someone tags you or comments in a comment that you've commented in, basically when someone is trying to get your attention. And I recommend selecting that one instead of the all activity. When you choose the all activity, that's basically going to be when someone edits a page you've been working on or small changes to database properties. And when you have that, you tend to get a lot of notifications. So you choose just the comments and the app mentions, and have all of your notifications coming into Slack as well if you're using Slack as sort of your key communication tool. For the rest of these settings, these look good to me. So I'm going to move on to the workspace settings. So over on here, we didn't get the opportunity to add our logo, so that I can add this now. And then also you could add allowed domains. So if you want anyone who has your company domain email access Notion automatically, you can add that in here as well. Now over on people, there's a few things I want to show you. First of all, we have this invite link, and that's already been automatically switched on, which is great. And so essentially what this means is you can copy this link and send it to new team members, and just by having that link, they're able to join the workspace nice and easily. And the onboarding process I've often used with my clients is that we set up an automated email for whenever someone joins the team, and it has this universal link for them to join Notion. And so it means that you can keep the same email template and send that, and the team member can join Notion nice and easily. So we've got that toggled on, which is great. And then the other thing I want to establish here in the group section is a new group, which I'm calling Notion Admin. So I'm just going to hit new group here and call it Notion Admin. And for the time being, you can just assign yourself by toggling down here and adding a member. and just adding yourself here as one of the Notion admin. Now, essentially, the reason for creating this group and what Notion admins will have is access to everything in the Notion workspace, as well as full access to all of the databases. And so these should be the only people that can actually create things in Notion in terms of database structure and dashboard layouts, that kind of thing. And they should be the only people that should be able to give people full access, or give people access to the workspace. So that's new team members joining the workspace, but as well as any clients or any external members that you might be inviting on into Notion as guests. Now, the reason for having this rule of a Notion admin team is basically to ensure that the workspace stays in a good condition. Obviously, Notion is 100% customizable, and although that's a really good thing, the downside to that is it means different silos of teams can appear where they're all creating different solutions, and again, the single source of truth becomes outdated and people start not trusting Notion. Whereas if you have Notion admin, who are the people who are actually building the solutions, are in charge of editing things, inviting people on, then they're able to maintain things a lot easier. So now let's jump into actually looking at how to use Notion. And the first thing I want to cover is pages. So in Notion, everything is either a page or a block. So let's start with pages. So first of all, you can see there's already a page that's been created automatically in my sidebar in the private section. And it's this little get started page, which we'll actually use in a second because it's quite a nice representation of this. But I'm actually going to create a new page. And to do that, I've got a couple options. I could come up to here and you see it says create new page, and I can click that. And it's going to create a untitled page in my private bar, my private section of the sidebar here. If I want to delete that, I'm going to hit these three dots here and hit delete. Another alternative I have for creating pages is come into whatever section I want to add it to and hitting add a page. And then again, that's going to create a page for me here. So I'm going to name this page. So here we have the page, and let's edit this page. So here are some things we can do. First of all, if we bring our cursor over here, you see we have a add icon option. So I can actually add an icon and it will automatically give me one with the emojis. So I can use emojis for my icons, for example. Or I can click over to Notion's icons, and this is their own native Notion icons, and I could choose a icon here. So I might actually choose one that looks like a page, and it asks me which color I want. I'm just going to keep it black, and now I have my page icon set up. I can also hover again, and you'll see it has add a cover. And the cover again is created automatically, and I can come up here to change the cover. And we have some gallery photos here, so we could use some of these here, whatever we like. Or we can either go over to Unsplash, which is a service Notion collaborates with, and we can type anything in here. So I could add search for page, and again, I've got a nice few options here. I'm going to use this one, and I'm also going to reposition this page here. I also have a few options for the page settings, and I can access them by coming over to these three dots here. And first of all, you can see at the top, we have a few options for font. So default, we can have it be serif, or we can have it be mono. I'm just going to keep it default. We can also toggle on and off this small text. So if we want all of the text to be slightly smaller, we can do that. I'm going to leave that off. We can have this page be full width. So you see that moves the page completely, or back again. We have suggested edits, which is actually for when you're editing Notion. I'm going to leave that for now. And we can also have table contents toggled on and off, and I'll explain what that does in a second. The other thing we can do is come to customize page, and here we can adjust some of this stuff here. So top level page discussions is basically if we come up here and add a comment, this allows us to add a comment nice and easily here. Now, we've toggled that in the customized page options to be expanded, but if we didn't want that, we could have that be off. Backlinks I'll explain in a second, and page comments, again, that is a different way of seeing when someone comments on the page. So those are a few page settings. Now, inside a page, you can also have nestled pages within that, so sub-pages. So what I can actually do is, over here we have that getting started page, and I can actually drag this page, and if I just highlight it over the page we've created, it will actually drop inside of this page. And now we have a page within a page. Now there's a few things here to note, and that's in terms of how this looks in terms of hierarchy. So if we come over to the page here and we toggle down, you can actually see the page within the page here. And also if we click into the page from here, you can now see in the breadcrumbs, we have getting started, and we can click back to the page. So there's a few navigational tricks there that you can see. The other thing I'd like to draw your attention to in terms of pages and subpages and page within pages is access hierarchy. So for example, if I was to share this to someone else, so let's just share this to my business email, like so, and I'm going to invite this person to the page. What you'll first of all notice is that's actually moved in the sidebar from my private section, which is things that I can only see, and added it to my shared section because I'm sharing it with someone outside of the Notion workspace who doesn't already have access to the Notion workspace. So first of all, that's happened. But the second thing is that because I invited the person to the top level page, they would actually have access to both this page, which you can see here, and also if we go over to the getting started page, Sam also has access to the page here. And that's because access trickles down in Notion. So if you give someone access to a top level page, they'll have access to all of the pages that live within inside that. If you were to go one step below, so if you had page 1, 2, and 3 and gave them access to page 2, they would have access to page 2 and 3. So it trickles down. And the same is true of the team spaces. So the team spaces over here, we can come to the team space settings, and whoever's been invited to this team space will have access to all of the things inside of that team space. That is otherwise if we change the access levels. So for example, let's say we don't actually want Sam to have access to the getting started page. We can come here and remove him from this access and restrict access. And so now what you'll see is Sam has access to the page, but we've restricted him to have access from the getting started page. And that's because we've purposely done that. So I said everything in Notion is either a page or a block. So we've covered pages, now let's cover blocks. So inside of pages live blocks. And so essentially anything that you type or anything you do in Notion that's inside a page is a block. So you can see here in this getting started page, I've just clicked my cursor and it's asked me to write something or do the / command. But next to this, this block I've created, you can see we have these 6 dots here. And if I click these, there's a couple things that can happen. So first of all, if I click it, it's going to highlight that block, which you can now see, and it opens up this menu which allows me to manipulate the block in many ways. But amongst that, I could also take this block and drag it down. So now you can see I've dragged that block from over here to down here, and now it's moved the text up because it's sort of removed that block away. So using Notion in terms of actual word editing is really, really easy and intuitive because you can really manipulate the blocks nice and easily and adjust things really, really easily using this sort of block methodology. So if I go back to the sort of empty block I had, and let's just change this. So there's some writing here. So we've got this is a block. Now if we come to the 6 dots here and highlight, let's take a look at what we can do. So obviously we could delete this. We could also duplicate this. So now I've created a duplicate of the block and I can move these up and down. What we can also do is use this turn into option. And this is going to open up all the different types of blocks we have. So you can see the blocks we can have are, for example, headings. So if I add this, this is now a heading inside of Notion. And if you remember, we looked at the table of contents. So we can turn this into a heading. We could also turn this into a to-do list. We could turn this into a bullet list. We can turn it into a numbered list, a toggled list. There's loads of different things we can do to the block. And this gives you a nice idea of the types of blocks that you can create inside of Notion. From this option as well, next to the 6 dots, we have this add button. And so if we want to create a new block, we can also add it like so from a block above or below us. Or nice and simply, we can just add the enter bar, and all of these are different blocks that we're now creating. Now, the final thing I want to show you in this beginner tutorial is the text editor. And this essentially allows us to do what we were just doing, which is editing and manipulating blocks, but basically do it a lot faster. So I'm actually going to just drag and delete some of this stuff here, and I'll show you what this looks like. So we hit enter to create a new block, and as Notion is telling us, we can do a few things. We can write something, we could hit space if we use Notion AI, or we can hit the slash command. Now again, the slash command is just going to open up that menu of different block types that we can use. So if from here we drag down the menu, we might decide that we want to use let's say a callout. So we can now create a callout, and this is a callout, and we've done that nice and quickly using the slash command, the text editor, instead of using the option menu here. Now that is quick, but we can even speed that up further by basically using typing out what block we want first. So for example, if I wanted a numbered list, I could hit or start writing out numbered, and it's going to give me that block, and I can just hit enter, and now I've created a number block nice and easily like so. We can also do this for other things. So let's do a bullet list, or we might say that we want a to-do list. Basically anything we want, we can start writing out, and you can see you get to learn the different sort of keyboard shortcuts to create all these different types of blocks. There are other shortcuts. So for example, if I just wanted the bullet list, I could do a slash and then hit a space. But you learn them over time, and basically by spending a bit of time of experimenting with these keyboard shortcuts, you really speed up the process and your agility moving around Notion. So now we've finished with the beginner tutorial, I want to give you our first example of something that we're going to create together, and that is a sales proposal. So you might want to start bringing your proposal writing process in Notion, and you can create proposals in Notion and then share them to your clients, either sharing them as guests or publishing them as websites. And so here is an example proposal that we've created. It's got a nice cover art, it's got an icon, it's got some callouts here, we've got some headings, all of this different stuff that we can create. So I'm just going to start creating this to give you an idea of what this would look like, and you can go ahead and create your own as well. So over in the private section, I'm going to add a page here, and then I'm going to call this sales proposal. Now again, first of all, we're going to want to add an icon. So I'm going to come to the icons here, hit custom, and upload the icon of my choosing. Here we've got just my logo. You can use your own logo. Then we can add a cover. So I'm going to add a cover here. Again, I'm going to change it and search through my items here. You'll also notice that the icon and the cover doesn't quite look right. And that's because we haven't actually created this page as full width. So I'm going to add this as full width here, and then I can start writing. So I can just click in to start writing anything. And I think the first thing I had was a heading. So I'm going to do a text editor command here. I'm going to do /1, and that actually brings up a heading. And I'm going to say welcome, and let's say this is Acme Co. And that's the first thing I need to create, and I've created a heading really quickly there. The next thing I think I had was a heading, a call out, which had some information about what this page was. So again, I'm going to do / start writing call out, and all I need to do is call, and it's already there, and I can hit enter, and now I have this call out here. And I'm just going to change the icon here. I'm going to use Notion's native icons. I'm going to search for the information icon, because this is like a bit of information that I'm giving them. And now I've formatted that. In this, I said, welcome to your brand proposal. So I can add that here. And then I also added some information below this call out. Now, if I hit enter, it's actually just going to hop me out of the call out, but that's fine. We can just take the block, find those 6 dots, drag the block into the space, and you'll see that blue line appears, and now we can add text here. So sometimes you can use the blocks and manipulate the blocks to just jump inside of things. So I'm going to add the content that was in here. And then the next thing I had was a bit of a column divide here. And the way to create columns is like so. So we've got our block that's standing here. And the first option we have, and probably the easiest, is again to use a keyboard shortcut. So I'm going to do / and then I'm going to write COL, and that's going to bring up my column options. And you can see we have all the way up to 5. So I'm going to hit 2 columns, and now I've got 1 column this side, which my cursor is on. But if I actually click over to this side, you can see there's a block that's already been created here for me, and I can click over, and now I'm in column 2. So first of all, I had a column here, and I believe again it was a call out, and I can just add that in there to sort of save the space and sort of visualize it for myself. And then the other side, I think I had an embed. So I'm going to do /embed, and this will allow me to add, as it says, PDFs Google Docs, Google Maps, Spotify, but also photos, anything I want, I can add in there as an embed. And so I now have these 2 columns. So that's one way you can do columns just for your information. Another way might be that you have already a call out that's in here. And then let's say below it, you had that embed, and you can actually just manipulate again the blocks by taking this one here, clicking the 6 dots, dragging this over, and you can drag it over until you see the blue line there next to it. And I can add that in there. And now I've created 2 columns as well. So you've got quite a few options for creating columns. Now in this about section, I had some toggles and some dividers. So let's create that. So again, I'm going to do about here. I'm going to click out of this and just drag my my block into this to add content. I can hit enter now, and no, it's not going to move. And I'm going to do /TOGG for my first toggle list. And I can add information as a title in the toggle, and then I can click this triangle here, and it's going to toggle down, and then I can add some more information in here. And then also I had a divider, so I'm going to hit return. Automatically it's going to give me the toggle because that's the thing that's above that I created, but I'm just going to delete this like so. And then for divider, you can use either /divider like so and hit enter, or what I like, which is, and I'm going to come to the block here, hit delete. I'm going to come back up to the about, hit return, and then delete. So you'll see how I'm starting to navigate around here. Or you can use this keyboard shortcut, which is 3/, and that automatically creates your divider. And then again, we can create a new toggle. So I'll stop there, but you can start to see how you can edit this page and really make it your own. So go ahead and start creating your own sales proposal, and do that for a few minutes, and then come back to the video to move on. So kicking off our intermediate tutorial here, we're going to start with databases. So again, I'm going to come to my private section here and add a page, as you've seen to do. And I'm just going to call this page database. Now, before we were just ignoring the prompts we have here, and we were just opening up this page and beginning to write inside of it. But for databases, we can come down to this getting started with options here. And what I'm going to choose is this table option here. Now, if I click table, it's going to ask me if I want to create a new table, so start a blank database, or if I want to link to an existing database. So we're going to create a new database here, so I'm going to hit new table. And now we've created a database. So inside of this page, we have a database. So it's important to note that databases, again, are blocks, but when we create a source database, so where this page is, this is just the only thing that you can have inside of this database, or this page. So if I come down and try and click below the database and add information here, I can't add anything here. All I can do is add a description at the top here, or add icons. So I can't actually add any information here. I'll show you how you actually use linked views of databases in a second to be able to manipulate the page with views of databases. So we have our database here. Let's add a description. So this is a database. And then again, we can also add a cover. Let's have this as a cover. Now, the first thing I want to show you is the properties. So each of these rows here, these columns here, I should say, are properties. So automatically Notion has given us one property, which is this tags property. And we can come and click here and hit edit property. And then we can go to type. And now we can see all of the different properties we can have. So if we actually wanted this to be a checkbox, we could change this into a checkbox, and then we might even rename this to done, for example. So we now have a done checkbox. So this is how we edit the properties. If we want to add one for ourselves, we could hit add here. And now we can choose again from the different properties. So let's say we want a person property, for example, and we want this to be for when we're assigning something to someone. So we're going to use this as assignee. And now we have that in here, and inside of here, we can add the different people that we want to assign to. Let's add one more property here. Let's say we want a date property. So I'm going to come down and hit date. And let's say we want this to act as our due date. We can add this in here. And now we have 3 properties. And for example, we could set this for today. And we've adjusted these properties for this particular database. So those are the properties of a database. And the other thing we have here is the title, which is called name. So this is if we say, for example, clean up kitchen, is the task. And so we've added this in the name section for the title. Now what you'll also notice is we have this open option appearing. And so if we open, now you'll see that the line or the record in this database also doubles as a database page. So again, everything in Notion is either a page or a block. So we have a database, which is the block, and then inside of each of the databases, you have the ability, or they by default are also doubling as pages. So for example, in this cleanup kitchen, if I open this as a full page, you can see in the breadcrumbs inside of database, we have cleanup kitchen. And at the top, we have the properties that we created for this database. And it's showing, at here at the top. And then also if we wanted to create anything in here, so this is a block in here, we can create this here. And again, we can format this in any way we like using the / command. So we can add columns, anything we like, and basically use this page like any other page, except it just lives within a database. Now, if we change anything here, so if we was to check this off as done, if we was to actually move this date to yesterday, and we go back over to the database by either going to the breadcrumbs or hitting the sidebar here, again, it's the same record, so it's going to change those properties in here as well. So it's the same page, it's the same database properties, but we're just viewing it slightly differently. So that's the first thing to sort of get your head around, that we have databases and each of the database records are also pages with the properties at the top here. They're also shown in this table view here along the side as columns. Now, the second thing to get your head around is probably that we can have multiple views of the same database. So by default, we were given this database as a table, but if we hit this plus option here, we can actually choose a new view, and it's giving us some options here, and we can actually see all of them. So we could see this as a board view, a list, a timeline, a calendar, or a gallery. So as we've got a date property, let's use the calendar option. So I'm going to hit calendar, and now you'll see we have a calendar view of our database. And if I come to these three options here, which is allowing me to edit the layout of this particular database view, then I can see that we have this in a calendar, and I can also see that this is showing the calendar by that due date property. So there was already a date property inside of the database, so Notion has automatically used that as the way to represent the dates here. I can also toggle off showing weekends, or I can show weekends. I can do lots of things. I can manipulate this. And then the key thing to see here is that, again, we've got that cleanup kitchen that we chose on the July 16th. And so now in this calendar view, it's showing me the task on the 16th of July. You also see up here we have no date, so the things that weren't given a date, those untitled pages, they're going to live up here, and then if we wanted to open them, we can then give them a due date, for example on the 18th, and now that's going to appear in my view here. So that's a calendar option. Let's find some more. So let's do a board option. Now, because I haven't got anything databases grouping by, you'll see what this does. So I'm going to hit board, and it's going to group it by assignees, which is fine. But actually, let's come in here and add a property. So I'm going to add a status property here, and it's automatically giving me not started, in progress, and complete, or done, which is great. And then what I can do is come to these option here. I'm going to come to group. I'm going to group this by, and instead of grouping it by assignee, I'm going to group by status. And then I'm also going to untoggle the option that says hide empty columns, and we can color the columns here. So now you can see we're again seeing the same information of the database, but in a different view. So each of our tasks were set to not started, but if I was to move this to over into in progress, it's now showing over in progress. Again, this is the same record that we had in that table view, but it's just using the different properties to view the information differently. Also, what we can do is come to here and show more properties in this option. So if I want to see who the assignee was, who the due date was, I can see it all here. And again, it's all coming from the same database, this source database. The final thing to get your head around with databases is that you actually have the option to create database templates. Now, as you know, inside of each of the databases, we have a page for each record. Now, database templates essentially allows you to create a template for that record. So for example, if I hit new template, and I'm just going to call this database template, and I'm going to add some information in here. So first of all, I could add content in here. So I could have, this is a database template. I might also add an icon in here, and I want it to be this specific icon here. I might also add a cover in here, and I say I want it to be this specific color. And then also, let's say that I want some of the properties to be a particular way when I do this. So actually, I want whoever the person who duplicated this page to be the person who's assigned, and I also want the due date to be whenever the date was today, when it was duplicated. So today, and not started is great. So now I have this database template. I can come out of this. And if I was to open any of the other pages that haven't already got content in, so if I go over to here, this has got content, so I can't actually apply the template. But if I come to one of these untitled pages, you'll see in the options here, I now have the option to add a template, and I'm going to hit database template. It's going to give it that title. It's going to give it that cover. It's going to give it the content in the page body. And then also it's going to adjust the properties. So I now have myself as the assignee because I clicked the template, and also the due date is today because we clicked it today. So that is how you add database templates. And you can also come up to here and you can edit these templates. So if you've created a template in the past, you want to edit it or update it, you do that like so. And then the other thing you can also do is make one of the templates default. And so you can see here the default at the moment is the empty database template, which is kind of just the empty option. But if I come to these three dots here, I could actually set this as a default template. Now I could say it's for all views in the database. So anywhere there is a view of this original database, I can have it. Or if I just want it for this table view, for example, then I can have it as the database template default. So I'm going to just pick it for this this table view. And now whenever I create a new database record, it's going to apply that database template automatically with the content inside. Now we've discussed databases and what they do, I want to show you linked databases. So I'm actually just going to adjust this title to make sure this makes as much sense as possible. So we have our source database here. Now I'm going to hit add a new page in my private section. And let's say I wanted to create a dashboard that was bringing together some multiple bits of information. So I'm going to choose an icon here. Let's have the dashboard icon. And let's say I wanted to have at the top just a simple view of my most important tasks. And I could just have this as a simple to-do option. And then let's also say I wanted to have a view of all tasks, and I wanted a view of that source database. So what I'm going to do here is using the text editor, I'm going to do / and I'm going to start searching linked view until I see that linked view option pop up. I'm going to hit return, and now it's given me the option to choose any of my existing databases to create a linked view of. So we have the ones that were created automatically when we created the account, but I'm going to choose that source database here. And now you see it's bringing in that source database as a linked view. And I can have any of the views that are in the source database. So if I wanted the calendar view or the board view that we set up, any of these I want, or I could create a new table view altogether. So I'm going to do new table view, and I'm just going to hit done. So now you can see we have the original source database that lives here, but inside of this dashboard page, amongst having the ability to edit and manipulate the other blocks around the page, we can also link a view of this database. And I can even tuck away this database title, and I can see this information here. And again, if I edit anything here, so if I was to uncheck this, it's adjusting everything from the source database. So it's a complete linked view. It's completely synced. They're not separate entities, they're completely synced. The other thing to be aware of is if I was to delete this linked view of the database, it doesn't delete anything of the source database. This is the source database. If we wanted to delete all the information here, we would have to come over here and actually delete this here. So creating linked views is basically a way of seeing the same database in multiple contexts. So we can see the information either using the views of the database, so the different layouts, but also we can see it in different contexts in terms of the pages they live within. So that's linked views of databases, and I'm just going to bring that linked view of the source database back. The other thing to be aware of is we can have the same, or we can have multiple source databases sitting next to each other in linked views. So we have the source database here, but also I can have a new view, and I can choose from my existing databases, and let's say we bring in that meetings database. And so now, sitting side by side, we have the source database, and we also have here the meetings database. Now let's move on to some two advanced features of the database. And I'm gonna just adjust our source database, and I'm gonna call this database A here. Then I'm also gonna create a net new database, just hit new table, and I'm gonna call this database B. Now the first thing I want to show you in advanced features is relations. So we're gonna add a relation to this database. Again, the ways to do this is either we could add a new column here and search through the properties, or we can come to these three dots here, come to properties, and we could add a new property. So let's add a new property from here, and I'm going to search relation. And now we can add the relations. Now the first thing we can do is choose which database this is going to be related to. So we're relating one database to the other. So I'm going to relate database A to database B. And here we have, again, a few options. So first of all, we can either just add this relation as a single way relation, or we could also show this on database B. For now, let's just do a single relation. So if we add a single relation, now we have database B as an option here to be related, and I can drag this along the different columns. Let's have it at the front here. And so if we had some content here, and we go back to database A, when we come to the database B relation, what this allows us to do is open this up and link any of the pages or any of the records that are in database B. So we have the two untitled options, but we can just have that one page that we created here, and now we've related it to this. And in context, there's reasons why you'll do this, but that's a single way relation. And when we do this over on database B, we don't see anything else, so it's not related back. But if we go to database A, and let's actually edit the property, and over here, we're going to show on database B, and we're going to make this a two-way relation. And it's asking us what we want to call it on database B, the property. Database A is fine. And I'm going to update this relation like so. And so now we have database B related here. If we go over to database B, you can see over database B, we have database A related back. And so we can see clean up kitchen and some content here. So they're both, it's a two-way relation. So whatever you relate there relates back to the item. So for example, just to show you this again, if I come to database A in the relation of database B, I open this up, I've got the other database templates or the other pages to choose from. Let's choose this database template here, and now it's linked. And if I come back to database A, it's going to be linked to now two records. So hopefully that makes sense. The second advanced feature here is rollups, and rollups essentially use relations that live inside of your database, and they pull information from that page that's been related. So let's, for example, create a rollup in database A. So we could either hit new here again, we could come to these options here, come to properties. We can even open up one of these database records as a page and add a property here. And again, let's scroll down and find the rollup option. And now we have the rollup. Let's format or configure this rollup. So first of all, the relation it's looking for. So we need to select the relation. We've only got one in this database, which is that database B relation. So we're going to hit that here. And then it's basically asking us what property inside of database B that we want to pull in. So one option is just the name itself, but we've already got the relation, so that doesn't do much for us. But we could also bring in the tag option here. So now this is pulling from that relation and finding the tag of the page. So we haven't got an actual tag added here. So let's add a tag here, and let's say new tag, and we're going to tag database or this some content here record with a new tag. And so if we go back over to database A, and you can already see this has happened, it's pulling in that new tag. And again, this is because in the rollup, essentially what we're saying is the relation is database B and the property is tags. So let's pull in, roll up the tag property for this page that has been connected. If I was to add another page here, and let's say this is called tag 2. Now we've got one record saying new tag, another record saying tag 2. If I come back over to database A, and for example, let's connect or link another page here. Now it's going to pull in both the new tag and tag 2 using that rollup. So hopefully that makes sense. And then once you've got that inside of a rollup, you can do multiple things. So the calculate option, I was just showing original, but we could also count all. So we could count how many tags there are. We could count unique values. We can do lots of different calculations using this rollup property. So now let's move on to our second example for this intermediate tutorial, and we're going to set up a projects and task database and relate them together. We've already actually got a projects and task database that was created automatically when we created the account, but I'm just going to create this net new in the private workspace so you can see how this is made. So we're going to hit new page. Let's first have a projects database, hit new table, start a new table, and then we'll add the icon, and I like to do a folder for my projects as it's sort of a grouping of tasks. So add that here. I'm going to get rid of the tags option here, and I'm just going to use this select all option to get rid of all of the different records and sort of start afresh. So for my projects, I might want a date property that might be the sort of target deadline of the project altogether. And then also I might just have an assignee person that is ultimately the project owner. So let's do this as project owner. And I'm going to leave like that for now. Then again, I'm going to create a new page, hit a new table like so. I'm going to delete all these options here just to make this nice and easy to add. I'm going to call this tasks, and I like to use the check icon for my tasks. And here again, I want a date property. Let's call this the due date. I want a person property that's going to be my assignees. I want a status property, which is going to tell me when something is done. Now, the next thing I want to do is relate these two together. So I'm going to actually do this in the tasks. I'm going to hit add new. I'm going to find the relation property, and I'm going to link the task database to our new, and we have to show 3 more here, our new projects database here. So I'm going to add projects. Now I could show this on the projects, and it depends if we need it to be shown. So do we need to see our tasks in our projects? We might not need to if we can create a linked view of the task database inside of our projects, and I'll show you that in a second. But actually I do want to show it on projects because I want to be able to pull the information from the tasks into the projects, and I'll show you why in a second. So I'm going to actually make this a two-way relation. Tasks is fine, and we're going to add this relation here. We could also change the icon of these properties, so I'm going to give it the same folder icon as the projects database has, just to make this nice, and I'm going to hide this from the view. And then over on the projects, I can also edit this tasks to show the tasks, and again I'm going to hide this from this view. So now we've done this, let me show you some of the things we can now do. First of all, I might want to add a progress bar inside of the projects. Now what I'm going to do is use the roll up option here to do the progress bar. So I'm going to call this progress, and I'm going to choose a relation, and the relation of course is the tasks. So that's why we want it to be a two-way relation, because we need to be able to use the relation to use in the roll up. And then for the properties, I'm actually going to use the status. And instead of showing the original, so just putting in what state it is, whether it's done, in progress, I'm actually going to use the calculate option to find a percent. And I'm going to find a percent per group. And I want to see how many out of all of the tasks that are belonging to that particular project have been checked as complete. So now we can see percent per group complete. And instead of it just being a number, so 50%, 60%, I'm actually going to use the bar option here, and now show it as a number as well as having a bar. So now we've created a progress bar. And again, I can update the icons here. And so just to show you this in practice, if we had, let's create project A here. And inside of project A, let's just add, and we can actually add tasks in the task database from this relation box. So I'm just gonna have task 1 and hit enter as a new task. Task 2, hit enter. Let's click out. Sorry, and just gonna come back into this relation box. I'm gonna hit another task, task 3, and I'm gonna hit new task. And then task 2, have that as a new task. So now we have a couple of tasks in here, and you can see the progress bar is currently showing us 0%. But if we go back over to the task database, and let's mark 2 of these off as done. Now if we go back over to the projects database, it's showing me that 66% of my tasks have been complete, which is perfect. So that's how that progress bar works in practice. The other thing I want to show you is how to create a database template. So first of all, inside of our projects, we can actually see the number of tasks we have in here at the top. And so I guess you could use this to see which tasks have been assigned to this project, but we can't really see which have been complete, and it's not a great view of that. The other option we have is we could also come to this property here, and we could show this as a page section. So if I go to page section, it's now showing me in a sort of separate section of the page the different tasks. And again, it's good, but it's not quite great in terms of seeing the properties in the tasks and things like that. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to show this as a property. I'm actually going to choose to hide the property, so always hide, so that tucks it away from view. And then I'm going to create a database template. So I'm going to come up to this blue line here. I'm going to hit project template, give it the same icon as the database. And then inside of this project, I'm going to do a /3 to get the heading. I'm going to say tasks, and then I'm going to do /linked, and I'm going to bring in a linked view of the task database and hit new table view here and hit done. And so now I have a linked view of the task database. I've already got a tasks title, so I can remove the database title. And then I'm going to use what's called a self-referential filter here. So I'm going to hit the filter. I'm going to say projects, and I'm going to say the project contains the project template. So the project contains the project template, and I'm just going to adjust these properties here so that we can see them all in one go. And now I have my tasks here. And what I'm also going to do is add a advanced filter rule, and I'm going to say that the status is not complete or done, and add that filter here. And then I'm going to click out just to get out of this template. So now what this is going to do, and I can actually come to the project A we've already got set up, and I'm going to apply that project template, and it's going to give it the icon, but we've already got a title here, so it doesn't replace the title. And so now what you'll see is inside of this view, we have a link of task 1, which has been related here, and it's the only one showing because it has not been completed. And that's because that self-referential filter, when it is applied, when it has that template applied, it then replaces the project template with the actual page, which is project A, and it does that automatically for us. So now project contains project A is the filter, and status is not done is also the filter. And so it's now showing task 1, which is related to project A and has not been completed. So that's how that works. And that is actually a really useful use case for managing projects and tasks in Notion and how we generally do it. What we would also do here is at the project template, we would set this as default. So for all views in projects, we want this template to be applied. And now I can come in here, and I've always got that project template. Let's call this project B. And I can open this up, and now I can have all of my tasks in here. I can also create tasks directly from this page that go into my task database. So let's say I need to take out bins, book appointment, go shopping, and these all appear in here. And if I go back to my task database, they're appearing here as well for go shopping, book appointment, take out bins. And also if I was to show the projects, we can see that this is coming from project B and this is coming from project A. So in the final portion of this video, when we move into the expert tutorial, I want to show you 2 advanced features in Notion, that's formulas and automations. So starting with formulas, and this is best if I give you an example from the outset. So I'm going to create a new database again. And let's say in this particular example, we're looking to manage our objectives and key results inside of Notion. So we may create a dedicated database for our key results. And so inside of here, we might, and we can get rid of this tags property, we might set up a few properties. So we might have, for example, our target number for this particular key result. And then also we might have a property that is our current or our actual number that we're currently on. And so, for example, let's say the key result was to close 10 clients this month. So that is our goal. So the target would be 10 clients. And then let's say at the moment, we've currently closed this month 6. So at the moment, we can see how well we're doing quite easily because it's smaller numbers, but you might want a way to visualize this information here. And this is where formulas can come in handy. So I'm going to hit new, and then from the option, I'm going to use the formula option. And here I'm going to say, call this progress. Now inside of a formula, we're basically doing some light coding, but it's nothing to be afraid of. So the first and easiest way to explain this is if a formula, we might want to be able to calculate something. So for here, it might be we want to calculate the percent that we are going towards achieving this key result. So the way to do that would be to bring in one of these properties, which we can do by clicking down here. And let's say we want to do the target, and then for divide, we're going to do / like so for divide, and then current. And now hopefully if we hit done, we can now see that number. And from the number format, instead of it being a number format, we're just going to use the percent. So we can see this as a percent. Now I think I got the numbers wrong. So let's do this as, it's actually current. So I'm going to type current and it's going to appear here. And I want target and it appear here. And now I hit done. And you can see we've got 10 clients per month. We're looking for 10. Our current is 6. So our progress is 60%. And so that's a really easy way to create a formula. We can also come and edit this property. And again, because it is a percent, we've got the option to make this a bar property and we can see the progress here. So essentially formulas are ways of showing results, visually showing things, or doing calculations inside a Notion based on the properties of that record. The other thing we have are automations. And when I talk about automations, I'm talking about automations that are native to Notion. And so we have essentially 3 different types of automations in Notion. We have buttons, we have database automations, and then finally we have database buttons automations. So let's go through each one. First of all, buttons is the easiest. So if I do / button, I can bring in a database or a Notion button and I can call it whatever I want. So let's just say new button. And so essentially, like any automation, there's a trigger and then there's the things it does. So in Notion, it represents it like this. When any of these occur, and that is button is clicked, so that's the only option we have, do this, and it's asking us to add an action. And we can do a multitude of things. So we can insert simple blocks, but we can also add pages to different pages or even to databases. We can edit pages or edit pages in databases, or we can open pages, we can send notification slacks. So there's a whole bunch of things we can do. Let's just keep it simple for now and insert a block and say when this block is called, we're gonna have this call out be created and it's gonna say, yay, you hit the button. And we can even give this icon a click emoji, like so, and hit done. And so now anytime we click this new button, it's going to create, yay, you hit the button. Nice and easy. So it's something that's happening automatically for us. The next option we have are database automations. And so if I go back over to database A, our original database, and let's say we go over to this edit option here. Now we can come over and you'll see there's automations here at the bottom. And I'm going to click this and we can rename this as a database automation. And currently it's for pages in database A, but we can also make the automation just specific to views in the database. So not just all views, but specific views in database A. But I want it to be all views across database A. So it's a universal automation for this database. And now it's saying, again, when any of these occur, and for the button, it was just button is clicked. But for databases, we actually have a couple options. And basically, again, inside a record, whatever the property is an option for a trigger. So for example, let's say when the done option is set to checked, we're going to do something. And let's say we want to add an action and we want to send a notification to and select the recipients, specific people, and we want it to be the page creator. Or in fact, let's use the person property and select the assignee person property. And so whoever this task is done by, we say the task is done and hit create. And so now essentially anytime any of these tasks are checked off, so let's check this one off here, it's then going to send a notification in Notion to the person who's been assigned, which you can see happens over here in my inbox. And now I'm getting database sent you a message that the database template page, the task is done. And that is how that automation works. So for database automations, you can select the trigger based on the properties, and when that happens, you can have something else happen. So that's database automations. Now the final one is database buttons automations. So again, I'm going to create a new property here, and I'm going to find the button option here, and this is a database button, and so I can change the label of the button. So we have the actual property name, database button, but if I wanted to change the database button label, so let's just call it click me, it's now got a different name to the actual property name. We can edit this property, and so again, when any of these occurs is button is clicked, because there's only one option for the trigger. But for doing things, it's all of the options we had for the database automation. So again, if we wanted to say that when the button is clicked, we're going to change the due date to today, and also we're going to select done is checked. And let's actually change this to complete. And so this might be a database that we have, a database button that we have that allows us to do two things at once. So instead of saying that this thing has been checked and making sure that it was the due date today, we could say, for example, this thing is on July 18th and it's currently unchecked. But if I hit complete, you'll now see it changes the due date to today, and it also completes it. So it's doing two things at once. And that's one example of a database button. So in our final example here, let's update our projects and tasks database to include one example of each of these two features. So first of all, for the projects, I want to add a formula. And here's a formula I often create for my clients. So first of all, they may have a services database somewhere. So let's create a services database here and hit the table option and new table. And this might just be a list of all of their different services. And one thing that they might have here is the price of the service. So if it's a standard service, they have the price. So for example, let's say it's website development, and this is always for the price of, let's say, $3,000. And we can adjust this number property here, edit the property, and we're gonna call this US dollar. So we've got the price of this services. And what we can also do in the projects database is have a relation to the services. So relation, find the services database here, add the relation. We don't need it to be a two-way relation for the time being. And let's even give it a cart emoji, like so. So now in this projects database, as well as having the target deadline, the project owner, the progress of the project, we can also see what services this project is completing for the client. And so let's add for the time being that this project A is completing website development. So a formula that we can add here is basically going to take the information from that relation and do a sum of how much the cost of the services. So essentially, if I come here and I am going to do a formula, and I'm going to do current value as the title, and I'm going to hit edit. Now using Notion's formulas 2.0, we can add a formula in here that's going to do something quite cool. So I'm going to map a property like you can with a roll up, and I'm going to choose the tasks, and I'm going to do current. Sorry, we're not mapping the tasks. Let's map the services, do current, full stop, price, brackets, and then let's do a sum of that and hit done. And we're going to make this property a US dollar. So now we can see that the website services, because we've assigned website dev, the current value of this project is $3,000. And if we were to add another one here, let's say Google Ads management as a service, and let's say this was 2,000 here. And if we come back to the project and we also add this as a relation to Google Ads management, we can now see the current value for this this particular client who's having both the website development and Google Ads as a services is $5,000. And so this can be a really helpful way of tracking the value of each of your clients. And if you were using Notion as a CRM as well, you can also see the different values at the different stages. So that's one thing you can do. Another thing we can do is database automations. And I'm going to add a property here that's called statuses. And in the statuses, I'm going to add a few options for managing clients. So let's say prospect, let's say discovery call, let's say proposal. In the in progress option, so click out of that. In the in progress option, I'm going to hit onboarding. Whoops, need to make sure we hit enter. Onboarding. Let's change in progress to delivery, and let's do offboarding as an option, and then done is perfect. So now I have these different statuses. In this table option, I'm actually going to change this layout to a board view, and it's automatically done it in the statuses option, which is great. You can see that it's currently showing the groupings. It's hiding empty groups, which I don't want, and I'm just going to color these options here. So now in the properties, let's actually bring in the services, and let's also bring in the current value and the target deadline. And so now you can start to see how this gets really helpful. So for project A, let's rename this. Let's say this is for Acme Co. You can now see, for example, if we had Acme Co and they were in the discovery call stage, we can see what services they're interested in and potentially the current value. We could also use this count all option, and we could do more options, sum, and the sum of the current value. So if this project B just had website development, and at this stage we can see that the prospect is worth 3,000 in summary, if we was to move Acme code back over, we can now see we have $8,000 of potential value in the prospect stage. So that's a nice little thing there, but not what I wanted to show you. What I want to show you is database automations. So I'm going to click this database automation here. Again, I could do these 3 buttons here and select an automation here. But let's click here to create the automation, hit new automation, and I'm going to say I want some proposal tasks to be created automatically for me. So the trigger is going to be when this, when any of the pages is moved into the proposal stage, hit done, I'm going to do this thing. And the thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add pages to, I'm going to select the database, I'm going to say the task database, and I'm going to say I want the task to be create proposal and send to client. I'm going to edit the property. I want the assignee to be a particular person. It's always going to be me. And then also I want the due date to be the day that it was moved into that option, which would be today. And then also I want to make sure that the related project or the project it's within is the page that was moved into that section. So this page, and then I'm going to hit create. Now I've got this proposal tasks. You can see in this section here, we have the discovery call, and let's just delete this. At the moment, we've just got one task here, task 1 from earlier, and let's complete this. So now we've done that. Let's say we had the discovery call with the client. We then move them into proposal. Now we've done that, the database automation will run. And if we move back over, we've now got a task being automatically created for us that says create proposal and send to client. It's given today's due date, it's assigned me to it. And now all I need to do is go in here and project manage this by completing this and sending it off. And so that's another example of a database automation and how it could be useful in the context of using it for your agency. And just like that, you are an expert in Notion. So what I'm going to walk you through now are some real strategic tips specifically for service-based businesses who are looking to run their business using Notion. I'll be talking about the systems, the structure, and the mindset that makes Notion work when you have a team. To make things easy to digest, I've broken these tips down into 7 categories. They are learn, structure, permissions, building, training, working, and supercharge. Before that though, I want to kick things off by giving you the most important tips at the very start of this video. If all you did was watch this section of the video before clicking off, you would get 50% of the value that I'm about to share. And that's because these are the most essential principles that you need to bear in mind when looking to adopt Notion for your team. Tip number 1 is don't switch for 3 months. Now my guess is if you're watching this video, you're probably just dabbling in Notion and trying to work out if it's right for you and your business. But here's the truth, even as someone who is an admitted Notion lover, the tool doesn't matter. Sure, Notion is great, and I'm a big advocate for service-based businesses using Notion to run their business. But no matter how many shiny features a particular tool has, or all the different things it says it can do, none of that matters if you haven't set up your systems properly. So tools don't matter, the systems that you build inside the tools matter. So with that in mind, I'm going to give you the challenge to stick with Notion for at least 3 months before you decide to move to another software. Time and time again, when I get on calls with clients, I can see what they're looking for is a software that is going to solve all of their problems. They start with Notion, and then they might jump over to ClickUp, and then they might jump to Monday. But ultimately, if you don't give yourself enough time to actually get your team inside of the tool, get using the tool, you're never going to be successful. So there's my challenge to you. Give it 3 months, actually put some time and effort into adopting Notion, and we'll move on to the next tip. Tip number 2 is to avoid what I like to call Notion procrastination. One of Notion's biggest pros is also one of its biggest cons, and that is its customization. Once you start using Notion, you'll realize that you can really customize anything you like, almost to the nth degree. And while that's great because it allows you to build out your specific processes into the tool, it also means that many founders and many team members fall into the Notion procrastination trap. That is simply that they waste more time building in Notion rather than getting their actual work done. Now later in this video, I'm going to give you some tips on actually building out your Notion workspace and how to do this as quickly and as effectively as possible. So whilst at the start you will want to dedicate some time to building your Notion, what I want you to bear in mind is throughout your journey with Notion, try not to let it procrastinate you from actually doing your real work. which is what it's meant to help you do in the first place. Tip number 3 is making a distinction between the Notion admin and the Notion user. Now, what do I mean by this? Well, following on from the previous tip, a problem I also find with teams adopting Notion is that the wider team also experience Notion procrastination, and they begin building out very specific dashboards or setups that they're going to use in either their department or even just specifically for their work. But what ends up happening is you have different silos of teams or team members who have very specific ways of using Notion, and then the overall workspace becomes messy and chaotic. So that's why I think everyone should make a distinction between who is going to be the Notion admin or admins, i.e. the people who are in charge of actually building inside of Notion, and who is going to be a Notion user, someone who just goes in the workspace to get work done and they're not building anything. The Notion admin might be you, the founder. It might also be someone else on your team who is one of your Notion champions, someone who knows the tool well. So it can be a couple people, but the main thing is that you have someone who has been identified as the person who is responsible for building up setups, so that your rest of the team doesn't run away wasting time building their own, or worse, making your workspace a complete mess because of the work they've done. Tip number 4 is that using Notion as a team is all about training, and more training. Everyone wants the most beautiful laid out dashboard, and I get that is important. But even if you have the most beautiful setup, if no one knows how to use it, it's completely pointless. And that's why at the start of this video, I want to embed into your head that training your team on using Notion is the number 1 priority that you have if you want a successful adoption. We'll be talking about what successful training looks like, but again, all I want to remind you from this point is that it's all about training, and more training. So before you can start building out your business's perfect setup inside of Notion, of course, you're going to have to learn how to use and build in Notion. Because of its customization, the app can be slightly overwhelming. So I want to give you some tips on how to fast track your learning. Tip number 5 is to take the Notion Essentials course. Yes, I'm sorry, this is a plug from my own course, but I really do believe that it is the best training out there when it comes to learning how to use Notion for service-based businesses. As you can see, the course is made of 3 modules here and has a ton of lessons inside, and it's been purpose-built to be able to be completed within 1 day. The bulk of this course is in the Practicing Notion module, and the reason I called it that is because we have a dedicated lesson on one of the features inside of Notion. Then we asked you to go away and actually build something out in your own Notion workspace based on a task or a question we've given you. And then in the following lesson, we follow up on that and see if you did it correctly. I really believe this is the key to learning how to use Notion, is by learning by building. And so we have put this thought or this principle straight into the course. You can also use Notion Essentials as your go-to resource when you're trying to get the wider team to learn how to use Notion. Because they'll be able to complete it within a day, it's a nice low friction option to get them up to speed very quickly. Tip number 2 is to learn the advanced parts of Notion. On this YouTube channel, of course, I have a ton of videos about Notion and particularly some of its more advanced features. One video that might be helpful at this point is watching my build an agency system from scratch, where I walk through step by step how I would build an agency system so you can follow along. I'd also recommend taking a look at Thomas Frank Explains channel. He has an entire channel dedicated to Notion and particularly some of its more advanced features. Tip number 7 is to, again, make a distinction of who needs to learn what. And what I mean by this is, as we identified earlier, we'll have some Notion admin who are in charge of building, and then we'll have the Notion users who are just using the workspace. And so the Notion users can go ahead and use the Notion Essentials course and just learn the basics when it comes to Notion. And it's only the Notion admin who should be looking at the more advanced features and spending their time learning that. So it might just be yourself that is learning the advanced features, or if there's someone else in your team who's going to also be on your Notion admin team, they should also dedicate some time to it as well. Most people open Notion and just start building, But without the proper structure in place, that is a recipe for disaster. In this next set of tips, I want to show you what a good structure for a business inside of Notion actually looks like. That way you'll know what to build and how to build it. So tip number 8 is to understand the Notion hierarchy. Now, some people may disagree that there is a hierarchy in Notion because everything is so custom. But if we look at it at a fundamental level, you actually notice that there are 3 levels of hierarchy to any Notion workspace. So the first level of the hierarchy here is our team spaces. As you can see, we have a few that we're going to run through in a second, but as just one example, we have this delivery team space. The next level of the hierarchy then is databases. And as you can see, we have this clients projects database. And it has multiple different views, but this is the next level of that hierarchy. And the final level are the actual database pages that live within this database. So each row of this database represents a different client project, and this is actually being grouped by different companies. So Acme Co currently has 3 projects with us. And as an example, we have a web design project that we're doing with them, and we have all the information about this particular project inside of this database page. In some cases, you could also argue that there is a 4th level to this hierarchy, and that is that if we have any related databases within a database, so for example, we have a related task database and it is grouping only tasks that are to do with this particular web design project, then it lives here. And so we could argue that that is a 4th level to the hierarchy. Ultimately, just having this hierarchy in your head makes it a bit easier when you're thinking about the structure and organization of your workspace. Tip 9 is to use my 4 recommended team spaces. And as you can see, these are the general team space, which everyone would have access to. And then we have 3 team spaces for the overall 3 functions in any business. So we have growth, which is going to house things for marketing, so content, maybe ads you're running, and then for sales, so the deals or opportunities that you're trying to close. In the delivery team space, we're going to have anything to do with delivery. So for most people, this would just be client projects. And then finally, stabilization. This is anything that is going to help you actually run the business, the day-to-day maintenance of the business. So this can be things like hiring, this can be team management, and things like finances. When most people get into Notion, they typically make a dedicated team space for each of their departments. And so it's not always necessary to have a dedicated team space per department. The main thing that team spaces do are allow you to control access a bit easier. So you can see if I come to team space settings, I can say who has access to this growth team space. So of course, if you do have specific teams and you don't want them seeing other teams' work, you can create these separate team spaces. But I found just having these 4 team spaces is a nice way to group things and also keeps your sidebar to a minimum. Tip number 10 is to use my 3 recommended databases. When you're just starting out, it can seem overwhelming seeing everyone's setups that seem very complicated and vast. But you can actually get 90% of what you need done inside of Notion using just 3 databases. As you can see here on my main company dashboard, those 3 databases are a projects database, a task database, and a docs database. The tasks and the docs databases are related to the project database, and so we can essentially organize our tasks and our docs per project. Within this project database, you can manage multiple types of projects. You might have client projects, you might have your deals, you might have content projects, and then you're just sharing the different tasks and docs to do with those projects. This simple setup can get you quite far for a long time. And as we'll explain in the next tip, you'll only need to introduce more databases when you have particular use cases. So tip number 11 is knowing when to introduce new databases. As we spoke about in the previous tip, when you're just getting started, you might only need one projects database where you're going to group all of your different tasks and documents. But as you get more advanced, you might want to create a different project database for the different types of projects that you run. As you can see here in our example, we have a database for our project initiatives, the projects that we're actually doing each quarter to drive towards our goals. We have a separate one for our content, so the different types of YouTube videos, LinkedIn posts, newsletters that we're doing. We have one for our deals or our opportunities, clients we're trying to land. We have one for our clients, our active client projects, one for people we're looking to hire into the team, and then finally for our actual active team members. And for example, we might have someone named Sally, and we have all of the different tasks that Sally might need to do for us, or that we're doing to basically manage her on the team. The reason why we might start using separate databases for these types of projects is that it allows us to be a bit more specific about the properties that we have inside of those project databases. So as an example, inside the content projects database, filming the video I'm filming right now, you can see I have a status property that is very specific to content. So it's showing things like scripting, recording, editing. We have a publish date property. We have a video folder property that links to the actual video folder, a place to pop our thumbnails inside. And then when we jump over to a page inside of our deals database, the properties massively differ. So we have a status property that has different statuses. So this is the statuses we're going to go through as we're trying to land the client. So when we've booked a discovery call, when we've sent a proposal, when we're nurturing a client or a lead, I should say. We have information on the actual contact, who it is, what their email is. We also have some additional properties here about the company, the expected close date, the services, the expected deal amount. And so basically we have different properties for the different types of projects that if we were to put all in one database, it would get very overcrowded very quickly. So as a summary for these last two tips, when you're just getting started, you can use the basic database structure of having a projects, tasks, and docs database. But as you start using Notion more frequently and have specific use cases for your projects, you can introduce new project databases that have their own specific properties. This is how you can build a Notion workspace over time for exactly what you need. And it's also how you can know what databases you need to introduce by having this initial structure in mind. Tip number 12 is to use a deliverable and then task structure for your task database. So as an example, we have this web design project and we have all of the different tasks that need to get done. But as you can see, we're making use of Notion's subtask feature or sub items feature. And so for some of these tasks, they actually represent an overall deliverable that needs to be completed. So we have create website strategy that needs to be done by April 15th. But obviously creating the overall website strategy is something that is quite a big task and can't be completed just by one person in one sitting. And so we then break this task down by all of its individual subtasks that may be completed by multiple people. As another example, inside of this content creation project, we have a couple tasks, and then we also have two deliverables, which are the pieces of content we need to produce. So one is a blog post, and the due date for this overall deliverable now becomes the publish date. So on May 21st, we need to publish this blog post. And then again, using the sub items, we have all of the different tasks or subtasks that need to be completed and the date that they need to be completed on, so that we have enough time to actually get this thing done before the publish date. What's cool about having this set up in this way as well is we also have some separate views just for the deliverables. So we can create a deliverables calendar to see the YouTube video when that needs to go out, when the blog post is going to go out. We can also create a deliverables board so we can see what each stage of the overall deliverable is in. And then of course we can click into any of these deliverables and see the actual subtasks that need to get done. Having this simple deliverable and then task or subtask structure means that we're able to keep all the information about the work that's being done in this one overall task. And it also means that we are able to be very specific about creating simpler tasks that get done by one person on one day, rather than having a huge overall parent task of complete blog post that multiple people are doing and that we're not able to actually track the overall progress or status updates of that deliverable. Tip number 13 is to make use of Notion tabs. Before tabs, when we wanted to set up a project page like we've seen previously, we used to have to make use of linked databases. So you can see here, we have a linked database of our task database and of our docs database. And we're actually making use of a database template to achieve this that basically allows us to have this come in preloaded with all of the different filters. But there were two main issues with having this setup. The first is, because these are just templates, they're not things that are universally applied. If I was to make an update to the master template, so for example, if I came in here and decided that I wanted another view inside of the task database for whatever reason, and whatever that view did, it wouldn't necessarily mean that all of the other templates that are currently active or that have been applied would automatically update. And so the rest of the client projects would be outdated with an old setup. The second issue is that this setup is a lot easier for the wider team to disrupt and destroy. So for example, it'd be very easy for someone to come in here and accidentally delete a view, or it might be that they add their own view that's something very specific to them that doesn't actually make sense in the context of the build. Or they could even delete the overall view itself, and so we have that missing from this page. Notion tabs allows us to avoid both of these issues. So if I wanted to customize a layout for this particular setup, and let's say I just added another duplicate of the docs tab, and I apply this to all pages, now I have it both in this content creation setup, and I also now have it inside of this web design setup as well. So it's applied across all of my different client project databases. What's great as well is to edit any of the information. For example, here and here, I'm not able to move the columns. I'm not able to delete any of the views. If I need to do anything, I have to come to this customize layer option, which is just a little bit more friction for your team to actually start messing around with your setups. And so everything is just locked down and a bit more secure. Tip number 14 is to create a set of client project automations. Now you can create as many different database automations as you like in Notion, but again, just like my 3 recommended databases, these set of automations in your client project database are going to be the biggest impact in your business. So as you can see in my client database, if I come to the Thunderbolt icon, I can access all the automations, and I currently have 3 set up. But the main structure is that I have one for my overall general onboarding. And so whenever the status is set to planning and we have the services contains onboarding, all of my general onboarding for my client onboarding is sent to the task database and related to the client project. And then I also have a separate automation for each of the different service lines or offerings that I have. So for example, I have one for web design, which I can see all of the tasks being populated here. And also I have one for content creation with all of the tasks like so. So if I was to create a new client project, just as an example, I can add all the information in here. And then once I've added all that information, I can set this to planning. And as you can see inside of the example project, that's populated the 2 tasks that I need to do. I've got a dedicated video on how to set up these automations, so definitely check that out. But in this tip, I just wanted to show you that this is possible in Notion, and you'll most likely get the biggest impact by doing this for your client project database. Tip number 3 is to create my 3 recommended dashboards. A bit like when we spoke about the different databases that you can create, there is an unlimited amount of opportunities that you have to create different dashboards in your Notion workspace. But I see that there are only 3 fundamental dashboards that you need to get your work done. The first dashboard is your business OS. And this is essentially where you store all of your company information, documentation, goals, all in one spot. So you can see here, we have things like a wiki, we have your meetings, we have roles, services, KPIs. So all of this information can live in one page, which acts as your operating system. The second dashboard, which we've already seen, is the everything page or your business dashboard. And so we have a link to all of the information that you might want to see all in one spot for easy navigation. So for example, we have the information from the business OS that we can look through here. We also have all of the different projects that we've already seen that are compiled together here in a nice clickable linked view. We also have the task database and seeing all the different tasks from across the workspace in one view. we have the docs database, and we have all the different docs databases put together. And then finally, we have the timesheets database. So this one dashboard allows you to see everything from a bird's eye view. And then the final dashboard, and something most people miss out, is giving everyone in your team a My Home dashboard that lives in their private section. So you can see this is My Home, and these are just showing me all of the tasks from the task database that have been assigned to me. So I can see the things to do, I can see anything that is due today, I can see this on a calendar view, and I can see the things that have been done. I can also customize these different views to the way I like to see things. And so now each person has just one spot they can go to see the things they need to get done. When I've shown people the My Home page in the past, they often ask me why I don't use Notion's native homepage, which inside of it has this My Tasks view, which you can actually open into a full page, and does something very similar where it shows you all the tasks that just you have been assigned in one spot. But there are a couple of reasons why I don't like to use the home page. First of all, it's not available on Notion's mobile app. So if you're out and about doing work, you won't be able to quickly reference it. Secondly, you are only limited to this one view. So I've only got this My Task view. I can't create multiple views like I do have in my Home page, which has a today view, a calendar view, and as many different views as I would like to create. You're also limited by the number of properties you're allowed to show, because the idea of the My Tasks view is it actually can congregate multiple tasks from different task database. Now with the setup that I recommend, you only have one central task database. So this isn't necessarily a helpful thing. And so you can see from the properties, I'm only able to bring in the due date, the status, and the assignee. Whereas on the My Home page, I can bring in information about the start and stop points. If I really wanted to, I could bring in the SOP, so the related SOP, or any other properties that I like to see. Tip number 16 is to create a version of recurring tasks in Notion. Now, at the moment, Notion doesn't have a native solution to having recurring tasks inside of their databases, but I have a dedicated video that you can check out that shows you how to create recurring tasks using database automations. As an example, in our task database, we have this recurring view and we have these recurring properties. So to submit the tax report, we want this to happen once a year. And so we can say the due date is today and that the next due date will be this time next year. And using a database automation, once I mark this off as complete, like so, the database automation will trigger, and now you can see that a new task has been created, again to submit the tax report, and now it's been set to this time next year, and then the next due date is this time in 2 years. And so now we have this recurring task feature built into Notion. Having recurring tasks is really important because it's the one thing that will actually help your team to create routines and rituals in your business for the day-to-day running of your operations. Tip number 17 is to store all of your databases in a back-end page. In our business OS, you can see over here, we have this back-end page. And within this page, we have all of the different databases that we are using in one spot. Having all our databases in one page, first of all, makes it a lot easier to manage access to the different databases, as well as just knowing which databases are currently inside this workspace. But second of all, it allows us to create these types of dashboards without having the clutter of having multiple databases on the page or having to store them underneath the page. So for example, in the spot where we had our projects and they're all congregated into this simple view, we're only able to do that because the original databases are tucked away safely elsewhere. Tip number 18 is to include a nav bar at the top of each of your main pages. So as you can see on each of our different pages, we have this nav bar here, we have it here, we have it in this everything page. If I go over to the deals page, we'll have it here as well. And within each of these nav bars, we have on the left-hand side some quick action buttons, and then on the right-hand side, some quick links. The purpose of this nav bar is to make using Notion easier for your team so that they can capture things like tasks nice and quickly using this button, and they can navigate around the workspace using the quick links here and jump to pages like so. Making using the workspace as frictionless as possible is going to be the thing that is actually going to encourage your team to adopt Notion. When it comes to using Notion as a team, permissions is one of, if not the most important aspect to a workspace. You want your team to have access to what they need and not have access to things you want to keep hidden. So let's dive into some tips that make divvying out permissions a little bit easier. Tip 19 is to make use of groups. When you come to Notion settings and to the members section here, they have a tab called groups. And what this does is it basically allows you to group members of your workspace together into different categories. So as you can see, for example, I have this growth group, and within this particular group, I have myself, John, and Kelly that make it up. What this then allows you to do is if I wanted to share this web design project with those group of people, instead of having to invite them all on an individual basis, I can just search for that growth group from earlier, check them, give them full access, and then invite them to this page. Now, although that saves some time, the biggest time saver with using groups is it also allows you to decide what the permissions are to your workspace ahead of time. So when you have someone join your team for the first time, you can invite them to that group, and then they're going to get access to all of the different databases and pages that you've already decided that group should have access to. As you can see for my groups, I've used the different main functions that we had for our team spaces. So one for growth, one for delivery, and one for stabilization. Then I've also made a fourth group for Notion admin, the people that should have access to absolutely everything in your workspace, as they are the ones in charge of managing it. Tip 20 is to use team spaces to divvy out permissions. So now we have our groups, we can come to, for example, the growth team space, go to team space settings, and then within the members section here, instead of inviting individual members, we can say that we want anyone in the growth team space to be present in this team space. And so now forever on, if I add someone to the growth group, they're also going to be invited to the growth team space. Tip 21 is to use can edit content access. Now this access level is specific to the databases. So for example, if I was to go to our task database, you can see if I come to share, and I'll just use myself as an example, one of the options I have here that I don't have on just simple pages is can edit content. And as it says, it allows people to edit the content, but it doesn't allow them to edit the database's views or structure. So as an example, if someone had this access level, they wouldn't be able to come to this start property and choose to delete it, or choose to edit the automation or change the type to something else. And so my suggestion to you is to have can edit content for anyone who is a Notion user and apply it to all of the different databases that you have in your back end page. This is going to avoid people from deleting database properties that you have created, but it's also going to enforce the principle of not allowing Notion users to build in Notion. With this access level, they're not going to be able to create new properties in your databases. And again, this can be really helpful because I've always seen that in bigger teams, when you allow them to create properties, new properties crop up willy-nilly and your workspace becomes chaotic. So now you've set up your groups, you've applied your permissions to your team spaces, and you've also given all your database can edit content access. Tip 22 is now to apply access at the database level. So although you may have given someone access to the growth team space, that doesn't necessarily mean they have access to the databases that live within the pages themselves. And that's because, again, all of the pages currently live within the back end page. So you'll want to come to wherever your deals databases are, or any of the databases that live in that team space, and just make sure that you have given that group that access level. So I'd come to this deal projects and make sure I have given growth access to this database. Now we compare this tip with the previous tip and actually make sure that we give each of the groups can edit content access. And now this also means that whenever you invite someone with that group, not only are they getting access to the right team space and they're getting access to the right database, they're also getting access to that database just with can edit content access. By the way, if you're getting value from this video, please do give it a like and consider subscribing to the channel for more. Thanks very much. All right, now that you've got the structure, it's time for the fun bit and to start building your Notion workspace. This section is all about speed. We're going to talk about how you can build your workspace as quickly and as efficiently as possible. And with that in mind, tip 23 is to announce that you're building your Notion workspace to your wider team. If you've committed yourself to using Notion and you intend to have your team join you, the most important thing is to get buy-in from your team as early as possible. Whether they admit it or not, everyone hates change. And so if you just throw your team into Notion the day that it's ready without any initial warning, it's likely that they're going to feel overwhelmed and potentially reject it. So now is a great opportunity to announce to the team that you are going to be using Notion and to get them ready and even excited to be in the workspace. Tip 24 is to choose the right plan for your business. Now, if you haven't already signed up for a plan with Notion, you can use the link down below in the description. And in doing so, I'll get a bit of kickback. So I really do appreciate that. But you want to come to this website, which is going to explain exactly what you get with each of the different plans. As you can see at the time of recording this, Notion recommends their business plan here. But I've found for most small teams, a plus plan is all you really need. I'd say the two biggest differences between the plus plan and the business plan is, first of all, with the plus plan, you get a limited number of guests. You get 100 guests, which means when you invite someone to a single page and you don't pay for their membership. And on the business plan, you get 250 guests. So you get 150 more guests. Most of the time, you'll be using this guest feature when you're inviting contractors that aren't full-time team members. And in most cases, you don't have more than 100 guests that you need. Another use case you might be using this is if you're working with clients and you're wanting to make a client portal natively inside of Notion. But again, at any given time, you don't normally have more than 100 clients. The second difference between these two plans, again, at the time of recording this, is that with the business plan, you're going to be getting Notion AI included, whereas with the plus plan, it's not included. And so with Notion AI, you're going to be able to use the chat feature as well as Notion's new AI meetings recorder. Of course, there are a few more additional features that Notion have decided to lock behind this business plan. So you'll want to take a look at the website linked down below in the description to double check what's right for your team. Tip 25 is to only build what's needed. If you're planning to build your Notion workspace on your own, i.e. you're not going to be using a Notion template or hiring a Notion consultant, then I would urge you to only build things as you need them. It can be easy to get carried away and think of all the different use cases and contexts that you might need something in Notion, but unless you're actually going to be using it every single day, don't bother building it right now. The reason for this is that you want your team to actually use what you build, and so the less you give them, the less overwhelm they have, and the more likely they are to pick it up. Once you're all inside of Notion and using it every single day, sure, if you find another context that would be helpful to have, build it. Contrary to that though, tip 26 is if you're looking for a template, I'm going to again plug one of my own products, which is Agency HQ. This is the template that I designed specifically for service-based businesses and has been used and trusted by over 500 different businesses. It gives you an entirely pre-built setup with a way to manage your clients, your tasks, your content, your leads, and even your team in terms of hiring and management. In fact, it's the setup that you've seen parts of inside of this very video. Now, with that being said, I still encourage you to only use what you need instead of only building what you need. And in fact, inside of the Agency HQ course, we talk about this very topic, and I encourage all of my customers to tuck away the pages they're not going to use right now and only use a small number of them to begin with. That being said, if you do want to build your workspace yourself, tip 27 is to use Notion's built-in templates to get you started. As we spoke about earlier in the video, when you're getting started, I believe there's only 3 main databases that you need. That was the projects, tasks, and docs database. And using Notion's built-in templates, we can produce these really quickly for ourselves. So if I come down to templates here, and in the search, I'm just going to search for projects and tasks. And it's this one here, and all I have to do is click add again, and I'm going to add it to my private section. And now just with a click of a button, I have a projects and tasks set up here inside of this page. And most importantly, if I come to my projects, I can see that they have actually been related to my tasks. And so I have that initial level of hierarchy where I can group things within projects. If I come to templates again, I can also search for a docs database. I can grab this one here. I can decide to add it to my workspace in the private section. And now I have a doc setup ready to go. The only thing I would need to do for this particular one is add a new property and relate it to the projects database using a two-way relation. And now I have everything connected together with those three databases. Now, of course, you'll probably want to go through these databases and customize some of the properties and the views and the overall setup, but this gives you a great jumping off point to get things done quickly. I've got a dedicated video where I walk through step by step how I would make this setup using these Notion native templates, which you can check out as well. Tip 28 is to make use of the master views of databases. So what exactly do I mean by this? Well, earlier in the video, I spoke about how you might like to put all of your databases in a back-end page, as it makes it a little bit easier to manage the databases themselves. With that in mind then, when you're wanting to build out a dashboard, so for example, if I wanted to create another everything company dashboard, I'm going to be making use of linked views of databases. So for example, if I wanted to have a section for the projects database, I'm going to do the / command and type out linked, get a linked view of the database, and then I'm going to find my projects database. Now, what's interesting is that when I go to create a new view of this database, I have the views on the projects database from the original database. So I can basically choose from the original database what views I want. These are called the master views, and I can click them to create them. But if I didn't have any of those master views, or if they weren't particularly useful for me, when I come to create a new linked view as I'm building out different dashboards, then I'll have to create a new table view, and I'll have to basically go through the process of building that view from scratch. And so though your databases are tucked away in this back end page, make sure that you still make these master views that you're probably going to be using again and again as you're building, so that you can speed up your building time and only build them once. And tip 29 is to use database load limits. So when we are creating these master views, something that we want to remember to do is come to the settings and come to layout. And then in this load limit, we want to make sure that we give it a load limit of something around 25 to 50. If we have a load limit of 100, this basically means that your responsiveness inside of Notion will slow down as there's more pages for the workspace to load. And just having a smaller load limit makes things load a lot quicker. So now it's finally time for training, and more training. As you'll soon find out, building your Notion workspace is actually the easy part. Getting your team to use it is what is truly difficult. So let's cover some tips and tricks when it comes to bringing your team into Notion. So tip 30 is to have a start here page. And as you can see in my own workspace, the very first page that a new member would land on is our business OS. And at the very top of this page, there's a welcome message that says, "Welcome, please go to start here to get started." And when they click through to this page, they have a video which is basically welcoming them to the workspace and what they could expect. And then they also have this management project, which I'll talk about in the following tip. But the main thing here is having an infrastructure for whenever someone joins your Notion workspace, they have an immediate port of call of what they should do first. So we remove that sense of overwhelm and they actually have something to welcome them into the workspace. Tip 31 then is to have a onboarding checklist for your employee to either onboard them generally into your business, but also to onboard them onto the Notion workspace. And again, when we come over to our start here page, you can see we have that welcome video. And then the second thing we have is a management project. This is essentially one of our project types, and it is where we house all of the different tasks and information that we need to help manage a person. So you can see I have myself here, and when I open it up, I have a task list that acts as a kind of onboarding checklist, and it can have onboarding items for if you actually have someone joining your team for the first time. So for example, having a one-to-one with the manager. But what you can also have is onboarding items for being onboarded onto Notion. So as an example, we have complete the Notion Essentials course. We can see when we need to do it, who needs to do it, and also any details or wiki items. So for this example, it's saying, go to the Workflow Lab membership site, log in using your company email, and then you can go through the course. We also have, for example, watch the agency HQ overview, which is the overview of the overall template. And then we have a link to the wiki item, which we can click through and watch the video. Your onboarding checklist doesn't necessarily have to be as fancy as the one we have inside the agency HQ template. The main thing is that you have one place that new members to the workspace can go to, where they can be welcomed into the workspace and also know what the very next step they need to take is. So when your team is going through their onboarding checklist, tip 32 is to have a resource that is going to act as a beginner course to Notion. Again, I'm going to plug Notion Essentials here because that's exactly what it's been designed to do. But the most important thing is that you have at least one resource that is your go-to resource for training your team with Notion. Without your team getting the fundamentals of Notion down, they're never going to feel confident enough to become a productive participant in your workspace. And so this step or this tip is crucial. Tip 33 is to create page guides for each of the major pages inside your Notion workspace. So we already saw an example of this inside our onboarding checklist. We have a watch the agency HQ overview. And then when we come to the wiki item and click through it, you can see essentially this is a SOP or a reference guide in our wiki database. And it's a video that gives an overview of the overall workspace. But we don't just put these inside of the onboarding checklist. We actually have one of these guides at the top of page of every one of our major pages. So you can see in our business OS, when we open up that nav bar we created, we have a button that says page guide. And when we open it, it's going to open up a page guide for this particular page with the video. If I come to the content page, and I open up this nav bar, you'll see I've got a page guide. And again, it's that video dedicated to this particular page and how to use it. All of these guides actually live inside of our wiki database here. But the most important thing is that we've made sure that they actually also can be referenced from within the page themselves using this nav bar. So whenever someone is walking around or navigating around your workspace, if they feel confused at all they have to do is come to the page guide here, nice and easily, and remind themselves of how to use the page. In the same light, tip 34, 35, and 36 is to make use of Notion's view descriptions, property descriptions, and select option descriptions. So when you're building out your workspace, Notion has the option to create these different types of descriptions or documentation built into your design. So for example, here on our clients page, in our view at the top here, you can see we have by company. And then underneath it says active client projects grouped by company. And the way we create this is when we're creating the view, we can come to the view settings, we can come to this little information icon, and it's going to allow us to add as much information as we like. On the properties themselves, we can also do this. So if we come to this status property and come to the icon, you'll see it says track the status of this client project. Some statuses trigger automations, hover over each option to see what it does. And again, the way we did this is right clicking, coming to the information icon and adding the information here. And then finally, within the statuses themselves, you can see if I come to planning, I can see that this information tag says, use this status to trigger any of the database automations. And again, the way I did this was by coming to edit property, and then within the actual status itself, I can choose this to create the information. All of these last 4 tips is about making it as frictionless and easy as possible for your team to use and understand your workspace, so that while they're actually in the context of whatever they're doing, they know close by there's some more additional information or lessons about how to use the thing. And tip 37 is to create a Notion help center. Again, in our business OS, in the resources section, next to the start here page, we also have a Notion help page. And basically inside this page, we congregate all of the information about using Notion in one spot, so that if someone feels like they want to learn everything at once, or if they can't find exactly where that guide came from, they can come to this spot and know it's here. At the top, we have a link to the Notion Essentials course, so they can go ahead and take that. And then below we have a linked view of the wikis database, but we're filtering just the things that have Notion as a software attached. So of course, this is going to show us all the different guides we have. For example, the team page guide with the video to it here. But what we also have is any other SOPs or processes that use Notion that might not specifically be a guide that we've created. also being shown here. So for example, we have a client onboarding automation that makes use of Notion that we've documented. So if we want to remind ourselves how that's being used, we could come here and open that up as well. Again, the focus is making this as easy and even enjoyable for your team to use, so they never feel lost when they're using your workspace. So you've built your Notion workspace, you've got your team trained and ready. Now let's talk about the day-to-day work. These next set of tips are dedicated to the habits that you and your team should try to form to make working inside of Notion easy and enjoyable. So tip 38 is to calibrate your personal settings. You can do that by coming to your sidebar and clicking settings. And then from here, the first thing that you want to make sure you do and your team does is come to account and upload a photo. And then also make sure that the preferred name is correct, as during the signing up option, sometimes you'll find that your name might say something like this. So just basically renaming it to something that's a bit more accurate. The reason this is important is that very photo and name is used in the assignee property or the person property. So for example, if we come to the task database, you can see that I've been assigned Sam Bird with my correct photo, these tasks, and John Smith has been assigned these. And so basically having this be accurate and a proper representation of who the person is just makes it easier when people are looking through who owns what. The second thing you might like to do is come to the preferences and under appearances, choosing whether you want to have Notion in light or have it in dark mode, which looks something like this. Or you can even put it to system settings, which will basically make it light or dark depending on the time of day. There are a few more settings you may want to tweak, but the last and most important one is your notifications. I recommend that first of all, everyone toggles off page updates and workspace digests in the email notification section. I found when you have them on, you just get a herd of emails that are not necessary. And so to avoid that, you can toggle these off. And as well, if you're inside of Notion every day anyway, might also want to toggle off activity in your workspace because you'll be seeing these notifications in your inbox. Tip 39 is to have a start of the day routine inside of Notion. This is something we teach inside of the Notion Essentials course, but here's part of that routine. So for example, when you first land inside of Notion, the first thing you should do is come to your inbox and check your inbox. Now, depending on the notification, you'll do different actions based on them. So for example, the first one I have here is a notification from my editor, and he's basically just saying that he's glad that the video did well. So there's nothing I really need to do. I might reply with a quick thumbs up, but I can leave this notification, and all I want to do is basically archive this from my inbox. The second notification I have here is from my project manager and my thumbnail designer. And basically I've had some thumbnails that have been sent through, and they're both asking me for my approval. This is something I can do fairly quickly within 2 minutes or less. So I may just give my comments saying that I like it, it's approved. I can comment that off, and then again, I can come to my inbox and I would archive this so it's cleared. And then the final notification I have again is from my editor, and they found something in my script where they would like me to find some photos or some B-roll that they need. Now this is actually a longer task. It's going to take me 2 minutes, more than 2 minutes to create this. And so instead of keeping this in my inbox, what I'm going to do is come to my homepage. And then within my today view, I'm going to drop a task in here, which is going to say, create visuals for video editor. And then once I've done that, I can also come back up to my inbox and clear it away, because I now know I have that task in my task database. Once I've cleared my inbox, the second thing I'm going to do is come over to my homepage and check through the tasks that I have. So the first thing I like to do is basically look at all of the tasks that I have been assigned, even the tasks that I might have coming up in the future, and basically check if there's anything that I'm being blocked on by someone else, so I can get them to either get that done for me before I actually have to get the task done. So for example, on the 15th of August, I have host onboarding call, but perhaps I haven't had the slides sent to me by my project manager. So I could say that to my project manager, please send the slides for this, and comment that on the task, and hopefully that will be cleared before the time I actually have to do the task. The second thing I'm going to do is come to my today view, and inside here I have a grouping which basically shows the things that are due today and anything that I might be late on. And so what I might like to do on here is if I have something that's late that someone else is depending on for me, so I'm blocking them, I might come in here and just add a comment inside of this page body and explain why this task is late and when I intend to get it done. So here again, I might say to Rachel, I couldn't get these done, but it's going to prioritize today. So now Rachel's got an update about that. And then the final thing I'm going to do is look at my today view, the tasks that are actually due today, and just make sure I have enough time to get all of them done. If I don't have enough time, again, I'm going to leave a comment for anyone that might need updates on that, just to basically give them an update that I'm not gonna be able to get this done today, but I'll be doing it tomorrow or the following day. Tip 40 is to communicate where the work gets done. And you've already seen me do this as I was going through my start of the day ritual. But the idea is to get into the habit of using Notion's chat feature to comment on things inside of the tasks, projects, or docs where the information actually lives. When I often recommend this, I get some pushback by people. But let me walk you through the two different scenarios at hand. Scenario one is shooting a message in Slack, maybe saying something like how we getting on with projects XYZ. Although this is quick for the sender to do, for the recipient it's really slow. First of all, they may have to go back over to Notion and look at the projects to get context for themselves. Then over on Slack, they're going to have to draw out all of that context in a long message. And finally, they may have to give continual updates as things change within the project itself. Scenario two is if that sender first went into Notion and took the time to find the information. So for example, going to the project inside of Notion and then dropping that comment. What that then does is for the recipient, they have all of the context there ready for them. And so they don't have to spell it out. They can just give direct reply. This is definitely the tip that is the hardest to implement in your team. But trust me when I say, if you can get your team to start communicating inside of Notion where the work gets done, it's going to speed up everything. Tip 41 is to have the rule that there can only be one assignee per task. As you can see throughout our task database, we only ever have one person being assigned to one task. And the reason for this is simple. If more than one person owns a task, no one has ownership over that task. So by breaking down your tasks into things that need to be completed by one person, and preferably in one sitting, it means that they have total ownership over what needs to get done. If you like, you can even be very strict about this and come to the property itself, and within the limit, you can set the limit to one person, so not even two people can be added just by design. So now let's jump into some tips that's going to make working inside of Notion a bit more efficient. And tip number 42 is to use the / command. So as you might know already, whenever you want to create something within a page, whether it's formatting or building, you can use the / command for pretty much everything that you need to do. So for example, if I wanted to create a title right now, I could come down to heading 1, and then I've now got a new heading that I need nice and quickly. But if you want to become even more efficient inside of Notion, you can start to use some of the shortcuts with the / command. So instead of doing / and then pointing down to or clicking down to heading 1, I could actually do a / and then H1. And now I've got my heading, I just press enter, and now I've got a new heading already. If I wanted to make a simple to-do list, I could do / start spelling out to, and that's all I have to write, hit enter, and now I've got a to-do list. Or if I wanted a toggle list, I could do TO and then G, and now I've got a toggle list, and I can create this toggle list here. So try to get in the habit of not only using the / command, but also using the shortcuts with it to quickly start formatting your pages. Tip 43 is to use the ultimate navigation shortcut, which is the enter button and the shift back or forward button. So this becomes particularly useful when you're interacting with databases. So for example, when I open up this management project, you'll see it opens up in a side peek. But if I want this to be a full page, I can do command return, and that's going to open up this page in a full page for me nice and quickly. Now, as we've got our databases tucked within our back end page, if I was to use the breadcrumbs, it's actually going to send me back to the original database, which lives within the back-end page, which isn't particularly useful. So instead of that, whenever I come into a page, and again, I'm going to do Command Enter. If I want to come back out of that page, I can do Command back bracket, and now that's going to shoot me back. It's essentially like pressing the back option here. So when I'm navigating around Notion, I can do Command Enter. Let's say that there was a task here and I come into this task and I can do Command Enter. And now let's say I want to go all the way back to the original client page. I can do Command back bracket, and then again, Command back bracket, and now I'm back at the original page. And Command bracket again, and now I'm back to the original client's page. And what I can even do here is if I want to close out this window, instead of doing Command back bracket, I can also hit Escape, and now I'm back at the client dashboard. Tip number 44 is to use the bulk edits feature when you need to edit multiple entries within a database. So as an example, in my homepage, let's say I've gone through all of my work for the day, but I wasn't actually actively checking things off as they were done, but I have done all of these tasks within this today grouping. What I can do is hover my mouse along the left of the database till I see this checkbox, and I can either choose multiple entries like so, or I can choose all of them at once. And then using this little menu bar at the top, I can either choose the statuses and set this to done. If I wanted to find all of the properties, I could do these three dots, come to edit property and see all the different properties. But for now, let's just say I want to check these off as done. I could do it like so in one quick, easy action. Tip number 45 is to have a end of the day routine as well. So this is going to be the exact same as the start of the day ritual, but we're just going to do it in reverse. So to begin with, we're going to be in the My Home page, and I've already done some of this, but the first thing you want to do is basically check off any tasks that you've done. Then for any of the tasks that you haven't completed that you said you would get done today, again, you're going to come inside of the page and just comment in the page body to anyone that needs to know that it's overdue and when you expect to get it done. We're also going to check our overall task list. And again, if there's any tasks in here that we feel we're being blocked on or that we may need additional support on before the day comes, we can leave a comment in here as well. And then finally, we're going to come to our inbox and clear it out the exact same way, checking if there's anything that needs to be done right now, if it's something that we can just clear instantaneously, or if it's something that we need to create a task for ourselves to do in the future. All right, now that your system is up and running and you're using it day to day, let's go one step further. This section is all about how to supercharge your use of Notion using tools and features that go beyond the basics. So tip number 46 is to use Notion Calendar. And the main reason for this is Notion now has an amazing integration with the Notion Calendar, which allows you to have information from your databases inside of your calendars. So as you can see here underneath my Sandbird workspace, I have my tasks database connected and my content projects database connected. And so what I can see here on my actual calendar amongst my other events and calls is the tasks that I need to get done. For example, film this YouTube video. And I also have things like my content projects, so I can see what YouTube videos are coming out on what days. What's also great is if you're into time blocking, if you come to a week view or a today view, you can actually take the tasks that have a due date of today and drag them down onto your calendar. So right now I'm filming my YouTube video and it's going to take me probably another hour. And so I can actually go through this. And then once I'm done, I can actually click on the event itself or the database itself and select this property and say that this has been completed for today. Tip 47 is to use third-party automations like Make and Zapier. You'll only want to use this when you have a particular process that you're looking to automate, but Notion is really good with its API to connect to make this run. So here's a very simple example of this, but I have inside of Make an automation that checks for when a Notion database item in my content projects database is set to thumbnail. And when it is, it's going to create a new Google folder in my Google Drive. And then it's going to link the URL to that folder into a property inside of the project database page that basically makes that folder easily available for my editor and thumbnail designer. So as you can see for this video I'm currently recording, I have the video folder, and then if I click this link here, it's going to actually take me to the folder inside of Google Drive with the different thumbnails and then eventually the footage and the audio. Tip 48 is to use Notion's web clipper And what this small Chrome extension does, as you can see, is it allows you to take information from the web and basically save it into any database of your choosing. Inside of a business context, this can be particularly helpful if one of your team finds a resource online, whether that's something that's going to teach others how to do something, or maybe a swipe file of interesting designs. And then they can use the web clipper to basically save the page. It's going to create a database page, for example, in your docs database. It's going to link to the URL in your URL property. And then in some cases, you can actually take the page content from the website and basically get that to go inside the page itself as well. Tip number 49 is to join Notion's status website as well as their email subscription. Basically what this website is a live up-to-date report on any issues or bugs that Notion is experiencing. Most of the time Notion's great with bugs, but sometimes you will experience some in your own workspace, and so it's great to be able to come to this website and see if that is a bug that they are aware of, or if it's something that might be more specific to your workspace. If you are the Notion admin, it's helpful to be able to show this to your team and say, oh, it looks like this is a bug that's currently being experienced, but I can see from the report that they're currently working on it and hopefully it will be solved by the end of the day. And finally, tip 50 is to join the amazing Notion community online. That's whether it's on things like Reddit, on X, on LinkedIn, or if you really get into things, you might consider joining one of Notion's own communities like I am, which is things like the Notion Ambassador community. Out of all of the different SaaS products online, at this point, without argument, that Notion has one of the best communities that you can be a part of. So if you're enjoying Notion and you want to stay ahead of all the different updates and also learn from others, I strongly recommend joining the community. It's something that I've done and I've never regretted it. So now you've got 50 ways to supercharge your Notion workspace for your business. So back in 2023, I'd been offering my services as a certified Notion consultant to over 50 agencies, and I had started to notice some common setups that they all needed. I decided to take the best parts of all of those different setups and release it as a Notion template. To my surprise, the template quickly became the #1 solution for agencies inside of Notion. It was featured in Notion's official template gallery, trusted by over 400 agencies, and received a ton of heartwarming 5-star reviews. And I think the reason it was so loved is that it finally allowed agencies to manage the majority of their operations in one place, and it struck the balance between being simple yet powerful. Well, fast forward to today, and we've worked with even more agencies, taken aboard loads of feedback, and taken everything that we've learned to create a new and improved agency template. So in this video, I'm going to give you an in-depth look at that setup. Now, this is an all-in-one solution that allows you to track your content, your deals, your client projects, your hiring, your employee onboarding, and finances. It also includes the Agency OS, which is our take on EOS, Entrepreneurial Operating System, essentially a codified way of working which determines how you create your company vision, build out your standard processes, and execute on a day-to-day basis. And I'll break this video down into the 6 key workflows that every agency needs to manage. Plus, I'll include a mini lesson on EOS and how we've adapted it for agencies. Of course, if you'd like a complete done-for-you agency system that you can add to your workspace with a click of a button, you can find the template at workflowlab.co/agencyhq or using the links down below in the description. Otherwise, use what you see here today to inspire your own build. So let's get the show on the road and dive into the template. Almost every agency that I've personally worked with just relies on referrals for lead generation. And the problem with this is it means they do not have a predictable way of generating new business. Creating content is one of the best things that you can do for your agency because A, you get the benefits of inbound marketing, and B, it's the quickest way to build trust and authority with your clients. This first workflow not only simplifies the process of content creation, but has been optimized for content repurposing so that you can squeeze as much value out of each and every one of your content ideas. So this workflow has 3 sections. First of all, as I said, the ideas, And each of these ideas can then contain multiple pieces of content for repurposing here in the content project section. And then finally, we have a section for research, which is divided by a swipe file, a place to actually capture research for each of the pieces of content, as well as a place to do keyword research if you're using a tool like Ahrefs for YouTube. So the way this would work is, for example, we would first capture a new idea, and we actually have this new idea form that we can share with the rest of the team to encourage everyone in the team to contribute to content creation. And then let's say, for example, we have this new idea, social media engagement strategies. We might plot it as an idea first, and then when we want to actually work on the idea, we can move it up to this up next status. And then we have several properties that basically allows us to scope out this idea. So first of all, if you use content pillars for your content, so basically areas of content that you typically create, you can obviously tag the content pillar here. Again, if you're using keyword research, you can, using the relation to the content keywords database, link what the keyword is. And inside of each of our actual keyword pages, we have properties for the difficulty and search volume, and then also a link out to the actual keyword research itself. And then also we have this idea merit property. So essentially, what is the reason why we want to make this piece of content? So in some cases, it will be that it fits nicely within one of our content pillars. Or in other cases, it might be because it's a particular keyword that we're really trying to drive towards. Or it might just be a general gut feeling that we have for this piece of content. There's lots of different merits that you might add and customize yourself, but this allows us to sort of justify the reason why we want to make this piece of content. And then also we have here the angle. And so this is, again, just for visibility of the team. What's the reason why, a short pitch for why we want to make this piece of content. Before I dive in a little bit deeper, you'll also notice within Agency HQ, all of the properties come shipped with a property description. So at any point in time, if someone's not sure about what a property is doing, they can come and hover over the actual description itself and quickly learn what it does. So once we have scoped out the idea, we can actually then open up the idea as a page, and this is where we can create multiple pieces of content for this one particular idea. So once we create those pieces of content, they come into the content project section and they go into this pipeline view. And so essentially we have all of these different statuses to give visibility of to the team of how each of the pieces of content are getting on. So just jumping into this YouTube, you can see inside of each of the content projects, we have some properties here at the very top. We have a progress bar showing how far along we are, and that is based on these tasks that we actually have in here as well. So we have the actual project, and then we actually have tasks within the project to help us project manage this. And these tasks are actually created automatically based on some of the fields in here. So based on the publish date, we get the due date being automatically assigned. And then also based on, if we open up these more properties, based on the team that's been scoped for this project, now you can see each of these tasks have been assigned to these people. Diving a bit deeper, we also have some data that comes along with project managing one of these projects. So for example, this YouTube video, we have a title and thumbnail that we need to come up with and think about ahead of time. And I've actually got these AI blocks in here, and it will basically take the title of this page and then generate some ideas for different variations of that title. So if I hit generate here, you'll see it's going to give me a few variations of this title, and I'll decide which one is the best for me. And then again, once I have decided on the title and maybe adjusted this page title here, I can come to the actual thumbnail here, and it's also going to generate some ideas for thumbnails. We of course will also need to create a script for one of these YouTube videos, and under these toggles we have a place to capture that research, which actually links out to our core docs database. So for example, here we have a link to an article that has some social media strategies. We also have here a structure or a recommended structure, and essentially we keep it inside of this block because we actually then use this AI block here, which basically references the structure toggle to recommend the structure that it should write the script in. And then finally, we actually have the main ideas of the script itself. So this is where you would jot, what is this YouTube video going to be about? You can pop it in here. And then once you have done that, again, you can hit generate, then the AI block is actually going to write the script for you. And again, you can go in there and tweak it. And then finally, we also have a section for publishing. And again, we're using AI blocks here, so we can create some keywords based on the script toggle. And it's going to come up with some keywords for us. And then based on those keywords, we can then create a description for us. What I also have in here is a sort of script block or a code block. And this is where I put my description in, so I don't have to rewrite my description every time. So once I've hit this generate block and created the actual description section that goes in here, then I have everything else that's already been filled out for me, and I can just hit copy and then paste that over in my description in YouTube. And then finally, a few other details when you're publishing you want to think about is the end screen, the playlist, and potentially the pinned comment. But all of this can be managed within Notion alongside the actual project management of the tasks and who has to do what. So once you have all of these pieces of content creating those lovely inbound leads for you, we'll need somewhere for them to go. So let's dive into the deals workflow. So agencies typically have longer sales timelines than most businesses, often with multiple sales calls and potentially multiple proposals. So it's very easy for things to fall through the cracks and for there to be a lack of visibility on where a deal is in its stage. This workflow gives your team an easy way to track deals, to create and share proposals, as well as report on all of the data that's being collected. So here is the deals workflow. So let's say that we have a new deal that we want to capture. We can hit this new deal option. And what it's going to do is actually open up a form for us that's going to basically force anyone who's having to put deals into this database to capture all of the right pieces of information. So first of all, we'll put in the prospect name. Let's say it's David Smith. Let's say they are the CEO of this particular company. And let's say that their email is David Cloud Chef, which is an AI-powered meal planning app. We can capture their phone in here. We can capture the actual company name, Cloud Chef, the company website. So basically this is a forcing function to make sure that we capture all of this information the first time. Then we come to the expected services, and this links out to our services database. So what services is this prospect interested in? Let's say they want content creation and website design. And then what is the expected value of this deal? Let's say it's $20,000. We also have an option to capture the lead source. So let's say this was a piece of content that they came from, and then obviously the salesperson that who's going to be in charge of this. And then when we hit submit, that's actually going to trigger an automation in the opportunities database, and it's going to create a couple things. So as you can see here, we have the Cloud Chef deal that's been created, and I've had myself assigned here, which is great. And then the other thing that this has done is if we come to these view details, it's actually created a company entry in our company's database for Cloud Chef. So it's created two pieces of information or two database pages from that one form. And in the Cloud Chef page, we have all of the contact person's information, contact email, and then it's also related these two items together. So now Cloud Chef, the deal, is also associated with Cloud Chef, the company. So now we have this deal in here. Essentially, all we need to do is try to move it through the pipeline, and whoever the sales lead is, their one job is basically to get this deal to go to the very next stage in the pipeline. And what we can actually do is inside of the page, we can use this tasks section to basically make sure that we remember to follow up with this person every time we make contact with them. And then also what we also can do is track all of the different updates, meeting notes, call notes inside of this doc section. So let's say we have just shot an email over to David, then I can basically set this task as complete. In the doc section, I can say emailed David, asking to book discovery call. And then I also might give myself a follow-up task to follow up with David, and I can set myself as the assignee And I can also set the due date. Let's say we want to follow up tomorrow. Then let's say David got back to us and he's actually booked onto a discovery call with us. Well, now we can move this Cloud Chef deal into the DC book stage. You'll notice now that he's in a stage with another deal, we get a sum of the expected value here at the top of each of the different stages, which is handy. And then also because I have moved him into the DC book stage, that triggered a database automation, which has first of all set a task for myself today to prep for the Cloud Chef discovery call. But what it's also done is it's logged in our doc section an update to say that Cloud Chef was moved to DC booked on January the 23rd. And it's also created a Cloud Chef discovery call notes page where I can basically start to plan the discovery call. And I have an entire sort of templated script for me to walk through here. And so I can basically jump on discovery call and have all this information in front of me as I talk to the prospect. So let's say everything went well on discovery call and now we've moved this into the draft proposal stage. Again, that's created a new task in here for me to draft the proposal. And again, it's also created a doc here to where the actual proposal will live. So now if we open up this proposal, what you'll first notice is this has 3 subpages in here. And this essentially allows you to create what I call a proposal funnel. So essentially, first of all, we have the actual proposal itself. Again, this all has its own templates where you can put all of your usual information in, and then you can edit the actual proposal template to this particular prospect. So it really speeds up the writing process of this proposal. So let's say we've drafted together this proposal. If we want to share it, we would come up here and say publish to the web using Notion's web feature. And then we're also going to copy this link and drop it in this Cloud Chef property, which is called proposal URL. And essentially what this is going to do is now we can move this draft proposal into proposal sent. And what this will do is send a automated email to David, which is going to have a link to the proposal and a pre-written message basically saying, "Hi David, please take a look at the proposal and get back to us as soon as you can." So this is what it's going to look like for David on his side. So he's just inside of his browser and he's looking at the proposal just inside of Notion. All looks very clean and professional. He can take a look at the proposition, the amount, look at your results from other clients. And then, as I said, we have this basically 3-tiered decision of what he can do. So it's saying, please choose only one option. If you're happy with the proposal, please hit this button to sign the contract. If you'd like to discuss the proposal further, we then have a link to our Calendly bookings, so they can just instantly book a follow-up call with us without having to email us and for there to be back and forth about that. Or the final thing that they could do is actually decline the proposal. And if they click through to this link, they will be taken to our rejection proposal form. And again, they can fill in this form itself. And this form would then be sent off to our team, and our team will get a notification saying essentially the person has rejected the proposal. But what's great about this is it means, first of all, your proposal isn't going to get ghosted because the client has 3 very clear actionable steps that they can take. And if they are not willing to go forward with the proposal, instead of just ghosting the actual proposal itself, they can actually just decline it without having to actually speak to you directly and have the awkwardness of that. So first of all, you're not having your proposals ghosted. But secondly, you're also getting a reason why here, where it says why I'm no longer interested. So you're getting a reason why they have rejected the proposal. And again, you can use the CRM to log that reason. So you can actually start reporting on the data of what are the different reasons people are rejecting our proposals. But let's say David's very happy and he will go through to sign the contract. And again, you can embed the contract in here. So he could click through to a e-signature platform and sign the contract. And then finally, if he's ready to pay the invoice, he can then go through and pay the invoice here as well using something like Stripe. You also notice that the very next step for this client to do is to complete the onboarding funnel. And I'll talk about that in the next section of the video. But before I do, let me show you a bit more on the deals workflow side. So as I said, inside of this workflow, we also have some opportunities to report on our data. So we can see in this Notion chart, we're getting a view of the won versus lost of all of our different deals. Based on the actual expected value of them. So that's one thing we can see. Another one we have here is the lead source. So we can see based on the won deals, what were the different lead sources and where are they coming from. And also down here at our company section, we can see the value by client. So which of our clients is actually spending the most with us, maybe some that have multiple projects, and we can see each value based on the client. So once you have closed your clients, you will then need to onboard them and actually deliver the services. So let's dive into that next. Client management for agencies can often be complex, with having multiple different projects with a client for multiple different services, as well as the opportunity for custom work. This next workflow strikes the balance of being able to structure everything in an organized way, automate as much as possible, but also having the flexibility for custom work. As well as that, I'll show you how we can connect this to an external client portal, as well as track your time for billable hours. So this workflow actually begins at the proposal funnel, as we saw in the last section. And as I said, we see at the very last step of the proposal funnel, it then links out to our onboarding funnel. So if David was paid the invoice inside the contract, he could then click complete onboarding funnel, and then he's going to be taken to this page. And essentially we have a message here saying, thank you for paying the invoice, and that this funnel will take around 10 minutes to complete. So the first thing that he's going to have is this onboarding video. So a welcome saying thank you and just giving them some key information about what they can expect with working with you. Then they would move forward to the actual onboarding call. So again, we can link to a booking platform like Calendly, and they can actually book the onboarding call straight away. And then we also have this onboarding form, again using Notion forms. So any information that we need to collect about the client, we can do here. So for example, if you have any particular questions that your fulfillment team need answered in terms of maybe branding questions or particular key messaging, they can capture all that information here. The client can send it off. And then finally, a final message to say what the next steps are and what the client can expect. So that's what happens for the client on the proposal funnel / onboarding funnel side. And then internally, we also have a onboarding form that we fill out that also triggers a bunch of automations. So if we hit this one deal button, this is going to open up this one deal form. And so we'll basically input what the company is and all this information. So the company, a link to their software portal, which I'll explain in a second, their contact details, their agreed services, and the total deal amount. And then also the payment plan, how are they going to pay for their services? Let's say it's 50% upfront, 50% on completion. And then we would submit. So again, we have a database automation, and this is basically going to deal with all of the onboarding tasks that you typically have to do manually. So first of all, we're going to update the deal to 1. Then we're also going to create the client projects that we need to work on this inside. And then also we're going to send a welcome on board email to the client. We can also use Notion's webhooks to link this out to another automation tool like Make or Zapier. And we could then do a whole bunch more of onboard automations if we liked as well. So for example, if you want to create a Google folder for the client, if you want to create a Slack channel, or anything else that you can think to automate in your onboarding, you could also link out to that and deal with that at this point as well. But for us, we can see inside of our deals workflow that the Cloud Chef has been updated automatically. And then now coming into the client workflow, we should see that we have Cloud Chef and the client project has been created for us automatically. Now the automation only creates one client project by default. And so if you want to manage all of the tasks for this one client inside of one client project, you can, but we also have the flexibility to split this off into multiple projects. So for example, if we wanted a separate project for the website design and for the retainer content creation, we can. So let's go ahead and create those. And what's great about being able to split this off into separate projects is we can then define different due dates and start dates for the difference between a one-off project and a retainer project. So for example, the website design would be a one-off project, and that would have a due date. So for example, February 21st, whereas our retainer project for content creation is obviously just ongoing. So there isn't a due date. So we can then leave that empty. And the same for management. This can now just become a general project for onboarding and managing this particular client. And that won't have a due date, but it might have a start date, which we've logged in here. So we can say when the client actually officially started. We can also decide different team members for each of these separate projects. So for the website design, we would have Rachel as the the web dev. And for the content creation project, we would have John as the social media manager and video editor. So we can actually start to scope out these projects slightly differently for each one. And then also what we can do is once we actually trigger the automations by moving each of these statuses into planning, we can now have different tasks with different due dates based on that information. So for our management project, we have some onboarding tasks that have been created for us automatically. For our website design project, we have some tasks that have been created, again, automatically with assignee and due date based on the due date of this particular sub-project. And then also the same for our content creation. If you need to track time for either paying your contractors or if you're using billable hours for your actual contracts, we also have time tracking inside of Agency HQ. So for example, let's say Gather Brand Assets is assigned to me. I can then press this start button, and that is basically going to bring up this attention message here that's basically saying, remember to click stop when you're no longer working on task, and I can hit continue. I can of course go ahead and work on that task, and now I've given it a bit of time, I can then also hit stop and stop tracking time for this task. And if I come into the task itself and come to the view details, I can now see in this time tracking section that this has tracked 12 minutes overall. For the actual CloudChef management client project, this is also rolled up. So if I come to the view details here, I can see that overall for this overall project, I have tracked 12 minutes. And then I can manage all of my time tracking from across the workspace in our timesheets page. So for example, I can first see things tracked by different participants, and I can actually say from what time range. So if I pay my contractors weekly or monthly, I can set this range here, and then I can see a count of how much time they've tracked. And then I can also do the exact same for individual clients as well. So I could come up here and change the start dates, and I can see for each of the clients how much time has been tracked. So for example, that CloudChef currently is showing a sum of 0.2 hours. And again, I can use this start date to adjust that. So if I need to charge my clients for this particular month, I can do that date range and then see that in here. Jumping around here, if I also dig into the actual projects themselves and looking at the website design one as an example, you can see here the title is tasks and deliverables, and that's because each of these rows for the task database can either represent a one-off task that needs to be completed or an overall deliverable. So for example, create the website homepage might be the actual deliverable. And then if we use the subtask feature, we can then break that down into all of the different subtasks that we need to do to complete this one-off deliverable. What's great about using Notion in this way is you can get very granular about who is owing what subtask. When you have a really big task that might be assigned to multiple people, it can be hard to have accountability, but it also can be hard to track time for that task. As well as if you want to assign any SOPs to that procedure. If you have a massive procedure, you have to write a really lengthy SOP. So breaking it down to this subtask gives you all of those advantages. But most of all, make sure the person who is ultimately accountable knows what to do and when to do it. Because we break down the deliverables as subtasks in this way as well, we can now also consider the due date, the due date. And so the ultimate due date for this deliverable, the website homepage design, is next Wednesday, but we can also see exactly when we need to, first of all, create the wireframes, develop the mood boards, come up with the mock-up, and you have the exact due dates of when these should be completed. So over on your team's individual home dashboards, they can actually go to the today view and know exactly what tasks they need to do today. What we've also done for deliverables inside of Agency HQ is given different templates for different deliverables here, as you can see. So one for homepage design, one for full website design, one for a YouTube video, for a blog post. And so when we choose any of these templates or when it's generated using our automations, when we now open this deliverable or this parent task as a page, you'll see we have all of the subtasks within here, but then also we have a section to basically plan the deliverable and put any notes and information we want in here. But more importantly, we have a section to create a client feedback page. And so essentially this is a page you can now share with your client to get really accurate feedback on each of your deliverables. So for example, this website homepage design feedback, first of all, it tells them how to use the page. Then it gives them a brief overview of what good feedback looks like. And now we have a very clear distinction of how many rounds of feedback we're going to give. So only 2 rounds of feedback for first and second drafts. We can input the deliverable in here. So if it was website homepage design, we might make a Figma and put it in here, or we might turn it into a presentation if we really want to impress them and upload that in here. And then we have a bunch of questions that we would basically ask the client to fill out to basically give us feedback on this. In our content creation project, here's another example of deliverable for a YouTube video. And again, if we open this up, we'll have some subtasks in here, but we also have a section to plan this. And this actually models exactly how you might be creating your own content. So a section for title and thumbnail, for script, all of this good information. And again, we have another section for client feedback with the same instructions, but for the actual feedback itself, it may be slightly different. So for example, if you wanted to upload the video here, you could, and then it might be that you want to have this button that allows the client to create new timestamps and to input the information in here. Now, if you want, you can just take any of these feedback pages and hit share, publish this to the web, make sure that they have can edit content access, and then essentially send this as a link over to the client, and they can open this up in their web browser. And then if they want to actually add feedback, they would need to create a Notion account and add the feedback in there. Or alternatively, and I'll show you this next, we can use Softer as a client portal and basically have all of this information go into the portal. So here is the client portal that we host on Softer. We've created an entire video about how to create this type of portal. So if you want to see more about the actual features themselves and how this works, definitely check out this video. But just to explain what this essentially is, it's an integration with Softer, which now allows us to take bits of information from our databases and share them securely with the client without jeopardizing the rest of the information in there or any of our other clients' information. And so we can see in this portal, when we first send this to them during onboarding, it gives them a really nice onboarding experience because they've completed the onboarding funnel and then they're sent to this portal and we have this welcoming video. But essentially this is broken down into 3 pages. So first of all, we have this inbox area. And the first tab is going to show us or show the client any tasks that we may need them to complete. So we might just have a reminder task here to make sure they've completed the onboarding funnel. And this links out to the actual onboarding funnel itself here, so they can go through that. And at any point, they can then mark this off as done using this done button here. And that should clear it from the inbox view. So tasks that they need to complete. Then we also have things that we need them to approve. And again, this is where we might input this into the portal itself. So create website homepage design is the actual deliverable. And then we have the link to the Notion page. And so essentially now the client can come in here, read this information and actually open this up, edit the page, create a Notion account, and then actually give us feedback in here. Once they've done that, again, in the portal, they can either say that this has been approved or that they have given us feedback. And then hopefully by doing so, again, this will clear from their inbox. So anything that they need to get done is in the inbox section. I can use the navigation bar up here to go to the other pages. So the other page we have is progress. And this should show us all of the projects that we're currently working on with them. So we can see management, website design, content creation. We get a progress bar of all the different sections, as well as due dates for, again, one-off projects that might have due dates. And for any of the given projects, they can actually click into the project itself and they can come here and see all of the different deliverables that we might be working on for them and how we're getting on with them, as well as the option to actually request deliverables here using this form here. And then finally, we have a resources section, and the resources section is basically going to bring together anything from our docs database. And so any of the meeting notes that we might be having with our client can go in here, but as well as anything for client SOPs. So for example, we have this how to customize website, and we can click into that as a Notion doc, and there might be SOPs on how that client can do that. So anything they need to reference will be in this resources section here. The final thing we have is if you track client health for each of your different clients, we have this client health tracker here. And essentially we have 3 different number properties that make up the overall client health. So first of all, the NPS score, if you track NPS or Net Promoter Score, you can add this in here. So I think all of this is out of 10. So let's say this is 8. Let's say the results is essentially, has the client seen any results? And we can judge this out of 10. And then finally, engagement might be how often are they joining meetings, responding to messages. And let's say this is a 7. And then based on all of that information, it will give us an overall client health score. So now you have standardized all of the processes over on the client side of things. The next thing you might want to consider is actually outsourcing some of your delivery work to someone else. So let's dive into the hiring workflow. A lot of HR software is very expensive and the majority of the time overkill for agencies. But luckily with Agency HQ, we can get the majority of the process done. So let's say for Marketing Lab that they are looking to hire a new account manager. Again, we have these helpful buttons at the top here that where we can create a new entry nice and easily. And let's say this is for an account manager. We'll open this up as a full page and we can start inputting some of the information. So who is ultimately the hiring manager for this person? Let's say it's myself. We can say what department they're going to be in, and this is in relation to our department's database. So this is for fulfillment. The start date would be when we are hoping for them to join the team by. So let's say it's next month. And then now you can see inside of this account manager option, we have a template that is obviously going to help us with this. Like all of the databases, there's automations that are going to help us that will be triggered when we move this into planning. So now we've scoped this out with all of the different assignees and due dates. Let's move this into planning. So now you can see we have a number of tasks that we need to go through. So the first one is to complete the hiring plan. And up here in the hiring docs section, we have a hiring plan that's been created for us. So when we open this up in the hiring plan, essentially we have a way to scope out this new hire. So the first thing is to identify the pain. So what was the reason why we want to hire this person? What pain are they going to solve for us in the business? Then we look at our KPIs database and we have a link to it here. And we're basically thinking about which KPIs is this person going to own. We can think a bit about employee benefits in terms of salary, 401k. We might also put together an interview plan if this is a particularly extensive hiring project. We can ask ourselves if we're hiring for experience or if this person is going to be needed to be trained. We can think about what I call the 5 T's, which is the talent goals and the talent qualities. And then also we can then start to scope out the actual roles and responsibilities. And this links out to our roles database. And you can see we already have an account manager role within here. And if we open up this account manager role, it actually links to our processes database. And so we can see all of the different processes that the account manager is currently in charge of. So basically we need to decide which roles this person is going to belong to. It may be multiple roles within a smaller agency. So now we've completed the hiring plan, we can mark that off as done. And we have assigned the interview team. And then the next thing it's asking us to do is complete the job post. So if we come again to the hiring docs section, we actually have a job post section here. So I'll create a new job post here, and then this subpage is actually where the web page is going to be hosted, and you can see it's already been hosted. And so we basically just put the title of this person, so account manager. And then we always have a template to help us with this. So we can fill in the about us, the actual job description, key responsibilities. All of this has kind of already been scoped out using that hiring plan, so we don't have to worry too much. But ultimately we have a how to apply section at the bottom and an apply now button. So once we have this ready, we can send this link out on all of our different hiring platforms, advertised on all of our different content channels, and then any new applicant will come to this page, be able to read all of this information, and then most importantly, they can come to the bottom here and hit apply now. So if I was someone who wanted to apply, I would hit apply now and enter my information. So my name, my email, I'll just put my own so we can actually see what the emails look like, phone number. Then also I can say which position I'm applying for, which is going to be account manager, fill in information about my current employer, and then I can even attach my CV here. Again, we have some automations powering this process. So just by submitting that form, that applicant has now been added inside of our account manager project as a candidate here at the bottom. And then our candidate has also received an email from us that basically says, thank you for applying, and that they should expect for us to get back to them in the next 2 weeks. So the next task in this project is telling us to create a shortlist. So obviously we'll have multiple candidates arriving in the applied section. And what we can do is open up these individual applications and come to view details, and we can basically look at their CV. If we ask them any questions during that form, we can take a look at what their answers were, and essentially from this information start to put people into our shortlist. So let's say John Adams goes into our shortlist and we have obviously multiple people in here. We can then mark create shortlist as done. And so the next thing we need to do is create a candidate task. And so what we can do is come over to our hiring doc section, and we have a candidate task page here as well. So inside of this candidate task page, again, we have a template that's been set up for us. So we can basically just edit this template and give instructions to the candidate of what exactly we want them to do. We can then share this page to the web as well and grab the URL link and then send that link over to each of our candidates that we want to take a candidate task. Once we receive our candidate tasks, of course, we'll want to review them and then decide who we want to move over to have an interview with us. And again, we'll move John over to interviews, and we have a database automation that's working here that's going to send him an email. And here's that email saying, again, thank you for applying. You made it through to the second round, and a link for them to book a interview with the hiring manager. And then hopefully if John is successful, we will send him a offer letter. Again, this will automate using the automations here. So send the email automatically to John, and then hopefully he will accept. Of course, once you've made your hire, you will then need to onboard your new team member. So let's jump into that next. Employee onboarding can be the difference between your team member succeeding or failing. Poor onboarding results in inconsistent performance, and the CEO truly never being able to relinquish control over that position because that new hire consistently has to ask them questions. So let's jump into how this workflow can help with that. So for the management space, we have a on and offboarding section and also a general development for each of our employees. So let's say John Adams did accept our offer. We can create a new management project for him. So I'll call it John Adams. And then also I can say who the employee was. And then also add the manager. Let's say it's myself. And then also in the more properties, I can say when the start date is. So let's say he's actually starting next week on a Monday. Now I've done that, I can move this into the planning stage, which is going to trigger the automation. So as you can see, what this automation does is essentially give us all of the onboarding tasks that we need to manage this new hire. And we have this grouped by the assignee. But what's great about this is we have obviously the onboarding checklist that John would need to complete himself. So meeting with the manager, completing onboarding steps, watching the Notion Workspace full tutorial, reading up on our vision, things like that. And it also has links out to wiki items as well, which is in relation to our wiki database. So we have the things John needs to complete, but what we also have are the things that we internally need to complete. So all the admin tasks. So for example, update all of the calendar events for this new staff member, or reassign any of the recurring tasks that they're going to take over. So we have a real comprehensive look at project managing this onboarding in terms of what they need to do, but also what we need to do. Once John joins our team, the first page that they will navigate to is the Start Here page in Notion, and you can have a welcome video embedded here, but also we link instantly to this management project. And if I was John logged in, I would see John management project shown here. And so the very first thing they will do is basically come to that page and begin working through all of the onboarding tasks that we need them to complete. Once John has been successfully onboarded, we can actually move him over into the development stage and switch over to this view. And this is where all of our employees are eventually going to live. And this is essentially how we're going to manage the development of them. So a few things that we have here. First of all, we have some tasks for the actual manager to prepare for the one-to-one with John and also to host the one-to-one. So they can, again, project manage that inside of this page. But as well as that, we have this one-to-one database that we can rename to John Adams. And what we can actually do is make this database only accessible to myself and John and remove everyone else's access from this. And so now we can create a new one-to-one, and we have, of course, a template here that helps us. And inside this template, we're obviously going to ask John questions about how he's feeling, what's been on his plate, reviewing the client projects he's in charge of, reviewing his KPIs and how he's getting on with them, initiatives, personal development, to-dos, and a final wrap-up. And we can capture all this information in here and add any notes. And this will only be private between the manager and the direct report. The next and final workflow I want to dive into is our finances workflow. Now, we don't use Agency HQ as a formal P&L sheet. You'll still need to use an accounting software to do that. Instead, we use this finances workflow to track our invoices and to actually get a bit more specific about our budgeting. So here we are at the finances workflow, and at the very top, we have a revenue database. And what we can actually do is automate the revenue coming in. If we use, for example, Stripe, we can get all of the payments that are coming into Stripe to come into this database as well, and also assign the date and the amount. And then we can also track the services it's coming in for as well. And we can also look at this portion of the database if we are using setters and sales reps, and we can start to say how much each of the setters are getting, what percentage. Let's say it's 10%, and also the sales rep, let's say that's 10% as well. And so now we can see that the setter is getting 2,500 from this 25K deal. The sales rep is getting 2,500 and the total commission is 5,000. So we can start to manage commissions in here. But what we can also do is start to use Notion charts to really report on this data and see how we are compounding our revenue over time. The next thing we have are invoices. And so first of all, you could also automate the invoices if you're using an accounting software like Xero. You can basically just bring the invoices in here and track them inside a Notion so that, for example, your account managers can see if invoices have been paid, if they need to follow up with the clients on calls, that sort of thing. But alternatively, you can actually host the invoices inside of Notion as well. So let's say Acme Co has this particular invoice, and we can say what the issue date is, the due date, the services, the amount, and then also we can add information for the actual payment, or if we want to link to pay online using Stripe. And then as always, you can share this page to the web. And so now the client can see this invoice and choose to pay online or via bank transfer. And if you actually create a PDF of this and link it here, the client can actually download this invoice as a PDF as well for their own files. And then finally, these last two sections are really for budgeting and getting more granular about how you're spending your money. So the first one is the regular expenses database. And so essentially you can group this by expense categories and then basically list what the expenses are. So you can see in the people category, I've listed the different roles that we are paying for. And I can say, for example, the thumbnail designer, we are billed monthly by them, and the cost is $50. Obviously, it would be way more than that, but we can see the monthly cost is $50 and the yearly cost is $600. Alternatively, if we were paying a video editor on a quarterly basis, we can input quarterly here as $150, and then the monthly and yearly cost will be worked out automatically as well. And now that we have this information, we can then create what I like to call an expense ratio. So on the side, we have the expense ratio here of what our monthly revenue is. Let's say it's around 30K. Our target profit margin is 30%, so our target profit is about 8,000. And then essentially we can use the expense categories database to see if we are under or over our targets. So if we want to basically say we only want to be spending about 40% of our overall expenses on people, then the target would be 40%. And then the target expense here would be around 11,000. And at the moment it's showing that our actual is 100, because if we go into the expense category, you can actually see the expenses in here. Obviously that's unrealistic, but if it was 100, then the difference would be 11,000, and we are currently under that target, which is a good thing, which is why it's shown in green. Alternatively, for software, if we wanted 10% of our overall expenses to be software, that would equate to about 2,700. And at the moment, we're actually spending 3,000 on software. And again, if we open this up, we can see the exact expenses here. And now we can see that this is showing in red as it's over that particular category. So using this expense ratio and category section, we can essentially set targets for how much we want to be spending in each area of our business, and then actually equate that to how much we're actually spending. And then we can also open up each of these expense categories and see exactly what those expenses are. So the final thing that I want to show you here is our agency OS. And as I said, this is our take on EOS, or the Entrepreneurial Operating System. But essentially, this is going to be the actual way that you run your agency. We've got all of the different workflows and the way we manage different processes, but essentially this is the backbone of this template and how you can actually ensure that you get success in your agency. So diving into this, essentially we have three main areas: vision, process, and execution. And then the resources section is basically for any additional stuff that you might want to plug in here. For example, if you want to have a company calendar in Notion, you could pop that here as well. So starting from the very top, vision, we have the first page is a link to a page that actually lives inside of our wiki database, but it's our VTO, which is the Vision Traction Organizer. And essentially this is the one page that all of your team should read when they first join. And what this does is empower them to have all of the sort of decisions to align with your visions with 4 different areas. So first of all, just a general what we do so they can understand what the agency is, and then the 4 areas. So the 4 areas are, first of all, purpose. So this would be sort of your mission statement. Then we have the 3-year target, and I'll show you how you plan for your 3-year targets in a second. Then we have core values, and then finally strategic anchors. So in theory, by reading this page, all of your team will then be able to closer align to your vision and how you would make decisions in your company, so that they can be empowered to go away and make those decisions themselves. Then the next thing we have is planners, and in Agency HQ, we plan on a 3-year basis and a quarterly basis. And I've done this because I've found it's what works best for agencies. If you plan annually, you'll notice this annual planning isn't here. If you plan annually, what tends to happen is it's not quite enough time to really get something done, ambitious done, but it's too far a time to actually take any action on the thing. So 3-year and quarterly we found is the sweet spot. So for 3-year plans, you can see we've got an example one here for 2025 to 27. Essentially what we're doing is we have the year 1 starting point. So this would be in 2024, how did you end the year? And we're doing that for the current sales, current profit, and current margin. So in 2024, the current overall sales for that year was 300,000. The current profit was 60,000 and the current margin was 20%. Then we set our 3-year target. So in 3 years' time, what do we want our annual target or our annual metrics to be? So the target here for the sales is 1 million. The target for the profit is 300K. And then the target margin is 30%. And then based on that, things are being calculated in the back end here. So first of all, we can see that would mean the quarter-on-quarter growth would be about 11%. And then if we scroll down here and just skip over these sections for a second, we then have this 3 different views. So first of all, the straight line is basically going to calculate, based on what your targets are for 3 years' time, what you need to be getting quarter on quarter to basically keep up with that target and to eventually achieve it at the end of the 3 years. So if I want to make 1 million in sales in my 3rd year, then in Q1, I would need to be selling $83,000 worth of services. In Q2, 92,000. In Q3, 102,000, all the way down into Q12. And then I'd be hitting that 1 million mark. And then based on that, we'll also see what the profit would be based on the target margin being 30%. So that's for straight line. And then when we come up here, you can see that we have the sales targets and profit targets in a Notion chart in the straight line. But then we also have projected, and essentially what projected is doing is if you have your own expectations of how much you're going to make throughout the year, if you have seasonality to think about, if people tend to buy less from you in the winter months, if you have a boost in sales during the summer and you know that, then you can be a bit more sensible about what you expect to be making quarter on quarter. So for example, here you can see in Q1, we're expecting to make actually 100K because that's a good quarter for us, as opposed to what was the straight line target of 83,000. And then finally, we'll come over to the actual. So we targeted 100,000, but the actual for this Q1 was 80,000. And again, all of this is being put up into the graphs, so we can now see the projected sales targets versus the profit targets, the actual versus the projected, and so on and so forth. So once we've made our 3-year plans, we can then also make quarterly plans. And we can see here we've got an example of a quarterly plan for Q1. So at the very top, we have our metrics and the revenue, unit goals, and revenue by month. Again, we would look back to our 3-year target to actually be more accurate about what this needs to be. So instead of just sort of having a general feeling, I know for my revenue goals for this particular quarter, it should be 83,000 because that's what's in straight line. But I also can set a better and best metric. And then based on that, I can also then break that down by the month. So I would need to make 27,750 to reach that 83,000 goal. Then we can set an overall theme for this quarter. And then what we like to do here at Workflow Lab is to first set the metrics. So we'll set 3 key metrics here. Then we would set the objectives, and then we would set project initiatives within this. So just tracking the line between one of those. So let's say that this year, the overall theme is founder freedom because you're thinking about systemizing your agency and removing the CEO from the day-to-day operations. Well, one of the KPIs you might want to think about is utilization rate as a percentage for your different team members. So you would set that as the key KPI, and then an objective that would probably align to that would be to systemize your sales, or maybe systemize your fulfillment, for example. So that would be the objective. And then if we was to open up this objective, we can see in here we can create project initiatives. So map sales systems, build sales, project page, equip sales process. These are 3 project initiatives that are essentially going to push us towards this overall objective. Inside of each of the project initiatives, like any project inside of Agency HQ, we also have the option to create tasks. So I can create a new task in here that would be associated to this project initiative and then be sent into all of our views of where we have tasks. The goals page is just basically going to group together all of our objectives and project initiatives. So throughout the year, we can always refer back to this. And then also we have those KPIs linked here as well. So our key performance indicators. We set our KPIs as monthly targets. So let's say for this evergreen KPI, we have the monthly target of $5,000. So that's the monthly target. And then what that does is it's calculated down into a weekly target of $1,151. And then essentially we would track our KPI on a week-to-week basis. So the owner of this KPI, which is me, is in charge of logging this KPI. So to log the KPI, we press the log KPI button, and it's going to be set to today. I'll make sure that the week commencing is for this week. And then I can see the goal is 1,151. Let's say we smashed the target this particular week and I set it to 2,000. So now we have logged this KPI. We can see that the week actual is updated to 2,000. But most importantly, we can also see that the month current is currently on 4,350. And so what we also have here at the end is this status option. So this status option is basically allowing the CEO to get everyone in the team to input their own KPIs. And then it is that person's job, the KPI owner's job, to come to the status and basically mark it with either being behind. If it's behind, we mark it as red. So we're not going to be able to reach the monthly target based on what is currently happening. If we are behind, but we have a plan, we mark it here in orange. And then we also leave a comment using this comment feature here to say, this is the plan to catch up with this particular KPI. Or alternatively, as is the case in this one, if it looks like we're going to hit our target, we can just say this is on track. Or even if we have hit our target, we can set this to achieve. The next area we have is process, and this starts with our systems database. And so systems inside of Agency HQ are just a collection of processes. So some examples we have here, grouped in the fulfillment department, is client onboarding. Client onboarding is a system, is something that many people are in charge of and collaborate on. It has multiple processes and multiple pieces of technology and departments interfacing. So inside of the client onboarding, if we open this up, we can actually see the processes that live inside it. So for client onboarding, we have the processes of submitting that one deal form we saw earlier. We have the client completing the onboarding funnel, reviewing tasks in the client project, and hosting the onboarding call and gathering brand assets. So these are the different processes. And then once we have our processes here, for each of the processes, we can then equip them. So first of all, we can say which role is in charge of this process. We can also say who has been trained on this particular process in the team. So let's say it's just me at the moment. And then we can link out to our wiki database and basically equip this process with different wiki items. So this submit one deal form has two pieces of wiki items that are equipping it. So first of all, the actual one deal form that we can see is shown here, the one deal form in our wiki database. But then also what's helping this process is the client onboarding automation that we have set up. And again, if we open up the wiki page here, we have all of the documentation about this automation and what it is doing. Because of that, we said in our process strength status that this process is excellent. And what that is going to do is up at the top here in the system, we're getting an overall process strength of 40%. Comparatively, if we look at the other three processes that we have here, none of these have any wiki items associated, so we can only assume that they are not being equipped or supported by any sort of equipment here, and so they currently have a process strength of not started, or we might even put this into the to improve status. But of course we have the wiki here that we can also see, so this is the wiki database. In this all view, we're grouping by policy, by reference, by SOP, by checklist, template, automation, and job description. And inside the wiki database, we have a bunch of templates that help us with the actual writing of whatever the wiki item is. So for example, for a SOP or standard operating procedure, the instructions for a process, we have a template here that helps us write this by setting up the context, what the actual steps are, with a toggle to help us add any additional information, as well as an FAQ section. Inside of any of the wiki items as well, we have the option to use Notion's verification feature to basically say how long this SOP should be verified for and when it might potentially be outdated and we need to go ahead and review it. In the process section, we also have a section to drop all of our different softwares with links to the URLs, the employee access, and the number of people who have seats to this particular software. And as well as that, we have that services database that we saw earlier that connects to our deals and our client projects. And essentially just here is where we log them and to show whether it's a project or a retainer. And then finally, our execution has the tools and the principles that we need to execute on a day-to-day basis. So first of all, we have our team, and we can see essentially the different departments and inside of each of the departments, the systems that they basically manage. We have the different roles grouped by department and the employee who is currently in that role. And then for any of these roles, we may have the processes that they are in charge of. And then finally, we have our employees database here. And what we also do in our employees database, as well as showing general information. So for Rachel, we can see her email, her job title, her working hours, where she's based. We also get a headshot, departments, roles, software access. But what we also do in the page body is use the personal user manual. So this is basically where we can almost create a mini wiki item on this particular person that everyone can come in and take a look and see what's their working style, what are some hobbies they like, how they learn, that sort of thing. And even the option for this person to leave a video entry for people to take a look at. The next tool, we have our L10 meetings or level 10 meetings. Again, this is inspired by EOS, but essentially this is the meeting cadence and the meeting agendas that are going to help run your team. If we take a look here, we have multiple templates for the different agendas. But essentially we have one for setting our 3-year targets, our quarterly targets, a monthly check-in, and then a team weekly. If we take a look at the team weekly, we have, of course, a template for the agenda. So starts with a segue, setting the note taker, icebreaker, capacity check-in for each of the different people. Then we have a review of the calendar, have a review of our KPIs, linking to our KPI database, initiatives, client projects, to-dos, and then eventually what takes up the majority of a team weekly is the issues, which I'll show you in a second. But essentially we have multiple templates for those different types of meetings with recommended agendas for your team to run through. And of course, each of these become actual notes inside of this database that you can then review. If someone didn't attend the meeting, they can get a summary of this meeting and what happened. And basically for everyone to track the meetings over time. As I hinted to earlier, we also have a take on the issue tracking inside of EOS. So we have IAOs, and this stands for issues, awarenesses, and opportunities. So essentially, if there are any issues that we need to track, any awarenesses, so potentially not an issue, but something that everyone should just be aware of. So as an example here, we have the CEO, Sam, is going on holiday from the 1st to the 1st of March. Not an issue, but just something we might want to plan for in the future, or an opportunity. So maybe an idea someone's had for a new service we could offer, or some way we could delight the customer along the customer journey. Some things that typically wouldn't get tracked if we didn't have a place to put them, but we can put them in here. And finally, we have our general tasks page, and this is essentially a link of our overall tasks database, but just filtering by general tasks. So tasks that don't live to a particular workflow, don't have an entire dedicated space to be managed, but can just be completed with a simple task in our task manager. So for example, complete bookkeeping. We probably have our accounting software, which has all that information elsewhere. So we don't need to keep it inside a Notion, but we still want to manage the task inside a Notion and make sure someone has been assigned it and that it's been set to a due date. While we're here, you also notice in Notion, we have the ability to set recurring tasks that are automatic. So we can have this monthly recurring task of complete bookkeeping. This was set for January 1st. So if I mark this off as done, eventually that automation will recreate that task and move it for the next month ahead and assign it to me, as well as having the wiki item for the SOP about how to complete bookkeeping here. The final page I haven't shown you inside of Agency HQ is our everything page. And essentially this is the company dashboard that takes everything that we've seen today and groups it or consolidates it into this one page. So you as the CEO can get a pulse on your business. So this is organized within some toggles, but essentially we have all of the information from the agency OS here, and we can click through the different tools and equipment. And then we can also click through to this agency OS page and come to the dedicated page itself. We can also see all of our different projects throughout the workspace. So the initiatives, the content, the deals, the clients. And so we can click through all of these. And then we also have the ability to see all of the different tasks assigned to everyone throughout the workspace in one view. We can see things by assignee, by due date, or even by the task calendar. And of course, we could actually open up this as a calendar if we want to bring our task into Notion calendar. Here we have all of the docs. So we have our general docs, our level 10 meetings, we have our wiki database, and then there are a few occasions that we may be using dedicated docs database like our deals workflow and our hiring workflow, because we're trying to keep some of that information sensitive from the rest of the team. And finally, as you saw before, we have our timesheet, which allows us to see how much time everyone's tracked by participant, by client project, as well as being able to look at things like charts and seeing how much people are tracking their time. So that is a comprehensive overview of Agency HQ. Like I said at the beginning of this video, you can grab this template for yourself by heading over to workflowlab.co/Agency HQ or using the link down below in the description. I would also like to mention that for that price, you get more than the template itself. So you get access to our private community and our dedicated training course. You get one-to-one message support from me and my team, and of course access to all future updates. So once again, if you want to get a complete done for you agency system inside of Notion with a click of a button, head over to workflowlab.co/Agency HQ or use the link down below in the description. We'll be building the sort of foundational elements. So we're going to create a client dashboard that has the capabilities to track tasks, meetings, and notes. That being said, if you want to get into the nitty gritty and get your hands dirty, that's what this video is all about. So let's jump straight into it. So we're going to start building this agency system inside my own Notion. And the first rule I have for you here is whenever you're starting to create new builds inside of Notion, if you're using Notion alongside your team, is to create a separate team space called Sandpit. And you can update the team space settings to make sure that only yourself and maybe one other person has access to this team space. And so what this is going to allow you to do is basically create new builds that might not be ready and fully fledged to sort of launch to the rest of the team. And so you can build them in the Sandpit area without worrying that other people are going to start seeing it and be confused by it or start messing around with it before you've had time to fully execute on it. So the first thing we're going to do is create the databases that are required for this. Now I can do this by scratch just by coming to this add a page. I could do a blank page. And then within here, I might add a database, hit new database, and start adding all of that stuff in. But we can skip a few steps just by using Notion's built-in templates that they have for us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to this button here and add a page. And instead of hitting blank page, I'm actually going to choose from one of the suggested templates, the projects and tasks. So if I just do this and I'm going to say add anyway, this is just basically a warning message because I've already got some task database inside of this team space. That's fine. So we're going to add anyway. And now Notion sets up a projects and task database for us. They are already related together. So the projects, if I go into one of these projects, you'll notice it has a relation to the task database. So that's already linked for us. And also the other thing that has been established is this task database has been recognized as a task database for our home. And so if we go inside of our home page here, if we was to add any new tasks from here, it's going to be added to that new task database here. And so this is all fully integrated for us already by Notion, which is great. So we sort of can skip a few steps. So we've got our projects and we've got our tasks. The next thing we need is a meetings database and a docs database. So again, I'm just going to use what Notion already has for us. I can create their docs database from the template they've given us. And then also I can create a meetings database from the meetings template they've given us. So now we've got each of these databases set up. The next thing I'm going to do is basically go through them one by one and refine them. And this comes to my first point, which is, or my second rule, which is that we want to keep database properties to a minimum and keep them as simple as possible. So taking a look at the task database we have set up, I'm just going to ask myself the question, do I need this property, or what is this property going to be used for, and is it required? And a quick way to do this is if I just open up one of the pages, I can open this page in full. There may be some hidden properties here, so I'm just going to hit this one more property so I make sure I'm seeing everything. And now I can go through the properties nice and quickly and see at a glance what's here and what might not be required. So first of all, I'm going to delete which are the things I don't think I need. So first of all, we have this summary AI. So Notion has Notion AI built into it if you're on one of their more premium plans. And you can also have these AI summaries as database properties. At the moment, I haven't seen much use case for it yet. So I'm just going to go ahead and click on the property and delete the property for now. I can also be reassured that if I ever wanted to come and bring back that property that I've deleted, I can come back to the source database, come to these three dots here, go to properties, and then you'll see there's a deleted properties section here. So I can always bring back any of these properties I'm deleting, so not to worry about deleting any of these properties. Okay, so jumping back in. The next thing I see is we have this parent task relation, and this is actually a relation back to the task database, and it's what runs this parent task. And then you'll see below here we've got these subtasks. So basically, if we want subtasks within our task database, because we already have a projects database that we're going to be using, I only ever like to have there be two levels of hierarchy. So the projects is the bigger scope, and then the tasks is the smaller scope, and projects are grouping tasks together. So I don't like to go down to a third level, which would be then having subtasks within a parent task. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this. So again, I'm just going to click the property, hit delete. And then you'll notice it's asking delete parent property for everyone on task. I'm going to hit delete. And then you'll also notice that the subtask relation, because it was a relation to each other, that's also been removed as well. We have some priority levels, high, low, and medium. That's pretty standard. Again, I haven't got a use case for it now, so I'm just going to go ahead and remove it, and I can always bring it back later. And then finally, we have this tags property. Again, we haven't quite yet got a use case for it, so I'm just going to go ahead and remove that for now. So now I've deleted all the properties I don't need. The next thing I'm going to do is look at the existing properties and see if there's any edits I want to make to them. So first thing I see is we have this person property that's working as an assignee function. And so you can see I can have myself assigned, I could assign John, and so we can divvy out who's doing what task. Now, best practice has taught me when it comes to assigning responsibilities and having people accountable, everyone should only be accountable for one thing. So only one person for one task, one project, one objective. And so what I'm actually going to do here is update this assignee property. I'm going to come to edit property. and I'm actually going to add a limit. So I'm going to say that only one person is the limit for this property, and so only one person can be assigned as the assignee. So you'll see if I add John now, it switches him out for me. So that's the first thing I'm going to do. The second thing I'm going to do is actually add a second assignee property. So I can do this nice and quickly by coming to the assignee property here and hitting duplicate. And then what I'm going to do here is update this so there is no limit for this particular assignee property. And then I'm just going to adjust the names here. So I'm going to rename this to say lead. And then I'm going to rename this to say supporting. And so now what we've done inside of our tasks, we can always know that John is ultimately accountable for getting this task done. But if we wanted to add any additional assignees, we can add them as supporting. And so you can have multiple people working on a task, but ultimately it would be John who's responsible for it. The second thing I'm going to do is look at the statuses. So at the moment we have not started, in progress, done, and archived. That is absolutely fine for me. The main thing I wanted to look for was if there was an archived option, because often what will happen is a task will be created and then we'll decide that we actually don't want to go ahead and do the task, and so it's nice to have the option to put it as archived, as in it hasn't actually been completed but we're no longer thinking about doing it. And so now after adjusting those assignee properties, I think these look great for me. So now we can go ahead and build out the views for the task database. So I'm going to come back to the sidebar here and come to tasks. And so my third rule for you is when you're building out your views for your major databases, you might want to think about having some standardized views that all of your databases share. And so what this does is it means anyone that's moving throughout Notion and using the different databases, they're familiar with the views and what they do, and there's not too much friction going between the different databases. For me, there's 4 different views that I like to have in each of my databases. That's a view that is an all view, so it shows you everything unfiltered. Then I like to have a view by project or by something that's grouping it, whatever the higher up in the hierarchy the thing is. Then I like to have a me view, which I'll explain in a second. And then finally, I like to have a completed/archived view. So I'm just going to build those views out now and show you how I do that. So first of all, we already have a by project view, which is great. The only thing I'm going to add is a status filter that basically says the status is not complete. So we're going to hit is not complete. I'm also going to add this as an advanced filter, and then I'm going to remove these other filters that have been set up. Now Notion sets these filters up because they offer teams the ability to sort of go to a database and then filter whatever they like. And you'll notice that I have, when I created my first filter, there's this save for everyone message that appears here. And so the idea is that multiple people can work in the same database, and then I might decide I want to just see things for this project. And as long as I don't hit the save for everyone, that filter is just shown for me. And so you can sort of filter based on what you want to see. Personally, I find it better for teams to set up views very intentionally and then to not mess with the filters in any way. And so you get used to what the views do and how they look. And so you're not required to create filters. I found when teams go ahead and start adding filters themselves, they either lose sight of what the original view was for, or they might hit save for everyone and then that adjusts the filter for everyone, and then the sort of original view has been messed up. So we're going to just delete these filters that have already been set up, and then just have this one filter set up in an advanced filter, so it's sort of tucked away, and we're just going to hit save for everyone. So now this has been set up for us. So we have our by project view, which is great. We also already have an all tasks view, which has been set up, which is great. And you can see there's no filters for this, which is just how we want it. Again, we might want to adjust where the properties sit. I sort of like to have my properties like so. And then I also like to have the actual layout show wrap all columns. And so this basically means that if there's any columns where the information hangs low, it sort of wraps it for you. So we have our all tasks there. I might also just rename this and have this give itself an icon just for the aesthetic. And then we're going to create that me view. So what I can actually do is just hit this property here and duplicate it. And now I can rename this to me. I'm going to change the icon to a user. So it's just this single user here. And then we're going to hit this filter icon. I'm going to choose lead contains, and then we've got this me option. And so basically what this filter does is if I have been tagged as the lead, it will show me my tasks here. Now, if someone else was signed in, if John was signed into Notion and he was looking at this exact same page, even at the same time as me on his Notion account, he would see all of John's tasks. He would see his own tasks here. And so that me filter is relative to whoever is looking at Notion. And so this is a really nice filter to set up. So we can add the lead is me. Because we've got this supporting property as well, we might also turn this into an advanced filter and say lead contains me. And actually I'm going to wrap this into a group. Lead contains me, or supporting contains me. And then also what I'm going to add is, again, that status is not complete or archived. So we've got that me property set up. And then finally come back to that all tasks view. I'm going to duplicate. And then this one is going to be called completed/archived. I'm going to add an archive icon. And then I'm going to filter and say status is done or archived. So this is actually showing me things that has been completed or archived. And so these are the 4 views that we now have set up. So we've got an all task view that has no filters. So if you've ever lost the task, or if you're just looking to look through everything, you could come here, search, and you know you're not being filtered away by everything. We're seeing things by project that haven't been completed yet, so grouped by project, which is great. We can see things that have been assigned to me if I want to jump into that. And then also we can see things that have been completed or archived. So we've done the properties, we've set up some views. The next thing we might want to think about is, does this database require any database templates? Generally for tasks, this might be something that you think about and build out over time. So to create a database template, we come to this new button here and go to the right of it and drop down to this menu. And you can actually see that the Notion has given us a task template to begin with. So to edit it, I've gone to these 3 dots here and I can hit edit. And you can see I've just got a basic template with an icon and a description. And so this has been set to default. And basically that means that if I create a task anywhere in Notion inside this database, it's going to apply that template by default. So generally task templates, as I said, will be things that you sort of organically come up over time. And so I would actually advise to delete this template as it's not really doing anything for us. It's sort of just been put in there. But something you might want to start from the very beginning is creating a delegated tasks template. And so I'll show you how to do this. We're going to hit new template and we're going to give it the title delegated task. And I'm just going to put this in some brackets to show that this is sort of just a placeholder name. We can give it an icon. So I'm just going to use a sort of arrow to show that this is sort of being assigned to someone else. And then we can build out inside this template a bit of an instruction manual for people that want to create a delegated task. So for example, we might create a call out and say to create a delegated task, fill out the information below. And we're going to change this to an info icon. And so inside here, we might want to give some people some guides of how to create a delegated task for someone else so that whoever's receiving that task has all the information they need to complete the task. So it might be additional details that we want. It might be what would the ideal outcome look like. And then it might also be some FAQs. And so someone can create a new task, a delegated task, and then fill out all this information in the page body for someone else. And then they hopefully will have sort of all the information they need to get started on this task. So that's just one template I like to create from the outset. And so now if someone wanted to create a delegated task, they might come into here and they might say, Nancy to send email, and then they can open up the page, create this delegated task, and then inside of here, we've got a bit of a guide for them to help them create this delegated task. inside of here. So we've done the properties, we've adjusted the views, and we've created a database template. The last thing to do would be to add instructions to this database page. And so what we can do is add a description to this database, and this is where I'd put all of the instructions in. Now this will be based on how you're using the database and how your team is going to be using it. So it might just be a case of, this is our general task manager, all tasks go in here, for example. Of course, you might want to come up with a bit more detail about what the database is being used for, but you can add those as just top level instructions in the description here. If you want to link out to a Loom video that you've created that gives an overview of the database, that's great as well. The only thing I'd think about is you want to keep your instructions as lightweight as possible, just so in the future, if you update this database, it's not a big push to then update the instructions for it. Now, the final thing I want to touch on before I move on to the other databases is, as you'll notice, even in my own personal business workspace, some Notion experts like to group all of their databases within a databases page. The reason for this is it's just nice to get a bird's eye view of all the databases that are being used. It also means you can sort of divvy out access levels to databases a little bit easier. And also there's a bit of a theory that it means people are less likely to delete databases if they're in a separate page. Recently, I've moved away from putting databases in dedicated databases page, and also just putting it as a top level database in the sidebar here. And I'll show you later in this video how to create access levels so that deleting the entire database becomes less of an issue. And then the other nice thing that you get from having databases as databases in the sidebar is we can use this quick add function. And so the team, if they want to capture a task, all they have to do is come to the task here, hit add, and now there's a new task and it's been added to that task database instantaneously. So I thought I'd just share that with you, and this is the strategy we're using for this foundational build, so something just to make you aware of. Right, so let's go to the meetings database and follow the exact same steps. So I'm going to open up one of the pages so I can get a nice overview of the properties in here. The first thing I'm going to ask myself is, are all of these properties needed? And if they're not, let's go ahead and delete them. So straight away, I'm seeing created by, created time, last edited time. Personally, I don't need this for my meetings database. So I'm going to go ahead and remove all of these database properties. We also have a type property, and this is, as you can see, sort of showing us what type of meeting this is. So for now, that looks good for me. The next thing I'm going to look at is if there's anything I want to edit to these current properties. So the only thing that's signaling to me is the attendees property. So this again is a person property. The only thing to be aware of is that inside Notion, you can only tag someone with this person property if they've been invited into the workspace either as a member or a guest. So this basically requires someone to have a Notion workspace and for them to have sort of interacted with your workspace in some way. And so this is fine for internal teams. Everyone should be invited into Notion anyway, so you can track the fact that they're attendees. But if you have anyone external, for example, someone like a contractor or even a client, they might not be inside your Notion workspace. And so you might not be able to log the fact that they have been in attendance to this meeting. So if you would like to prevent that, or you want to log that, there's a couple things you can do. The nice and easy thing might be just to add a text property, and you could call this external attendees. And now you can just add in here, for example, that Elena George was in attendance to this meeting. The other thing you can also do is create a separate database that might be called external contacts, and then create a relation to that. And then that basically means that you then have a bit more of a drop-down menu with all of your current or external contacts. And so you can reuse them again and again and again. For now, we're just going to keep it simple, and attendees is good for me to move forward with. And so the next and final thing is there any other properties that I'd like to see here that would help me? And for me, there's only one thing missing, and that is a URL. I'm going to add a URL in here, and I'm actually going to rename this to meeting recording. And so if I'm using any third-party recording apps, or if I'm recording straight from Zoom or from Google Meets, I can then come into Notion, and once I've made my meeting agenda and logged my meeting notes, I can also attach a meeting recording here. And this becomes really powerful in Notion because it means you have a library of all of your meetings. And so if anyone's missed a meeting, they can just come into Notion, find the meeting, and then also link to the meeting recording and find all that information in there as well. The other property that I forgot to add is a relation to that projects database that we've had set up. And this will, you understand why I'm doing this later in the video, but we'll add a property. We're going to use the relation. We're going to find that projects database and make sure it's the one inside of our sandpit team space. And then do we want to show it on projects? For now, that's fine not to be shown on projects. And I'm going to add the relation in here. And then I'm also just going to give it that same icon just for the sake of consistency. And so now we have all the properties we need. So again, for the views, I'm going to use that strategy of using the same 4 views for the databases. So we can see we've already got an all view here. I'm just going to rename this to all meetings for the sake of consistency. And I'm going to add an icon in here. And then the next thing we will want is a mine view. So I'm going to duplicate this view, and you can see how you can start to really speed up the process here just by duplicating from the views that are already existing. Let's rename this to me. We want a view grouping by project, which we just created the relation for. So again, I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to come to group by project, and that's perfect there. Now, the meetings database currently doesn't have a status that is not started, in progress, complete, archive. And so you might think that we don't need a sort of archived section. But I'm actually going to show you a final property that you might want to add to your meetings in your docs database. And basically means that it maintains and keeps your databases clean for anything that you're not needing. So I'm going to open up the properties or the page again. I'm going to add a property, and this time I'm going to add a roll-up. And so essentially in Notion, if you haven't used a roll-up before, a roll-up is basically if you have a relation in that database, you can then pull information from that database relation and see it as a roll-up in this database. So for example, I might say this is the project status. And I can just leave that like so. And then inside here, I'm going to select the existing relation, which is that projects relation. And then the property I'm pulling it in is the status of the project. And then I just want to show the original, then that's perfect. And then I'm also just going to always hide this property because I don't need to see it. It's just for the sake of filtering things out. And so now what I can do is, first of all, I can duplicate from the all meetings, and I'm going to create that archived view. So I'm going to hit archived, and I'm going to filter project status, and I'm going to say is, and I'm going to say complete. And this is what is showing me that any of the statuses is either done or cancelled. And I'm going to save that for everyone. So that's for my archived view, and I'm going to hide this from the table. And then now for the existing ones I have for the by project and the me view, I'm actually going to adjust the filters. So now I'm going to add the project status is not complete for this project view, by project view. And then for the me view, I'm going to add this as an advanced filter. And so it says attendees contains me, and the project status none is done or cancelled. And so basically what this means is that inside of these two views, it's only going to show you meetings that are related to projects that are currently active or not yet complete. And so it's actually going to remove any of the meetings that are associated with projects that have been completed. And so it's only keeping the most relevant things at the surface. And then again, if you always want to come back and look at any of this information, you can come to the archive view or the all meetings view to find this information. I've also got some outstanding views. So this will show me by the meeting type. I don't really need that, so I'm going to remove that.
I've got list by type. Again, I'm not really in need of that at the moment, so I'm going to remove that. But the calendar view would be quite useful, I think, for my team, just to get a visual representation of the different meetings that are happening. So that's a fifth view that I'm going to add into this database views, and I'm going to drag it and put it alongside the me view here. And I'm not going to add any filters to this because I want to be able to see the history of the meetings that have happened and the meetings that are going to happen. So that's an additional view I'm going to add in here. Now, the next thing we want to do is add a database template if it's required. And for meetings, that's definitely required. It's really useful to have a meeting template. So again, I'm going to come to this arrow here. And you'll notice, again, Notion has given me some meeting templates to begin with. So if we come to edit, let's take a look at what they've got. They've got a new weekly meeting, and you can see they've got pre-read, agenda items, and action items. And so I'm actually going to do, I'm going to edit this template and make this our standard meeting template. So I'm just going to open this up for the sake of editing it. We're going to just slightly change the icon so it's black instead of grey. And then what I want to do is basically edit what they've got in here. So the pre-read, I'm going to change this to, I'm actually going to drag this down. I'm going to change this to meeting notes. Agenda items, that's great. I'm going to remove these here. And I'm just going to add a bullet point here. And then action items is great. And we're going to leave that to do feature there. What I'm also going to add is a toggle, and I'm actually going to link a view of our task database inside of this template. So I'm going to do /toggle. I'm going to say add to task database, and then I'm going to toggle down. I'm going to open this up, and I'm going to do /linked, and then I'm going to choose the linked view of database. And so now from within here, I'm going to bring in that task database, again, making sure it's coming from the Sandpit team space. And then at the moment, I'm just going to use the all tasks view for now. And I'm just going to come up here to these three dots. I'm going to make sure that this page is full width, just so we have a bit more screen space. And so at the moment, you could just have an all tasks view of your task database. And so basically what this means is you can capture agenda, you can write down your meetings during the meeting, you can capture action items nice and quickly using that to-do feature. And then if you like, you can actually bring the tasks into the task database here and capture them into the task database from this page. Now, an additional add you might want to do is basically to make this database view clear, and it's only going to add or show the tasks that you add for this particular meeting. So obviously, if you have an all tasks view, once you start to use it and stress test this database, you will have a lot of entries in there for your tasks. So if you open up this add to task database view, it's going to be a little bit overwhelming to see all that information. So to do this, to sort of restrict it just to show the task for this meeting, I'm going to add a property to the task database just by opening up the page. I'm going to add a new property, and if you haven't already guessed it, it's going to be a relation property to the meetings database itself. So I'm just going to say related meetings. I'm going to add relation. I don't need to show it on my meetings, so that's fine. I'm going to add the relation. I'm just going to change the icon as well. And then what I'm also going to do is I'm going to show this as a minimal property inside of the meetings database. And what that basically does is it just means it clears it away from the properties at the very top of the task database and keeps things nice and simple. So I'm going to close this out. And now I've got that relation property, what I can do is add a filter. And in this filter, I'm going to say related meetings contains, and then I'm going to use what's called a self-referential filter. And so essentially, out of the list of relating meetings, I'm actually going to click the new weekly template meeting I'm currently in. So if I hit new weekly, it's going to add that in here, and I'm going to save that for everyone. And so now, and I'm just going to hide this property here. And so now basically what this means is it's only going to, when I create a new meeting, it's going to add the tasks related to the meeting automatically, which sounds quite complicated. Let me show you exactly what I mean here. The other thing I wanted to do is this is currently set to say that the event time is today, but now So the date and time is duplicated. I'm just going to change this to today. And so basically that means whenever you create the meeting, it's automatically going to be given today's date, and then you can move it along. So going back to the meetings, let's show you how this works. So if I create a new meeting here, and I'm just going to open up the page and use the new weekly template that we've just created. Obviously, I would rename this to whatever the meeting's about. But if I open up this up as a full page, let's say I've got task 1, task 2, and task 3. Then I've decided I actually want to add them to our general task manager. What I can actually do is just drag this until I see this blue square appear, and we're going to highlight all of those tasks. Then I'm going to come to these dots here, which is allow me to drag these blocks. I'm going to drag these blocks until I see that blue line highlight just below the property names. And then I'm just going to let go. And you'll notice that's been added to this view of the task database. And I'm not seeing all of the tasks in the task database. And so if I was to open up one of these tasks, what you'll notice is it's actually been automatically related to this new weekly page that we've set up. So if this was daily stand-up that was at today, then you'll see that this task is related to that daily stand-up using a self-referential filter. So that's a nice standard meeting template to have. And I'm actually going to set this as the default. And I'm going to rename this to standard meeting. Again, put it inside brackets so people know that's a placeholder name. And then the other thing I might want to do is think about, like we can see Notion has done, is if there's any other meetings that we have on a recurring basis that we might want to create templates around. And so I'm just going to delete what they've got set up. And then I'm going to duplicate our current standard meeting by coming up to these 3 dots here and hitting duplicate. And so what that's going to do is add in that action items database for us automatically. And so it might be that we have a team meeting every Friday. So I'm going to add team meeting here. And then inside the agenda items, I might want to pre-populate this team meeting template with some agenda items that we go through every Friday. So it might be that we review our KPIs, we ask if there's any issues that anyone wants to announce, if there's any opportunities that we've been thinking about, wins, challenges, all that kind of thing. We can add these as agenda items that are all going to automatically appear inside this meeting template. The other thing we can do is change the icon, just to give it a bit of a distinction. We can change the type property, which has already been done here, to a team weekly. And then also, if it's the same people attending this meeting, we can add them as attendees automatically. And then finally, what we can also do is using Notion's recurring database feature, we can have this meeting be created for us at the start of the day every single week. So to do this, I'm going to hit these 3 dots here. I'm going to choose repeat. I'm going to make this weekly. Our weekly is on a Friday, so I'm going to have it appear every Friday. And I'm going to have it appear at 12 a.m. So when everyone's asleep, this is going to be generated. And let's have this start this Friday. And I'm going to save that. And then you'll see we have this blue sort of repeat symbol appear here. And so basically what that means is every Friday, this team meeting is going to be created for us. It's going to be given that day's date. We're going to have the agenda items already in there. All of the attendees are already going to be tagged. And so all you have to do is on maybe the Friday morning, you can come in here, maybe adjust the agenda items, or it might just be that you want to go through them each time and you're ready to go to use this meeting template. So the meetings is looking good for me now. Again, I might want to add some instructions to the top of this page as a final step, but now we're ready to move on to docs. So again, I'm going to open up one of the pages so I can see all of the database properties at a glance. Is there anything I want to delete? I actually like all the properties that are already here. So for the docs, I like to have created by, last edited by, and then created and last edited time, because docs generally are things that you're creating over time, and so it's nice to see when revisions have been made and who by. The only adjustment I'm going to make here is for this created by, this is currently using the actual created by type property. And so I'm going to remove this because it looks like it's not going to let me delete it. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a property and I'm going to make it a person property instead. And so I'm just going to call this author. So we have someone who's set to the author. And then again, what I'm going to do is first of all, make this a limit. So it's a 1-person limit. So there's always someone who's accountable for this thing that's being made. And then also I'm going to set the default to created by. And so we can see that when this is always going to be by default, the person who created it is set to author. But if you wanted to actually change this and say that it's John that is actually the author, I'm just creating it for him. Then you can mark that there. And then the other thing is I'm going to duplicate this property and I'm going to just add supporting. And as you might have guessed, we're going to make this no limit. And then we don't want it to be a default, so no default. And so now again, we have that nice relationship between who is ultimately responsible for this, and then if there are people supporting, who's supporting on it. Now I have a rule number 4 for you, and that is to use Notion's features to link to third-party apps or tools so that you don't do any double work inside of Notion. And so for this particular context, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a property, and I'm actually going to come and find Notion's Google Drive file. So our company uses Google Drive, and so we can use this and you can create an integration with Google Drive. So I'm just going to call this Google Drive. Yeah, that looks good to me actually. And I'm just going to change the icon here. And then inside of here, you'll want to connect this to your Google Drive account. And so now what this basically means is that if you want to link to something that lives inside of Google Drive, you can just come in here and use it like a search box and quickly tag it like so. So what this does basically is it means that if people are creating content inside of Google Drive, like Google Sheets or presentations, things like that, but you want to give it visibility inside of the context of Notion, what you can do is create a Notion Docs database page that almost works like a placeholder, and then you can link it to that file that lives outside of Notion. And so what this basically means is that it avoids double work, because it's not like you're trying to then replicate that inside of Notion, but it means you have the advantage of having it live inside of Notion, where everyone gets nice visibility of that. For our views, I'm going to go with my standard for all, mine, by project and archived, and I'm going to use that same roll-up trick that I used for the meetings for the docs. So I'm going to pause the video and go through that nice and quickly for you now. So now we have all those docs views set up, and again I'm using this clever roll-up property that basically is finding out if the related project status, what it is, and then I'm using that in my filters for the project and the MUI and the archive views to make sure that the project status isn't complete, or for the archive view to show that the project status is complete. So finally, we can take a look at the projects database. And the first thing I'm going to do is actually rename what this database is called. So at the moment, it's just called client projects. At the moment, it's just called projects. We're now going to rename this to client projects to be a bit more specific. So this is all of our client projects that we're working on with our clients. And so again, we're going to open up the page and take a look at the database properties. First of all, I'm going to delete again that summary AI. Don't need that. Priority for me, client work, they're always the same priority level, so we can remove that. We have this blocked by and is blocking properties. Again, these are relating back to the projects database itself, and these are being used for dependencies. So if you have particular projects that one needs to happen before the other can start, you can use this dependencies feature. Again, this is client work. Client work doesn't tend to be ordered in that way. You're just working with however many clients you have at once. So we're going to remove one of them, and that will remove both of them. We're again going to adjust the person or the owner property here. And so basically we want this to be a 1-person limit, and I'm going to rename this to lead. And then I'm going to duplicate again, and I'm going to have supporting, and this is going to be no limit. We can also see that we have the tasks at the bottom, but we're going to create a dedicated linked view of the tasks in a projects database template. So at the moment, I'm just going to show these as minimal, so they take up less visual space. And then finally, we want to take a look at the status properties, which I find people often overlook when they're actually building out their Notion builds. And so this status property becomes really important for what are the actual stages of your client projects. And generally, you might want to do a bit of a process mapping here to find out what the different stages are when you service a client, and then put them inside of Notion so you can use a Kanban board view for tracking your projects. So for me, I'm just going to put the status in that we actually use for our company. So I'm going to change the backlog to discovery. I'm going to change the planning to onboarding. I'm going to change the in progress to delivery. I'm going to remove the paused status. I'm going to change the done to follow up or offboarding. And then I'm going to change this to complete. And then I'm going to add a final one that is archived. And so now these statuses more closely align with what our actual stages of a client project look like. You'll also notice Notion gives us this completion progress bar. And so just to show you what this is again a roll up. And basically what it's doing here is based on our tasks relation, it's seeing what the status is of those tasks, and then it's calculating the percent per group. So it's calculating by percent how many are complete. And so we can see the completion is 50%. We don't have to touch this. I really like the progress bar. It's nice to sort of see that visually, but just to show you how that works. So now we can take a look at the views. Now this is where I'm going to actually break one of my rules, because I think for the projects databases or clients projects database, how we see things is a little different. So first of all, we have this timeline view, which I think is great. And I'm just going to simplify this slightly. So I'm just going to change the grouping just to say that it's not grouped by anything. And then we can see the stage, we can see who the lead is, we can see the currently completion. And so that's great for me just to get a bird's eye view of what the projects are that we have on the go. And just to show you, this timeline view is being used by that dates property that we have, and it's just a date span that has been created. So we have that timeline view. The other thing we might want to do is add a filter to say that the status is not completed or archived. And so that will just basically remove any of those from the timeline. And then we can, again, remove the other existing filters we have here, because we just want people to use the views as we've set them up. The other view I like to have is a Kanban board style view with those statuses that we set up. So I'm just going to duplicate from the all view. I'm going to change the layout to board, and it is grouping by the status, which is great. Now at the moment it's hiding the empty groups. I'm just going to toggle that off. I'm also going to change the sort by manual and just make sure that this is in the correct order. So discovery, onboarding, delivery, offboarding, completed, and archived, which is perfect. And then we're also just going to hide the archived and completed because we don't need to see them all the time. And then I'm going to change this to colored columns just because it's nice to see it like that. And then also I'm going to come back to layout, I believe. And we're going to make the card size large just so it fills the space of the template itself or the view itself. We can change this to by status, changing the icon again just for visual consistency. For the filters themselves, we can leave them as is. I think they look great because once we move something from offboarding to completed, it just goes into this hidden view here, so we don't need to sort of filter out by completed. The other thing we can also do here is change what properties are shown. So I'm going to come to these three dots here, come to properties. I can add in the date. I can add in that completion or that progress bar. And then I might also want to add in the lead. And so we can see that again, just as a bird's eye view. And now we can see what is happening for our projects. And then the final view I like to show is just, again, one of those completed views. So I'm going to come here, change this all view by changing the filters, and I'm going to say the status is completed or archived. Save for everyone, remove the other filters, and now we have a archived view. And I'm just going to change this to completed/archived. And those are the views I like to have set up. So I'm actually going to remove that active view. And so now we have three very simple views by status, the timeline, and then completed and archived. As you can see for the projects, it's a bit more of a personal preference when it comes to how you like to visually view this data. But generally I like the board view, the timeline, and then just a completed archived view. So now the next step is to look at that database template, and the projects database template is an important one. And as you can see, Notion's given us one and it's set it to default, which is great. So what I'm going to do is just come in here and edit it slightly. We're going to change the icon to keep it consistent with what we've got set up so far. And then let's open this up. I'm going to call this client project again in those parentheses, so everyone knows they can rename this. And then what you can see is Notion's already done this for us. It's set up this section here, which is a view of our task database. And again, it's using that self-referential filter to basically only show the tasks that have been related to this project itself. So this is pretty much good to go. We've got a about this project section, which I quite like. I'm just going to rename the title of this to tasks to simplify it. I'm going to open up this as a full width page just to give a bit more space. And then I'm also going to add in the docs and the meetings. So we're going to do /3 to get a heading of 3. And let's start with the meetings. I've just noticed that the tasks title is actually a heading 2. So I'm just going to adjust that. And then below here, we're going to do /linked view of the database. We're going to find the meetings database. Let's start with the existing all meetings view and then adjust it. So we're going to change the filter to say that the project, and open this up, is client project, and then save for everyone. And so now we have an all meetings view in here that is just showing us things that are related to this project. And of course I can go through and adjust these views as I like them. And then let's also get the docs in here. So again, /2 docs /linked, get the linked database. Let's go for the docs, use the all docs existing view, adjust the filtering to say that the project is this template, save for everyone, and now that's just going to show us docs for this particular project. And then I'm just going to do a // just to get a bit of a divider at the end, just to show that that's the end of the page. Again, we can go through and adjust these views to how we like them. I would use the views that I've already set up for the main databases. And again, this is all about just giving everyone a nice familiarity, so when they're moving across different areas of the workspace, they still sort of understand how things are set up and what the filters are. But now we have this client project database set up and it has been set to default. And so now what's really nice about this is if we capture a new client project in here, let's say it's for Acme Co, and maybe this is a web design project they're working on them for, and it's for 2024. We can add this in here. We can add our lead. Let's say it's myself. We can add in the date that this might be a project span, or it might be the date that we want it to be completed by. And now we can open this up and you'll see where the power of Notion starts to work. So first of all, we can add some more details about the project itself. Now we can capture some tasks. So here is an example task inside here. We can capture some meetings. So this might be, for example, a kickoff meeting with our client, and we've captured the notes about that meeting. And then maybe we have a doc. Maybe this is a client presentation, or it might even be like so, client presentation. And we're capturing this all inside of Notion. And now if we go to our wider views, we can see we have the example task inside this all task view, and it's related to our Acme Co project. In our docs, we can see we've got the client presentation related to Acme Co. And on our meetings, we can see we have that kickoff meeting related to Acme Co. And so inside these client project pages, you're able to visually show all of this information that is managing this project. And then also you can see them from a high level using these particular databases. So now we've finished our build. There's a few steps we want to take to actually introduce this to the team. The first thing is, if we've been building this sort of in isolation, we'll want to have some stakeholders come in here and sort of use this system, maybe put some example data in here, but basically make sure it works for your workflows and that everyone's happy with it. So the first thing is to get sign off from someone else. And then the next thing is to basically drag and drop these pages inside of your general team space which will be your default team space that everyone has access to if they're a workspace member. And so the simple way to do this is just literally drag and drop these across. Are you sure you want to move client projects close together? You can move these together, it looks like. Here we go. Then we're going to drag docs and we're going to drag meetings. So now everyone has access to this. The next thing I would do is you're going to update the access levels. And this is what I was talking to you earlier about. So we're going to use the can edit content access level to basically mean that no one can change the actual database properties or the database templates or delete the databases themselves. They're only going to have the access to interact with the databases. So if we come to this client projects database to start, I'm going to come to share, and then you'll see by default everyone at general has full access and everyone at my workspace has full access. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove everyone so they have, or not remove, I'm going to give everyone can edit content access instead. So I'm going to do can edit content for the team space owners, can edit content for the team space members, and can edit content for everyone. And so only me at the moment has full access. And so this will mean anyone else in the team, if they're using this database, wherever they are, they can come in here, but they can't actually delete these properties. They can't change what the statuses are. They can't add new properties. And then also they can't come to the side here and actually delete the database itself. And basically what this does is it ensures the sort of robustness of the system that you're setting up, and it means that inefficiencies aren't cropping up over time. Working closely with clients and agencies in particular, what I've found is when we launch these new systems, if we don't have this access level, over time, people will begin to just bring in properties a bit willy-nilly. So they may find that they need this tag for this very specific context for this one-off project that's never going to be used again. And then it's never tracked what the property was for. And so in 3 months' time, everyone's still looking at this property, not really knowing what it's for, and it clogs up the system. And then you end up with 30, 40 properties that no one knows how to use. So restricting this access is a really important step to maintain the efficiency of your system. So we're going to do that for each of these databases. So I'm going to do it for tasks, docs, and meetings. The other thing is that by default, when you do this, it's only going to be you, whoever's doing it, that's going to be granted full access. So you might also want to add any other additional members who should have full access. So maybe your founders, your CEOs, or you might consider establishing what I like to call the Notion admin team. And so essentially this is the people that you've given the responsibility that you have full access to Notion. It's your responsibility to maintain Notion, to provide access to other people, and you should probably be the members of the team that know the most about Notion and how to use it. So if you establish your Notion admin team, the other thing you might consider doing is coming to your settings and members, creating a group, and calling them Notion admin or Notion champions, whatever it may be. And so this means that whenever you're providing out access like this, you can just come and add your particular Notion admin team, like a group here, and give them the required access to speed this process up. And then my final tip for launching this to the wider team is to set up a meeting to do some live training with everyone to introduce them to this new system. This is really important for getting buy-in from the team and sort of managing that change management process. Time and time again, I find that clients will just start making things in Notion, not really tell the team what they're for, and then no one ends up using the actual system itself. So to get buy-in from your team, think about how you're going to train them up on it, get them excited about using Notion, and that's going to put you on a path for success when building inside of Notion. So if you've been following along, you should now have a nice agency system or the foundations of one set up inside of your Notion. If you believe that you can't standardize your client delivery because each of your clients needs something completely different, then I'm here to tell you today that you're wrong. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can automatically create client tasks in Notion based on the services that they have chosen. For example, let's say you offer services A, B, and C. And let's say client 1 chooses services A and C, while client 2 chooses services B. Based on that, we'll be able to create a set of default tasks for client 1 that would be completely different for the default tasks that are sent to the project for client 2. And what's more, these
these default tasks or these automated tasks can have all of the due dates, the assignees, and the SOPs related to them automatically. So the first thing I want to walk you through are the required databases that you'll need for this setup to work. And you can see over on Notion, I have them listed out here. So the first thing we have is the services database. And for the services database, you can basically just have a simple list view. And if you like, you can add a tag property here to show the type of service that you're offering, but not much else is needed for now. Then we have the projects database, and for this, alongside any of the other properties you might want, so for example, due dates, having different team members is important. You might want to add a progress bar, but most importantly, we have a relation to our services database here. So you can see I can choose from within this relation any of the other services listed up here. And then finally, we have a task database, our final database that's needed. And again, for this, you might have some default properties like your statuses, your due dates, your assignees. But most importantly, I have a relation to the client project database in this case. So for any of the tasks, I can come in here and assign them to a particular client project database. We can also add this recurring tag here that goes all the way from daily to yearly. And this is for recurring tasks, which I'll show you how to use in a second. If you'd like to grab this exact setup, you can use the link down below in the description to find Notion for Agencies, which has amongst this setup, the wiki, meeting notes, content manager, as well as a bunch of other things. So now we have our database set up. The next thing that we need to do is basically decide on the default or the standard list of tasks for each of our different services, projects, retainers, or deliverables. And the best way to do this is to actually use an exercise called process mapping. But essentially what this exercise allows you to do is work with your team to visually map out all the different steps within a given process so that you can know how to do it best, how to automate some of it, and most importantly, how you can know the steps to then automate the tasks that get generated for the projects. But once you do know what those steps are, I recommend that you actually document them within each of the services pages just by simply adding a to-do and adding the tasks in here. So for example, for social media, it might be get access to client accounts. It might be decide on overall writing voice. Any steps that are for this social media service, I can list down below here so everyone knows what they are. So now I've got my databases and I've decided on what the task should be. The next thing to do is to actually create the automations. And we're going to be using Notion's database automations here. And they are actually going to be assigned to the projects database. So you can see here at the project database, we have this Thunderbolt emoji, which allows us to access the database automations. And I already have some automations in here. So for example, I have an overall onboarding automation that all of the projects will get automatically. And so what happens here is when any of the statuses of any of the records inside of client projects get set to onboard, what we are doing is we are adding a task or adding a record to our task database. And then we are deciding what the fields are, or what the properties are. So we are saying the task name for this particular example is prep for onboarding call. We are then taking the relation to the client project and assigning it to the trigger page. So whichever project was assigned to was set to onboard, we are then assigning this task to that project. We are saying who the assignee is and we're saying who the due date is. So this is essentially how this works. And what we'll eventually have is one general onboarding automation for any project that has become active, but then also we'll have a dedicated database automation for each of your service lines or projects or deliverables. So for example, we have a website redesign one here, and essentially when the service contains website redesign, and it should also say and the status is set to onboarding, then we are going to do a list of tasks that are unique to this service. So that is the overview of it, but let's actually create one together in real time so you can see what this looks like. And we'll do it for that social media service that we scoped out. So again, I'm going to hit the Thunderbolt here and choose new automation. This will open up our automation menu. And for this is our social media tasks. And so the first thing it's asking us is this for all pages in our client projects database, so the entire database, or is it for a specific view? I want it to be for all views, so that's fine. And And then the triggers that we're going to have is, again, first of all, I'm going to say that the service contains, and I want social media. So that's the first trigger. And then I can also add a second trigger here, and it's asking me if I want it to be applied to, if the trigger should trigger when all of these variations occur. And that is correct, so I want all. And then the next trigger I'm going to add is the status is set to onboard, and hit done. And the reason I do that is because over on the client projects database, we have these statuses. And essentially, because we need to basically set some of the properties inside of the projects database for the automation to work correctly, what we have is this planning status first. So what we can do is basically create a new project and for it to be set to planning. And then only once we've added all of our properties in the projects database, which is going to dictate some of the properties that get created in the task database, only once we're ready, then we can move over to onboard, and then that will trigger the automation. So that's why we choose the status to be set to onboard. If we was to just choose the trigger, for example, of page added, it would mean we wouldn't get the opportunity to actually set the properties in the projects database that again dictate some of the tasks that are created. So we've got our triggers, so now it's time to add our actions. And as we showed in the example, what we essentially do is we add a page to, and from our select databases option, we're going to find our task database. So we're basically adding a task to the task database. And then before I actually add what that task is going to be in the task name property, I'm going to edit another property. And the most important thing that I do is make sure that this particular task is related to the client project of the trigger page. So now we have that trigger page relation. The next thing we can do is actually say what the task is. So I think we said get access to client accounts. Now, the next thing we can do is basically add any other properties that we want to be filled in automatically for us. So the first thing we can do is actually decide who the assignee is going to be. And this is something that I love about Notion. We can actually create dynamic assignees based on who the assignees are in the project. So for example, get access to client accounts would probably be the responsibility of whoever is the client lead on this particular account. So what I can do is instead of actually just choosing a standard assignee every single time this automation occurs, I can now use Notion's custom formula option. So if I hit custom formula, essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to find the trigger page. So again, the page that is triggered by this automation, the project. Then I'm going to do the dot icon, and then I can choose from within the trigger page, I can find all of the properties. And I want to basically have this assignee be our client lead, which is this property here, a rollup property. And I can save that here. And so now basically whoever the client lead is for this account is going to be assigned this task. The next thing that I can now do is choose the due date. And again, with Notion's custom formula, I can now make dynamic due dates based on whenever the trigger date is. So for example, instead of just saying, let's say, instead of just picking a date for whenever that might be, obviously our projects will happen at any time into the future, so that's not going to work. What I could first do is basically say, make the due date the date that this automation is triggered. So whenever that project has moved over to onboard, then give it the due date of that date. So that works. Or what I could do is, let's say I want this to happen in the future. So I want the person to get access to the client accounts, let's say 3 days after we start the project. What I can now do is have a custom formula, choose the date triggered option. So we have date triggered. Then I can do the dot property, or actually what I'm going to do is come over to the start of the formula and choose the date add function. And then within the date add function, I'm going to say I want to apply 3, and then I'm putting days here, and then I'm closing out this formula. And so basically now the due date that's going to be applied is whenever the status, the project has moved into onboard, whatever time or whatever date that happens, I'm then going to add 3 days on top of that, and that is the due date that is going to get decided. So that's good for me, but one thing you might be asking is, we might move the project into the onboard phase, not on the actual start date of the project. So what you can actually do is create another date property. So we know what the due date is. We could also create another property called start date. And so we can basically say,
we can actually define when this project officially started. So now we have this start date. Over on our automation, we can actually update this and basically say, we want this due date to be added 3 days from the start date. So we will do trigger page, find the properties using that dot icon and come over to start date and hit save. So now basically the due date is going to be dictated by whatever that start date is plus 3 days. Going furthermore with the due dates, what we can also say is, let's say you don't decide the due date typically from when the start happens, but actually you decide when the task should happen from when the project is due. So what we can do in this instance is, instead of saying date add, we can replace this with date subtract. And then instead of saying the start date, we can say the due date. So now we can have this task be triggered. Let's say it's 10 days from the due date. So let's say typically we have shorter projects that are around 14 days to complete. So we might set this due date from 14 days time. Then based on that, this task is going to be created with the due date from 10 days from when the actual project is finally due. So we know that we're doing all of our tasks within the amount of time that we need to do them to actually complete the entire project. The next thing that a task should have, as well as the assigning the due date, is how the person can actually complete the task. And to do this, we can actually bring in another relation we have to another database, which is our SOPs database. So we have this related SOP relation. And so now from within here, we can browse our entire SOP database. We don't actually have an SOP that says how to get access to client accounts, but let's pretend that this SOP is. And so now the task is going to be generated with this SOP. So the person knows who's been assigned it, they know when they need to do it, and now with the SOP, they know how exactly to do it as well. So that looks good for me for now. And we did have a second task. So the way that we can actually create the second task a bit quicker this time is just to use these 3 dots here and to hit duplicate. And now we've duplicated this task and we can just edit the contents. So I think the next task was decide the writing style. We can keep the trigger page the same. The assignee, let's say this time it's not the client lead, it's actually editor that would be in charge of this particular job. And for the due date, let's say we want this to happen 8 days away from the due date. And then the SOP, let's choose another SOP here. Let's choose this script for leads here. And now we've got these 2 tasks coming in automatically. So just to make sure this works, let's run a test. I'm going to use this ABC project here. I'm going to make sure that I've applied all of the different properties that I need for this to work. So the first one would be applying the services to social media, making sure I've got a client lead, and also making sure that I've got an editor. Let's make John our editor. And then also making sure that I've got a due date, which is December 12th. That's actually in the past. So let's put this for January the 3rd. And now once I'm ready, I can move this status over to on board, and hopefully the automation will run. So here we go. We can see inside of ABC Co, we have within the tasks the get access to client accounts and decide the writing style. It's been assigned to the people based on who the actual team is for this exact project. So that's great. We have the due dates coming in based on the ultimate final due date of this project. So we need to make sure we get the access account by December 24th and decide the writing style before December 26th. And then also we have the related SOPs, so we can click into there and see exactly how we're meant to complete these tasks. Now, what we can also do is make one of these tasks a recurring tasks using our recurring tags feature. So let's say, for example, we had another task here and we are wanting to post the social media content, and obviously this would have to happen every single week as part of our retainer contract. So now what we can do is we can leave everything the same. Let's say this happens with the same person, same SOP, but now what we can do is add this recurring tag, and we want this to happen on a weekly basis. And so basically the task is going to be created, and then it's going to be given that due date, which is based on the ultimate due date of the project. And then once that's marked off as done, that's then going to trigger another automation, which is an automation that is native to our task database. And then now this is going to be create a new task, the same task, but set for a week in advance. So we can now have a recurring task happening every week for this particular retainer project. But what this now basically allows you to do is have all of your tasks being created based on the services, and also for your retainer projects, you can have recurring tasks being set and recurring each time you need to do them. So I've implemented automated tasks for almost all of my clients, as it's one of the most powerful ways that you can start to standardize agencies as well as full service agencies that have a lot of custom work. But there are some best practices that I want to walk you through now to help you maintain and keep your automations running and working well. And the first one is to actually make sure that you delegate the task of setting up each of the projects and moving them into that onboard phase to trigger the automation to one person in your team. This will typically be your project manager, but essentially they should be someone that understands how Notion works. They should also be in charge of the automations themselves and setting them up and customizing them. And so basically, you know, that person is the person creating the projects, triggering the automations, and then also going through and customizing the tasks if needed. So for example, when these two tasks came into ABC Co, there's some variables that have been defined for me, but I as the project manager might actually say, actually we need this to happen a little bit sooner because someone might be out of office, and actually John can't do this because he's currently unavailable, so I'm going to move this onto my plate. So it's very important, once the automations have been triggered, you have a project manager going over each of their tasks and making sure that they are correct and changing them if they're needed. The second hurdle I see with automations is agency owners allow them to become outdated too quickly. And as soon as the automations have tasks in there that no one is no longer doing or need to be doing, then people stop trusting the software and stop trusting Notion as the single source of truth. So a recommendation I have here is to actually use the services database to only document what tasks are inside the automation, but allow other people on the team to recommend new tasks and use the commenting section to keep track of that. So as an example, when we look at the social media section, we have these two tasks that are living inside of the automation. But what we could have is, let's say there's someone else on the team that isn't in charge of the automations and doesn't know how they work. If they wanted to add a new task, they could come in here and say, please, and at the person, so let's say it's John that's in charge of the tasks, can you add a task, post social media content? And then they can also say with due date of, and then also with SOP assigned to, and they can basically script out or scope out what should be in the tasks just in this comment section here. Then they can post that comment to the person who's in charge, and then John can see this, basically do that in the automation, but also log the fact that it lives in here. So add this task in here. And then finally, they can just reply to Sam and say, that's been done, and also resolve this comment here. So now it's moved out of the way. And so this is how you can easily maintain the tasks in the automation without having to have everyone on the team understand how the automation actually works. Of course, task creation is just one piece of the systems puzzle. In order to truly take charge of your operations and unlock scalability, you'll need to understand what else is needed. In this video, I'll show you how you can track your time inside of Notion so that you can see where your team is spending their time and get better at estimating how long it takes things to get done so that you can manage your capacity a bit more easily. If you want to shortcut the build time, you can check out the link down below in the description to get this exact setup inside your workspace. So without further ado, let's dive in. So to achieve this build, I really just need two databases. First of all, I need a timesheets database that I have here at the top. And right now this is just a blank database. And then we also just need a task database. Anything where we store our tasks, we assign tasks is fine. So to start, let's dive in with the timesheets database. And the way this entire setup is going to work is essentially we are going to be able to make new timesheet logs that are associated to our tasks. And we can do multiple timesheets for one particular task. So for example, improve website copy. On one day, we may track 2 hours. On another day, we may track 3 hours. And then overall, we'll be able to see how much time we've tracked for this overall task. So first of all, we need a mechanism to basically track time within this database. And the way we do that is using a start and stop date and time property. So we are going to, first of all, bring in two date properties. This one we can call start, and then we can also duplicate this one, and we're going to call this stop. And so essentially, if we were to create a new timesheet here, so this is an example timesheet, we might say that we started this particular session today and the time was, let's say it was 10 a.m. So that started from today till 10 a.m. and we stopped this timesheet at today at 11 a.m. So obviously, just using some quick maths, we know that this timesheet is tracked 1 hour, but what we can do is add a formula property to show that. So I'm going to add a formula property in here, and I'm going to call this tracked minutes. So the way we're going to do that in this formula is using the date between function. So I'm going to search date between, and I can see it here. And we're basically going to find the date between the start and stop points, but format it for minutes. So I'm going to say the date between the stop and the start date. I want to show this in minutes, which I do by doing in a speech marks like so. And so now if I save that, just by doing that, I can see this particular timesheet on this particular day tracked 60 minutes. Now that's all I need in terms of the actual tracking of the time itself. Super simple. Now the next thing I need to do is actually relate it over to the task database. So let's go ahead and create a relation to the task database using our relation property. And we're going to make this a two-way relation, as we want to bring in some of the other properties into the task database, and we'll choose add relation. Now I'm going to rename this to related tasks, and I can give it an icon if I like. And so now what I can even do is start to show that this 60-minute session was for any 3 of these tasks. So let's say this 60-minute session was for that improved website copy. And so now we can see that over here. So now we've set up the timesheets database, let's go ahead and set up the task database. Now for the task database, the first thing I want to show is how much time has been tracked. And this information is obviously stored in the timesheets database. So I need to basically pull that information in. But what's also important is the fact that I might also have multiple timesheet sessions for one task. So if I do timesheet 2 here, and let's say it was from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. and this was also for the improved website copy. Now this particular task has 2 timesheets, and so I want to see the sum of both of those tracked minutes to show that the overall track time for this task is 2 hours. So to do that, I'm going to create a formula property, and I'm going to call this again tracked minutes. And here I'm going to use Notion's map function. So I'm going to choose map. Then I'm going to choose our timesheets relation. I want to, from the timesheets, use the current variable. And that's going to allow me to come and find all of the different properties within the timesheet database, a bit like a rollup would do. And I want to find the tracked minutes property. And then I can do brackets. Now that would just bring in them as a list. So now I need to use the dot sum equation, and now that's actually going to sum up both of these minutes. So if I hit save, you'll now see in the tracked minutes section I've got 120 minutes because I have done 2 sessions of 60 minutes. So as a bare bones, this setup is working. We've got a way to track multiple sessions for a task and for us to see the total minutes for that task. But obviously right now, this isn't a very nice thing to use. If we want to track minutes, we have to come to the timesheets database, create a new timesheet. We have to enter the information for the start and stop points manually, toggling on this include time. We have to relate it to the task itself. And I know working with clients, no one would end up using this if this was the actual setup. So instead, in the task database, where the task is actually being completed, let's create a start and stop button that anyone can easily click to start their session. So to do that, I'm going to create a new property and choose our button property. The first one I will do is the start button. And now let's go into the automation builder to build this out. So what we want this automation to do is whenever this button is clicked, it's going to create a new entry in the timesheets database, and that timesheet is going to be related to this task. So to do that, we're going to do new action. We're going to say add page to. From our databases, we're going to find our timesheets database. Now, the name property isn't all that important, so I'm going to leave that blank for now. But what I do want to do is first find the related tasks relation, and I'm going to set that to this page. So the actual automation, or the page that's been triggered by the automation, we want to relate that in the timesheets related tasks relation to this page. What we also want to do is find that start date and set that start date to the time this automation was triggered. Now for the name property, I could just remove this and that would mean that the timesheet would be given the name untitled. But rather than doing that, what I'll actually do is in here, I'm going to use the formula and I'm going to set this to time triggered as well, just so the timesheet has the same name as when the time triggered was. So if we hit save, we can go ahead and test this. So let's do this again for improved website copy. I'm going to hit start. And now you'll see inside of the timesheets database on April 29th at 10:16, which is the exact time now, we have been given it to the start date of this time. And also it's been related to the improved website copy. So that's working perfectly. Now we need a way to stop the time. So we're going to bring in another property called stop using our button property again. So what we want this automation to do is basically find that timesheet that is associated with the start button. And we want that to find that timesheet and then set the stop date to this time that we've clicked this stop button. So the way we do this is actually by using Notion's variables to find that exact timesheet. So in the actions, I'm going to choose the define variables option. And this variable we can rename to timesheet. And then in here, I'm going to edit this as a formula. And what I want to say is this page, which again is the task that has been triggered with this stop button. So from this page, we want to find the timesheets, the related timesheets. And so amongst all of the timesheets that have been related out of all those different sessions, we want to find the one that hasn't got the stop date completed, hasn't got it filled in. And that will identify it as the one that's the current session that we're tracking. So to do that, I'm going to do the filter option by doing dot filter. Then we want to choose that the stop button is empty. So empty. And then we're going to find out of all of the properties, the stop property, and then finish that with 2 brackets here and hit save. So that should hopefully find the timesheet. Now the next thing we need to do is actually edit that timesheet. So we're going to add another action and we're going to say edit pages in. And then instead of selecting a database, we're going to select our timesheet variable, which is going to be this exact database entry. And then here, what we're going to do is edit a property. We're going to find the stop property. And then just like we did for the start property, we're going to set this to time triggered and hit save. So now what we should see is in the improved website copy tasks, we have 3 related timesheets. And out of these 3 related timesheets, only one of them have a stop property not filled in. So hopefully when we hit this stop property, it should find that. And as you can see, we can now see that this is filled in as the stop for 10:21 and the track minutes is 5 minutes. And then also because we've got the tracked minutes overall, it's now shown for this task, we've tracked 125 minutes overall. So just by following those simple steps, you can have your own time tracking function inside of Notion. But let's go a step further and add a few more complexities to this to make this even more powerful. So one thing this current setup doesn't do is allow us to see who actually tracked time for each of these different time sessions. So in some cases, it might be that improved website copy was assigned to me. And so obviously all of these timesheets were probably completed by me. But for other tasks, you might have multiple people working on the task, or the original assignee might have been taken over by someone else. And so it would not be nice to see who exactly actually tracks the time. So to do this, what we can do is in the timesheets database, add another property, the person property, and I like to call this the participant, so the person who actually did the time session. And so now we have this participant property, we need to edit our start and stop automations to basically fill this information in for us. So for the start automation, we'll come to edit automation. And all we need to do is when we're adding the page to the timesheets database, we need to edit one more property, which is the participant. And that we need to say it's whoever clicked the button. So essentially, I'll test this now, but whenever I hit start for this particular task, it's going to create a new timesheet and I'm going to be added as the participant. If someone else had clicked the button, they would be put in as the participant. Then for the stop button, we need to edit the automation, and there's not immediately anything that you would notice that we need to change, but what we might like to do is, in the case that if two people are actually working on a task at the same time and they have just so happened to both start a session at the same time, we want to make sure that we can identify who is stopping the session and stop only their session and not the other person's active session. It's a bit of a rare occasion, but it's always nice to have this feature laid in. So to do that, let's edit the variables by coming in here. And we're just going to remove that first bracket because we're going to add a AND function to this, to the end of this formula. And we're going to say that the current, and again, this is pulling from the timesheets relation. So this now shows us all of the timesheets properties. So we want to say that the current participant, and as this would be shown as a list, we need to make sure that this is one single option. So what we can do is use the first function just to avoid that, even though typically it would only be one participant in the participant property. And then we want to say that this should equal, and then we can choose from here the whoever clicked option, and we can close out the bracket. So essentially this is now finding from the related timesheets of this task anywhere the stop property is not filled in or is empty, and that the participant that is showing is actually whoever clicked this button. And we can hit save. And just to show you that this works, if I was to create another timesheet that was for someone else, let's say John, and the start date was also missing, and it was for this improved website copy. Now, when I hit stop, hopefully this will only stop my one and not stop John's one. So if I hit stop, you'll see now that it stops this one, giving it a tracked minutes of 4. And again, it's updated our overall tracked minutes. Another thing I'd like to do is just to make it really obvious for whoever is tracking their time in Notion that they are still tracking their time, and so they don't accidentally forget and track for 48 hours and not realize they're still tracking time. So an easy way to do this is if I come to the statuses, I can add a new status in the in progress section and call this tracking. And I'll make this red, give it a exclamation mark to make this super obvious for whoever's on the task. Now what I can do is again edit my automations here, and in the action I can say edit pages in, and from this option where I'm selecting a database I can say this page, and what I want to do is set the status to tracking and hit save. So again, now what I can do is out of all of my tasks, if I'm over here and I decide to start a task, when I hit start, it's going to move this over to tracking so I can see that I'm tracking the time. And then in my stop automation, at the end of this automation, what I can also do is do another edit pages in, again, find this particular page, and I'm going to edit the status, and I'm going to set this back to in progress and hit save. So now I can be tracking my time, see that I'm tracking my time, and then also I can hit stop, and it's going to move it back to in progress, and so I know I've officially stopped the tracking. And the final little optimization that I would like to make is that although we have this tracked minutes here, people don't tend to think in minutes, they tend to think in hours and minutes. And so I'd just like to format this property so it's easy to understand. Now I'm just going to do a quick thing here and create the formula. I'm going to call this tracked, and then in the edit formula I'm just going to paste in my own formula. But what I'll do is I'll link this down below in the description so you can grab it for yourself. But essentially all this is doing is it's taking our tracked minutes property here in the task database, and it's working out from how many minutes that is and converting it into hours and minutes. Obviously, if it was less than an hour, it would just show the minutes. But if it was more than an hour, it will show hours and minutes. Or if it was bang on an hour, it would just show hours. So if I hit save, hopefully we should now see our 120 minutes of tracked minutes has been formatted in the 2 hour and 9 minutes that we would typically understand this for. So once I'm done with this, I can actually clean up this database. I can hide the timesheets relation because we don't need to see that. I can also hide the tracked minutes because that is just doing a bit of back end. And so now what we get is a really clean way of tracking our time just from the task database.
And in the back end, we have all of the timesheets here. If you'd like to grab this exact setup with a few more advanced features, you can check out Agency HQ using the link down below in the description. It's the Notion template that's been trusted now by over 500 different agency owners. And as well as having this time tracking, it has a way to manage your clients, your deals, your content, as well as a whole bunch more. In this video, I'll be showing you how to create a simple agency CRM in Notion from scratch. By the end of this video, you will have a contacts, companies, and deals database, and a deal pipeline for each of your deals, their expected value, and any of the tasks and notes you might need to track. That being said, if you want to get your hands dirty, that is what the rest of this video is about. So let's dive in. Part 1, build. So over on Notion, we're going to be building our simple agency CRM in this page here. One thing I want to draw your attention to is the fact that I've put this in my Sandpit team space. And so if you saw my previous build with me session, you'll notice that I like to create this sandpit area. And basically this means that you can build out new solutions in Notion and perfect them before introducing them to the team in your general team space where everyone will have access to them. Now, to begin building this agency CRM, I'm actually going to go over to the simple agency setup that we made in that previous video. And we've already got a lot of the components here that we'll need for the CRM. And so I'm actually going to take these databases and put them into the CRM. So I'm just going to drag and drop them here. And then I'm going to talk about how to basically use these. So first of all, the client projects database could actually become the CRM as well. And all we need to do is add some statuses to this section here. Now you'll notice we have a discovery section. So this was already kind of acting a little bit like a CRM, but we can add a few more stages here. So for example, we might add a lead stage. We might have a proposal stage. We might have a negotiation stage. So any of the stages inside of your own sales process, you can add here. And I'm just going to reconfigure this to look a little bit like this. And so the idea of this is that once we add them to the lead stage, we can track them through this sales process. And then once they have been accepted or we've closed them, then all we need to do is drag them into this next status of onboarding. And then this entire page will act as the sort of project management part, as well as being the CRM earlier on. So that's what we need to do for the client projects. And then what I'm also going to do for the meetings is I'm just going to rename this to comms. And so this is actually going to act as a database for all of our meetings, but it can also be for our calls, and it also could be for our emails. So I'm going to adapt to that. What I could also do is add some templates for each of those different type properties here. And also in the type property here, I could add calls and emails. So I'm actually going to do that. I'm going to add calls, emails, like so. So that's all we need to do in terms of customizing these pages. And then the next thing I'm going to do is add some new databases. So we need a contacts database and we need a companies database. So I'm just going to do /page, do contacts, and turn this into a table. This is a new table. I'm going to just remove all of the rows and the tags that it's given me automatically. And I'm going to add a contacts icon that looks good. And then we're going to do the same for companies, /page, write out companies. We're going to choose table from the get started option, and we're just going to remove each of these options. So now we've done this, we're going to want to integrate these together and add the properties. So let me just add an icon here. So for the companies, I want to think about the information I want to actually collect about companies and that I want to have inside of my system. And you also might want to think about where you're going to be collecting this information and if it can be collected automatically. So for me personally, I use Calendly for my discovery bookings, and in the questionnaire section, I ask questions about their company and the size and things like that. And so I can have that automatically put into Notion using Make. And so the information I like to track is simply the link to their website. So I can do that as a URL, and I'm just going to call this website. And that is pretty much it. That's all the information I want to collect about their company. As I said, other things that you might consider collecting is whether they are, what's the size of their company. Maybe you've collected data about their monthly recurring revenue, things like that. You can add here so you have it again in your system. For the contacts, the thing that I like to track is simply their email, and we can use this email property here to collect their email. You might also consider collecting their phone number, things like that. But generally I just talk to people using email, so I don't need to collect anything else. The next thing I'm going to do is relate these to each other, and I'm also going to relate them to the client projects. So I'm going to hit a new property here, find relation, and first of all I'm going to add this contacts to the company's database, as they are going to live inside of the companies, of course. So I'm just going to put companies, yeah, that's fine. And I don't need to show this as on the companies. I can just do it as a one-way relationship. So we can add that relation here. And then I'm also going to add the relation to the client projects database. So find the client projects database, and I actually want this to be a two-way relationship, which I'll explain in a second. So we've got companies and client projects. And for the companies, we want to relate this just to the client project. So relation, client project, simple agency CRM, and then we're going to do a two-way relation and companies on this side as well. So there we go. So that's what we need to do in terms of the properties. And then I can actually start building out the actual simple CRM page itself to give myself a bit more context of how this is all going to look. So I'm just going to take this into a toggle and say that this is our databases, and then I'm going to create some linked views so I can better visualize what this CRM will look like. So we're going to create this page as a full width page, and then the first thing I'm going to do is create a title, and this is going to be my deals pipeline. And so in here I'm going to do /linked, and I'm going to find that client projects page, and here it is. And then I'm going to choose the by status view that's already been created in the master database, but we're going to slightly adapt this. So let's hide the database. And then in the groupings, what we want to do is just show those statuses that are relevant for our sales team. So that would be everything except from delivery, onboarding, and these statuses here. So we want lead, we want discovery, negotiation, or proposal negotiation. And these are the statuses that track us through the sales pipeline. So that looks good to me. The next thing I want to do is adjust these properties that we're seeing here. So I'm going to come to properties here, and I don't need lead, and I probably don't need dates, and I probably don't need completion. What would be useful for me to see is the companies. So I'm going to just rename this so I have the icon sorted out. And also I might add an additional property to here that says close date or expected close. And so we'll have these showing here. And then the other thing I might also consider is adding another person property, and that would be my salesperson. And we can drag this up here, and we'll move this here like so. And I'm going to show this always show. Actually, no, I'm going to keep that as hide when empty, and the same for companies and contacts, hide when empty, so that's great, and we can hide like this. And so over on the properties, like so, I want to show the salesperson, I want to show the contacts, the companies, and the expected close. And so now if I create a new project here, it's going to give me the option to add the salesperson. Let's say it's myself. Add who the contact is. Let's say it's someone called James. Add the companies. Let's say the company is ABC Co. And then I could also even add in the expected close of this particular lead. And so now I have all of that relevant information for my agency CRM. So we've built that out. The next thing I want to do is take a look at the client project template and to see what's inside of here. So you can see we have about this project, we have tasks in here, and then we have meetings and we have docs. So the only thing I'm going to change here is, again, changing this to comms, and I'm going to bring in that type property. So we've got the type property there, that's great. We don't need to see the projects. And I'm just going to bring this type property closer here because that'll be relevant. And I think this is enough for us in terms of what we're trying to achieve. And in the workflow section, the second section of this video, I'll show you how to use the comment section to add notes as you're doing sort of general sales outreach.
The other thing I want to do is just change or create a new view. This table view I prefer for when we're using it for sales. So I'm just going to bring this in here like so, and that looks good to me. So we've adjusted that template. And then the other thing that I want to do is go to the databases and go to the contacts and companies and create some templates for these as well. So I'm going to come up to here, give this the same icon as it has for the name, and client projects, we're going to give this the same, I think that was actually a target, like so. Companies, city here, and then we have their email. And so inside of the contacts page, I think actually we'll keep this blank, that's fine. And then we can apply that template to James just to give him the icon. And then for the companies, again, this is all partly for aesthetic, but for the companies, I think we'll actually create some linked views in here. And so I'm going to do linked view, and we're going to find the contacts database, new table view, and done. And we're going to filter this contacts database to just show for this particular company. So this is a self-referential filter we're using that basically means that when you generate a new template in this database, it's going to apply the template and filter it to that page that's just been created, which I'll show you how it works in 1 second. So we're going to hide the views that we don't need. And now we have the contacts in here. So that's helpful for us to see who is inside of this company. And then the other thing that would be probably helpful to see is what projects this particular company has had with us. So I'm going to do client projects /linked. And then I'm going to find the client projects database, and I'm going to do a new table view, hit done. I'm going to find a filter, and then for companies, I'm going to relate it again, self-referential filter to this particular template, and save that. And we're going to hide this. And now we have the company sorted out. We can hide the view, hide a lot of these properties to be honest. And we might just have expected close, the actual date that it happened, who was the sales lead, and the status of this particular project. And that will give us a nice overview of how this project is doing. So now we have the contacts and the client projects. And I'm noticing I have a two-way relation to the client projects here. It doesn't look like I probably need that, but in fact, I will use that in a second, sort of talking out loud here. And I'm going to do a divider here. So now, if I go back to ABC company, what you'll notice if when I generate this template, it should give us the contacts, and we have James inside of here in this sort of company logbook. And then I also can see the client projects inside of here, and all the client projects that we're working with this company on or have in the past. So those are the two templates, or the three templates that we needed to create. And we have created our deals pipeline. The other thing I'm going to create here is a list of our companies and contacts. And I'm going to do companies first, /linked. And I'm going to find the company's database, new table view, and hit done. And then what we can actually do is with the client projects, we can now create a roll-up. And a roll-up is essentially when you have a relation in your database. So like here, I have a client projects relation, and then it's going to pull from that relation and find properties from each of the pages. So if I say we're looking for the deal statuses, I can come to the relation, it's client projects. I can then, within the client projects database, pull in any of these properties. So I'm going to pull in the status, and I can show the original. And so as you can see, the ABC Co company database, the status is set to lead. And so this is pulling in that lead property. If we were to change this to discovery, you will notice it changes this to discovery. Now, the reason I'm doing this, and I'm going to hide both of these sections here, is now I can create some filters. So first of all, I might have this view be all, so all companies that we're got in our system. I'm going to give this a stack icon, and I'm just going to sort this by the name of the company. But then we can also create a second view, and I'm duplicating from the view here to speed things up. And I could call this leads. And I'm just going to change this icon here. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to filter and say if the deal status is lead, discovery, proposal, or negotiation, then we would consider them a lead. And so they are currently in the leads section of this filtering. And this is if any of the deal statuses is set to this. So for example, if you had a company that you've finished work with and then you're thinking about another engagement, a second engagement, then they would also be in leads again. So we have this leads view, and then also what we can do, again, going to duplicate the view to speed this up for me, is customers. And so customers, we're going to use this filter, and instead of saying any is lead, we're going to say any is onboarding, delivery, offboarding completed, or archived. So this essentially means that any of the customers where we've had a project, or any of the companies where we've had a client project with them that has been marked as complete, or we're currently doing it, it's going to find its way in this customers section. And so now within the companies section here, we have all of our leads, all of our customers separated. And so we can quickly click through and find the companies that we need to find. And then finally, for contacts, we're going to do /linked, and we're going to bring in the contacts database in the Simple Agency CRM, new table view, hit done, and we're going to do a similar thing that we've just done from the above. So we don't need to see all of this. I literally just want to see their company and their email. And for this first view, we're just sorting by name because this is our all view. I'm going to make this a stack. And then we want to duplicate this all view, and we're going to, again, use the same terminology. We have our leads, and we're filtering to say the deal status. And sorry, we need to create that roll up. So let's come in here and do roll up, deal status, client projects, status, show original, hide this here, and filter deal status. Any is lead, discovery, proposal, negotiation. Save for everyone. And you can see James has been put into our leads because he's with a client project at the moment that is working with this. And then we're also going to duplicate this, and we're going to do customers, filter, deal status is, and we're going to do onboarding, delivery, offboarding completed, or archived. And so now we have our contacts and our companies, and we have these difference between the leads and the customers. And so we can sort of, if we're doing cold outreach or thinking about a leads list, we could add them to the company section first, and they'll be in that section. So this is how we can create this page, and essentially, it's separated by deals pipeline, companies, and contacts. The final thing I wanted to add that I forgot to add is expected value. So I'm going to add a number property here, call it expected value. And we can add this in just about here. And again, we're going to show this only when it's empty, it won't get shown. And then in the property section, we can add this expected value here. And what we can do is essentially in this number property, we can count, or more options, sum the expected value. And let's actually make this expected value a US dollar property. And so now we have this here. When we add that ABC code to our lead status, we can add the expected value of this particular deal. So let's say it was $10,000 or $20,000. And so you'll notice it now has in the lead section an expected value at this stage of $20,000. And so if we had this Acme Co project and this was $10,000, what you'll notice here is if I was to drag the ABC Co into Discovery, we can now see we have a sum total of $30,000 in our discovery stage. And so this really helps the sales team sort of prioritize the stages and see, oh, we have this forecasted. If we just close these two deals and if we get them across the line, this is how much value we have there to win. So now I want to walk you through the next step, which is our workflow. Part 2, workflow. So here is how you could actually use a pretty basic agency CRM to optimize your sales process. So first of all, let's say that you've had a lead who you think would be interested in one of your services. Again, we're going to come to the deals pipeline and capture them in here.
Or again, this might be done automatically if you have some sort of automation with Make or Zapier to do this. So we're going to hit new. Let's say this is Acme Co. And we're going to add all of these details. So the salesperson working on this, the contact of this person, let's say it's John Smith. We're going to add the company, which is Acme Co. I'm just noticing that the templates we created haven't been set to default. So I'm just going to set these to default down here and set to default for companies. And let me just come in and apply the templates for these particular entries I just added. And now we've done that, we can add the expected close. Let's say it's for sometime at the end of the month. And then we can also add the expected value. Let's say this is a big deal of 30,000. So now we've added them to this deals pipeline. Here is the sort of workflow that you can go through. So let's say you reach out to them by email. You might open up this side peak value option. And in here, you can add the actual email you had that's sent to them in the comms section here. So it might be cold outreach email, and the event time has been set to today automatically. And let's say the type was emails. And then inside of here, you can write any write-up about what the email said or what you spoke about. And so that's now been logged in this database. Once you've done that, you then also might create a task for yourself and essentially say, follow up with John next week. And you can add yourself as the lead in here and add the due date for next Wednesday. And so now you've created that. When you go back to your Simple Agency CRM and you look at your list of tasks, you will come to next Wednesday and it will say you need to follow up with John. And so you'll know to do that. So you can come in here, you can check this off and follow up with John in whatever capacity that is. And then it might be that you sent an email and you've managed to book on a call. So you can log the email that you had, and then you also might add in here that you're going to be having a call next week, and it might be a discovery call. And so now you've checked off this task, and the next task you would be to host discovery call. And you can go through and now bring John into the discovery section. And so this is the kind of workflow where you go through and essentially at each stage, you're going to create a task, or you're going to log what you last spoke about with this person. And then you're going to create a task to follow up with them. And then when that task comes around, you will complete that, you'll log what you spoke about, and then create a task to follow up. So essentially just a cyclical process here where you're logging what you spoke about with the lead, and then you're creating a task to follow up with them. And then by the time that task comes around, you're then going and doing the thing, logging what you spoke about, and creating a task to continue the sales process. And just by using something quite simple inside of Notion, you're able to really optimize your sales team. In this video, I'll show you how to create a simple OKR setup inside of Notion that is designed specifically for agencies. Now, OKRs, or Objectives and Key Results, is a framework that was originally created for much larger teams. So when smaller teams adopt it, they often find it can be overkill. That's why I created this simplified version that still gives you the benefits of setting and tracking objectives without being burdened by the complexity of traditional OKRs. So here's a quick preview of what we'll be building. So as you can see, this setup is made of 3 sections. We have our objectives, and then feeding into them, we have our projects, and then feeding into those, we have our tasks. So if we dive into any of these objectives, you can see within each objective, we have the number of projects that make up that objective. And then within any of the tasks, we have the number of tasks that make up that particular project. So let's dive into building this setup together. So to start, we'll want to create the 3 databases that we'll need. So first of all, I'm going to create a heading by doing / and choosing heading 3. And the first database we're going to create is objectives. So I'll just give this the title of objectives. And then I'm going to create the actual database itself by doing / searching for databases. I can choose this very first one, which is going to give me an inline database. And then I'm going to choose new empty database. So obviously I'm going to call this the objectives database. And then I just want to create all of the properties that I'll need for this database.
So the first thing I'm going to create is actually a status. So what I can do is come to this option here, and then I'm going to choose out of all the options, the status option, and we just have not started, in progress, and done. I might just change the done to achieved. And then I also may decide to add a archive option if there's an objective that we started that we end up not finishing, but we don't want to take forward anymore. So I'll add that here and choose archived, and maybe just give that a grey option to give some distinction between the two. We are also going to create a progress bar that shows the overall progress of the objective, but it doesn't necessarily mean that will always show 100% when the objective is done. So it's nice to have this option to also change the status manually as well. So the next property I'm going to add is a assignee. So again, I'm going to add the property from here. I'm going to look for the person property, and I'm just going to call this the owner. And I'm actually going to create a limit for this by saying that only one person is allowed to be attached here. So for the objective, there is always going to be one overall owner, which is going to ensure that we have accountability for each of our objectives. Now, some people may add dates to their objectives, so a deadline or a due date property, but I typically create and plan my objectives on a quarterly basis. So instead of using that, I'm just going to add a simple tag property for the different quarters in the year. So again, to do that, I'm going to add an option here, and the property that I want is the select property. And I'm going to add the different options, and I'm literally just going to do Q1 to Q4. And then of course, want to make sure that I add the title of this property as quarter. That looks good for now. We'll add some more properties later, but for now, let's move on to the projects database. So again, I'm going to do a /3 to get that heading 3 and just add a project's title. And then I'm going to do / look for databases, choose the inline option to actually create my projects database. Instead of hitting new empty database, I'm just going to click out of it, which is going to give me an empty database anyway. And let's call this projects. I'm going to hide the actual database title and now add the properties that I need. A bit like the objectives database, I do want a status option for these projects. So again, I'm going to add a property from here, choose status, and this is good for me for now. I also want a assignee. So again, I'm going to add from here, choose the person property, and I'm going to choose this as the owner, or retitle this as the owner. Now for the projects, I would like an overall due date or deadline. So I'm going to choose a date property here. I'm going to call this the target deadline and add that like that. And we'll leave that for now and move on to our final database. Again, putting a heading here, and this is our tasks. Going to create an inline database, name it task database, and hide the database title. For this one, I want a person property for the overall assignee. I want a date property for the due date. I want a status property, and I may even like to add a priority property, which I can do with the single select option, calling it priority. And then I can also add the options for P1 to 3. Okay, so that's the first step done. I've created my databases and given them their basic properties. The next thing I need to do is actually connect these databases together with the relation property so that I can start to group the projects within the objectives and group the tasks within the projects. So the first connection I want to make is between the objectives and the projects database. So I can create the relation property in either database, but I'll do it at the project database level. Again, I'm just going to add a new property by hitting this plus here. And I'm going to look for our relation property. So there's our relation property. And then I just want to, from the existing databases, find the objectives database. So for this particular one, it's this one here. And I actually want to make sure that this is a two-way relation. And I want the relation on the objective side to be called projects. And I can hit add relation. The reason I wanted it to be a two-way relation is now on the objectives database, I can add a progress bar property. To do that, what I'll do is add a new property, and I'm going to look for our rollup property. And what the rollup property does is it allows us to take any of our existing relations, and the only one we have at the moment is the projects relation. And then from there, I can pull in any of the different properties and calculate something from it. So out of all of the different properties from within our projects database, I can pull in, for example, the status property. And now in this calculate option, instead of just showing the original status, what I can actually do is get a percent per group and choose complete. And then I can give this a bar option. So just to show you how this works now. So if I was to add a example project, and then I also was to have an example objective, and from the project database, if I was to relate that example objective, what you'll now see on the objectives database is we have that project showing because it's a two-way relation, but also I've got a roll-up that is showing 0%, and that is because out of all of the projects that are related to this objective, 0% of them have been marked as complete. But if I was to mark this one as done, now you'll see it shows the roll-up of being 100%. If I was to add a second example project, and I was again to relate it to this example objective, you'll now see that this roll-up property updates to 50% complete, because out of the 2 projects that have been related to this objective, only one of them has been set to done. So that's how I can now create this progress property, and I'll update this to be called progress and give it a bit of an icon here to show that. So that's the relation between the projects and the objectives database. Now we also need to create a relation between the tasks and the projects database. Again, I'll do this at the task level. So I add a property here, call it relation. Out of the relations, I want to make sure I choose from the existing databases the projects database. And again, I'm going to do the same progress bar trick on the projects database. So I do want to make sure this is a two-way relation. Call the related property name tasks and add that relation here. And now that I've done that on the projects database, I can add my roll-up. I'm going to choose the roll-up property, call this progress. In the relation, I'm going to choose the task database, and the property that we want to put in is the status. And now for calculate, we're going to do % per group and complete. And we'll choose the bar option here. And again, just to show you how this is working, I've just put in some example tasks from 1 to 3 here. I've related these tasks all to our first example project. And now you can see that we have these tasks shown in the relation, and also in that progress bar that we've just created, it's showing 33% of the tasks have been marked as done, because 1/3 of these tasks have been marked as done. If I was to, again, mark another task as done, now it's going to update and show this progress bar as 66%. So I've successfully connected the databases together, but how do I group the actual projects inside of the objectives page and the tasks within the projects page like we saw in our preview? Well, let's go into that now. So starting with the objectives and the projects, if I wanted to be able to open up the objectives and see my projects represented within this page in some way that's not just by showing it here in the properties, I have a couple of options, but the easiest thing I can do is use Notion's tabs feature. So see that I'm just going to open up this objective as a full page to make it a bit easier for myself. And then if I come up to the top here, you'll see we have this customize layout option. When I click this, it's going to bring out Notion's layout builder, and it's going to allow me to start to be able to manipulate some of the properties. So for example, I might want to move this entire property group to this side panel view. And then within the actual title, I might like to start to pin some of these properties. So it's probably nice to see the owner, nice to see the progress bar, and maybe the quarter and the status. And I can rearrange these in any way that I like. So now that when I apply all these changes, I can just see these properties up here in a sort of simplified view. And if I want to see any more properties, I hit this view details option here. So that customized layout builder allows me to do that. But the other thing it can do is if I come up to here and go to page settings, you'll see the structure of the page can change, and I can go from simple to tabbed. So when I choose tabs, they give me a default tab by default, which is the content, the actual page body itself. But if I hit this add button here, I can actually create relations to existing databases. And so you can see I've already related the projects database to the objectives database. So all I have to choose is the projects option, and then it's actually going to create this tab of this database that's related to the objective. So to show you what I mean, if I come to the filter options here, I can see that it's basically filtered the objectives, or the projects that are showing, I should say, to projects that are related to that objective. So if I apply this to all pages, as you can see from the example objective, you'll remember that we related both the example project and example project 2,
Again, you can see this in the relations here. And so only these projects are shown within this objective. If I was to go back out to this page and create another example project number 3, and I don't relate it to this objective, you'll see now if I come back to the example objective, you will not see this project in here because it's not been related to it. So using this tab is how I can start to show the projects that belong to this objective within this objective page. The next thing I can do is basically just customize this to see the properties that I want to see. So I'm going to come to the properties up here. I want to see the progress bar, the target deadline, the status. I want to get rid of this tasks relation because that probably isn't too helpful. And because it's already inside of this objectives page, I probably don't need to see the objectives relation. So I'll hide that as well. I'm going to just reorganize this in a way that I like to see the information, maybe something like this. If I want to shrink or make any of the columns smaller, I have to actually come to the page body here and just move things around like this. But basically, I'm just going to adjust this to see the things that I want. I also have the option to sort this information in any way I like. So I can come back through this view options and come to the sort property, or the sort option, I should say. And I'm going to sort this by target deadline and have this be ascending. So I want to make sure that the projects that are going to happen first, they have a target deadline that happens first, are shown at the top of the list. So that looks good for me for now. And the last thing I can do is just give this a icon. So I'm just going to give this the same icon as the database, which is a folder. And now I can hit apply to all pages. So now I have this, I've got my content tab, which I can just add some loose notes in, or maybe just have some overall details about the objective. And then in the projects tab, I can see the exact projects that need to be completed. Let's do the same for the projects database now. So I'm going to open up any of these projects just so I can get to the layout builder. I'm going to open up the layout builder again, just to tidy things up. I'm going to move all these this property group to the panel. Then I'm also going to click to this heading just so that I can pin some of these properties. So again, I'm going to bring in these properties here and leave these relations in the side panel. And now I'm going to come to page settings, make this tabbed. I'll leave the content block, add a new view. And this time I want the view to be of the task database because I want to group the tasks that belong to this project within this project page. So I'm going to choose tasks. Just by doing that, it's going to create that filter automatically that basically says that the project relation contains this page or the projects that we're looking at. And then I'm just going to customize this. So I'm going to come back to here, going to look at the properties, and the only one I might want to get rid of is the actual projects relation. Again, because we're already inside the project page, so we know it's related to this project. I'm going to rearrange some of these properties, shorten some of the columns. And then also I'd like to sort again by the date. And this time I can use the sort option here. And I'm going to do due date. And again, I'm going to do it ascending. So the first due dates come first. Now I could leave it there, but as there's going to be a lot of tasks added to this project, I want to make a separation between the tasks that have been done and the tasks that haven't been done. So for this particular view, I want this to be the tasks that are still to be done. So I'm going to change the name of this view to do and give it a accompanying icon using this open checkbox here. Then for the filters, we've already got our project relation, but I'm going to add a filter now. And I'm basically just going to say that the status is not, and then done. So this is only going to show me tasks where the status has not been set to done. And then I'm going to create a second view, and to create it nice and quickly, I can use this duplicate option here. And I'm going to rename this to done. And again, have an accompanying icon to show this, which would be the checkbox being checked. And then instead for this filter, I'm going to change the filter from status is not done to status is done. And now I can apply all the changes. And so now you can see for my example project, I have that task 3, which is still yet to be done. And then I also have the tasks that were done, task 1 and 2, which are moved to this done view. And again, we can see that by the progress being 66%. So we've created the database and its properties, we've connected the databases together, and we've grouped information within Notion's tabs. The final thing we can do is just build out the overall goals dashboard using the different views for the databases.
So first of all, for the objectives database, if you can remember in our preview, we actually had it in a board view. So to do that, I'm just going to come to these three dots here. And for the actual layout option, instead of it being a table, I'm going to choose it to be a board. Now it's going to group it by the status property, but we actually want to group it by the quarter property. So we'll choose the quarter property here. And I want to, first of all, color the columns. And I also want to not hide any empty groups. So now we can see we have Q1 to 4 showing, as well as no quarter. And I'm actually going to move no quarter up to the top here as well. And now what this does is it means that we can plan for any objectives we might want to do, but not action them yet. And then only once we're ready, for example, this example project, we know if we want to do it for Q2, we can move it into Q2 and be ready to start that. I also just want to show you some more properties within this board view. So I'm going to bring in the owner of the objective and the overall progress bar. And so now if I was to add myself as the owner to this objective, just like so, you can see that we see all of this information at this bird's eye view. I might also like to apply a filter to this. So I just want to show objectives that have yet to be done. So status is not achieved or archived and saved for everyone. And so now this is just going to show me the objectives that are yet to be done and that we have grouped within any of the quarters or that have not yet been grouped and that maybe we're thinking about doing in the future. I'll also just rename this view from board view to by quarter and give this a icon that makes sense. So that's one view. Obviously I could add some more, but we'll leave it there, but that gives you a good idea of how you can start to customize these views. For the projects, I'd like to show the connection between the objectives and the projects. And so I'm actually going to group these projects by coming to these three dots here and doing group. And I'm going to group them by their objectives. So now you can see we have our example project and example project 2 being grouped within the example objective. I'll also just hide this objectives view. I'll also hide the tasks view here, just shrink some of these columns to tidy things up. And again, I might want to filter just to say that I only want to see projects that are still outstanding. So project status is not done and save for everyone. And again, I can rename this view to show by objective. So we can continue doing this and building out all the different views that would make the most sense for this dashboard to make it a good place to come and look at our goals. Now, setting objectives in your agency is a good start, but it's not going to guarantee that things actually get done. You'll also want to give each of your team members a metric that they own so that they're accountable week to week. So that's the end of our masterclass today. But before we part ways, I want to share with you what might be a good next logical step for you. Because if you're here, if you've made it to the end of this video, my guess is that you're looking to systemize your business. And by its very definition, a system is a collection of software, processes, and people. After this video, you're now on your way to having the software part of that equation checked off your list. But to create fully functioning systems in your business, you need to figure out how to implement both processes and people. So I'd like to invite you now to watch the free systems training using the link down below in the description. It will show you what the bigger picture is of systemizing your business and how we might be able to help. Thanks so much for joining me on this masterclass, and I hope to see you over on the training.